Welcome to the ultimate collection of terrifying true scary stories that will keep you up all night. These real horror encounters from around the world, chilling paranormal experiences, disturbing stalkers, haunted forests, and unexplained nightmares are the kind of true scary stories that hit different after dark. If you're searching for the scariest true horror stories, real ghost encounters, disturbing true scary stories to fall asleep to, or terrifying real-life horror tales that feel like nightmares come true, you've found the perfect video. Dive into these bone-chilling true scary stories narrated with rain sounds for that extra immersive dread, perfect for horror fans craving authentic fear. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload of true scary stories, disturbing horror tales, or real paranormal encounters. Drop a comment below telling me what country you're watching from. I love hearing from horror lovers worldwide. And don't forget to like if these true scary stories give you chills. Our first story takes us to the United States. In the dense forests of rural Appalachia, USA, a group of friends decided to camp deep in the mountains during a crisp autumn weekend. They chose a remote spot far from any trails, surrounded by towering trees that blocked out most of the moonlight. The first night was peaceful campfire stories, laughs, and the usual s'mores. But around 2 a.m., one of them, Alex, woke up to strange scratching sounds outside the tent. He figured it was a raccoon or deer and went back to sleep. The next morning, they found deep claw marks gouged into the sides of their tents and the nearby trees too high and too deliberate for any normal animal. Footprints circled the campsite, large and barefoot, pressing deep into the mud. The group laughed it off as a prank from locals. But that night, the sounds returned. Heavy footsteps crunching leaves, low growls that echoed through the valley, and whispers that seemed to come from all directions. One friend swore she saw a tall, shadowy figure standing at the edge of the firelight, watching them with glowing eyes before vanishing into the woods. By dawn, they packed up in a panic. As they hiked out, they heard mimicking calls, their own voices echoing back from the trees, calling their names. They made it to the car and drove away, but for years after, each of them reported nightmares of being watched in the dark, and strange scratches appearing on their doors at home. To this day, none of them have returned to those mountains. Whatever was out there didn't want company, and it knew their names. Next, we head to Japan. In a quiet suburban neighborhood outside Tokyo, Japan, a young woman named Yumi moved into an old apartment building to save on rent. The place was cheap for a reason no one stayed long. On her first night, she heard faint knocking from inside the walls, like someone tapping slowly from the other side. She ignored it, thinking it was pipes or neighbors. But the knocking grew persistent, always at midnight, and sometimes accompanied by soft whispering in a language she couldn't quite make out. One evening, while cleaning, she found an old mirror hidden behind a cabinet in the bathroom. The glass was cracked, and when she looked into it, her reflection lagged slightly behind her movements. Terrified, she covered it with a towel. That night, the knocking turned to scratching, and the whispers became clearer. Her name, repeated over and over. She called a friend to stay over, but when they arrived, the apartment was silent. The friend left, convinced it was nothing. Alone again, Yumi uncovered the mirror to prove to herself it was fine, and saw not her reflection, but a pale woman with long black hair covering her face, staring back with empty eyes. She smashed the mirror and moved out the next day. But months later, in her new place, she started hearing the same knocking, and found a small cracked shard of glass in her belongings that she swears she threw away. Some things, once seen, follow you forever. Now, crossing over to the United Kingdom. In the misty moors of rural England, UK, a hiker named Tom ventured off the beaten path during a solo trek across Dartmoor. Known for its foggy landscapes and ancient legends, the area felt eerie from the start wind howling through the rocks, sudden mists rolling in. As dusk fell, Tom realized he was lost, his phone dead from no signal. He stumbled upon an old stone circle, remnants of some ancient ritual site, and decided to camp there for the night. Around the fire, he heard distant howls, not wolves, but something deeper, almost human. Shadows moved at the edges of his vision, tall figures darting between the standing stones. In the morning, his tent was slashed open from the outside, and strange symbols were carved into the ground around him. Worse, his backpack was rifled through, food scattered, but nothing taken. As he hurried away, he felt eyes on his back the entire time. Locals later told him the moors are home to ancient spirits that guard the old sites, and they don't like intruders lingering after dark. Tom made it out, but he still wakes up to the sound of howling winds, no matter where he is. Our next chilling tale comes from Australia. Deep in the outback of Western Australia, a truck driver named Jack was hauling cargo along a remote highway at night. The roads stretch for hundreds of miles with nothing but red dirt and scrub. Around midnight, his radio crackled with static, then a faint voice asking for help. A woman claiming her car broke down miles back. Jack turned around to check, but found nothing, no car, no person. Thinking it was a prank or bad signal, he continued. But the voice returned, clearer, pleading for him to stop. Then his headlights caught a figure on the side of the road, a pale woman in a tattered dress, waving frantically. He slowed down, but as he approached, she vanished. Shaken, he sped up and saw her again further ahead, standing in the middle of the road. He swerved to avoid her, nearly crashing. Pulling over, heart pounding, he called emergency services, but they found no trace of anyone. Jack quit long-haul driving after that. Outback legends speak of min lights and wandering spirits of the lost souls who lure travelers into the endless desert, never to be seen again. Heading north to Canada. In the vast wilderness of British Columbia, Canada, a family rented a secluded cabin for a winter getaway. Snow blanketed everything, isolating them completely. The first few days were idyllic skiing, hot cocoa by the fire. But on the third night, they heard banging on the cabin walls, like someone pounding to get in. Peeking out, they saw massive footprints in the snow circling the house too big for a bear, and oddly human-shaped. The power flickered and shadows moved outside the windows. The father grabbed his rifle, firing warning shots, but the banging only grew louder, accompanied by guttural growls. By morning, the footprints led into the forest and disappeared. Rangers later said it was likely a Sasquatch sighting common in those parts, but rarely so aggressive. The family left early, and the cabin's owner admitted previous renters reported similar encounters. Some things in the Canadian wild don't hibernate. They watch. Finally, a haunting story from India. In a remote village in rural Rajasthan, India, a newlywed couple moved into an ancestral home passed down through generations. The house was grand but old, with locked rooms no one entered. On their wedding night, the bride, Priya, heard faint bells jingling from the attic-like anklets from traditional dance. Her husband dismissed it as wind, but the sounds continued nightly, growing closer. One evening, exploring the attic, Priya found an old wedding dress stained with what looked like dried blood, and a portrait of a woman who looked exactly like her. That night, the bells rang loudly, and Priya felt cold hands on her shoulders. In the mirror, she saw the woman from the portrait standing behind her, smiling sadly. The spirit whispered of a betrayal long ago, a bride murdered on her wedding night. Priya and her husband performed rituals to appease the ghost, and the bells stopped. But sometimes on quiet nights, visitors hear faint anklets, as if the bride is still waiting for justice. There you have it, terrifying, true, scary stories from across the globe that prove real horror lurks everywhere. If these chilling tales of paranormal encounters, disturbing real-life horrors, and unexplained nightmares gave you goosebumps, smash that like button, subscribe for more true scary stories with Rain ambience, and comment your favorite or share if you've experienced something similar. Stay safe out there, and sleep with the lights on. Let us dive deeper into this marathon of true scary stories that prove the world is full of real paranormal horrors, disturbing encounters, and unexplained nightmares. These chilling true ghost stories, cryptid sightings, haunted locations, and terrifying real-life experiences from listeners just like you will make you question what's lurking in the shadows. Perfect for fans of the scariest true horror stories, disturbing paranormal tales with rain sounds, or real creepy encounters that hit harder at night. Next, we travel to France. In the rolling hills of rural Normandy, France, a young couple bought an old farmhouse as a renovation project, dreaming of a quiet life away from the city. The house dated back centuries, with stone walls and a forgotten cellar that the previous owners warned was best left alone. At first, everything seemed perfect until the whispers started. Late at night, they'd hear faint voices murmuring in Old French from the walls. Words they couldn't understand but that filled them with dread. Objects moved on their own, tools vanishing from the workbench only to reappear across the room, doors slamming shut in empty hallways. One evening, while exploring the cellar, the wife found an ancient iron ring bolted to the wall, stained dark with what looked like old blood. That night, the whispers turned to screams. They woke to find scratch marks on their bedroom door, deep gouges as if from claws. In the morning, they discovered a hidden room behind the cellar wall containing chains, faded religious icons, and bones too small to be adult. Locals later revealed the house was once used during the Inquisition era for holding accused witches. The couple fled after one final night when a shadowy figure appeared at the foot of their bed, pointing accusingly. Some entities never forgive, and they wait for new owners to remember their pain. Our next terrifying tale comes from Germany. Deep in the Black Forest of southern Germany, a solo hiker named Lucas set out on a multi-day trek through the dense, ancient woods known for fairy tales and darker legends. The trails were marked, but he veered off for a shortcut, drawn by curiosity to an unmarked path. As fog rolled in thick and sudden, he lost his bearings. His compass spun wildly, phone lost signal. Then came the giggles, childlike laughter echoing from the trees, but no children in sight. He pushed on, but footsteps paralleled his, crunching leaves just out of view. Glimpsing movement, he saw small, pale figures darting between trunks, with unnaturally long limbs and glowing eyes. Panicking, Lucas ran, but the path looped impossibly, bringing him back to the same clearing repeatedly. In the center stood an old stone altar, covered in moss and strange carvings. The laughter turned menacing, circling closer. He barricaded himself in a hollow tree until dawn, hearing scratches on the bark all night. When light broke, the figures vanished, and he found the main trail. Rangers dismissed it as exhaustion, but locals know the Black Forest hides Walgeister mischievous spirits that lure wanderers to their doom. Lucas never hiked alone again, and he still hears faint giggles in quiet moments. Now, heading to Sweden. In the remote northern wilderness of Sweden, near the Arctic Circle, a family of 4 vacationed in a rented lakeside cabin during the endless summer light. The isolation was blissful at first: fishing, saunas, no neighbors for miles. But on the second night they heard chanting outside, low and rhythmic, in a language none recognized. Peering out, they saw flickering lights deep in the forest, like torches moving in a circle. The father investigated but found only cold embers and strange symbols burned into the ground. Activity escalated. Rocks pelted the roof. Windows frosted over from the inside despite warm weather, and shadowy humanoid shapes pressed against the glass. Their young daughter began sleepwalking toward the lake, murmuring about the old ones calling her home. One morning, they found animal carcasses arranged in patterns around the cabin drained of blood. Sami indigenous lore speaks of underground spirits angered by intruders on sacred land. The family left early, but the daughter still draws those symbols in her sleep years later. Some places remember ancient rituals and demand new participants, crossing to Brazil. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest in Brazil, an eco-tour guide named Maria led a small group on a night hike to spot nocturnal wildlife. The jungle was alive with sounds, but as they ventured deeper, everything went silent, an unnatural hush that guides call a bad omen. Then came the howls, not monkeys or jaguars, but something deeper, almost human yet wrong. Flashlights caught glimpses of a massive, fur-covered figure on 2 legs, taller than any man, with red eyes reflecting the beams. It shadowed them for hours, crashing through underbrush parallel to their path, mimicking their calls mockingly. One tourist panicked and ran, vanishing into the vines. Search parties found no trace, only broken branches and a foul, rotting smell. Indigenous tribes warn of the Mapinguari, a sloth-like cryptid guardian of the forest that devours those who disrespect nature. Maria quit guiding after that. She swears she still hears its roar in her dreams. Our next chilling encounter is from South Africa. In the dusty outskirts of Johannesburg, South Africa, a security guard named Thabo worked the night shift at an abandoned mine compound, relics from the gold rush era. The tunnels were sealed, but rumors persisted of miners trapped in collapses long ago. His first week was quiet, but soon radios crackled with voices pleading for help in Afrikaans. Footsteps echoed in empty buildings, and lights flickered without power. One night, patrolling the old shaft entrance, he saw ghostly figures in tattered overalls, carrying lanterns that cast no light, wandering as if still searching for gold. They turned toward him, faces hollow and accusing, mouths moving silently. Thabo ran, but felt icy hands grab his ankles. Colleagues found him unconscious, covered in coal dust he hadn't touched. Zulu and local lore speaks of tokoloshi-like spirits or restless ancestors guarding buried treasures. The site was demolished soon after no one wanted the job anymore. Finally for this set, a haunting story from Mexico. In the misty mountains of Veracruz, Mexico, a village celebrated Day of the Dead with altars and vigils. A widow named Sophia tended her husband's ofrenda faithfully. But this year, strange things began. Marigolds wilting overnight, candles relighting themselves, and the scent of his cologne filling the room. On the final night, she woke to find him sitting at the table, eating from the offerings, pale, silent, but real enough to touch. He whispered warnings of danger approaching the village. Terrified yet comforted, she listened until dawn when he faded. The next day, a landslide buried part of the road exactly where he said it would. Villagers believe the dead return not just to visit, but to protect. Sophia still sets an extra plate every year, just in case he needs to return. These global true scary stories of real paranormal activity, cryptid encounters, haunted forests, and ghostly apparitions remind us that horror isn't just in movies, it's out there, waiting. If these disturbing true horror tales with immersive narration gave you real chills, subscribe for more terrifying true scary stories compilations, and comment below with your own creepy experience or which country you'd like next. What country are you listening from tonight? Stay safe. Some doors between worlds open easier than others. The Whispering Trail Deep Woods Horror. My name is Alex. And this happened back in the summer of 2018 when I decided to hike solo through the Appalachian Trail in North Carolina. I'd always been an outdoors guy, grew up camping in the Pacific Northwest, but after a bad breakup, I needed to clear my head. I figured a week alone in the mountains would do the trick. No cell service, no distractions, just me, my backpack, and the endless green wilderness. I started from a remote trailhead near the Great Smoky Mountains. The first few days were perfect. Crisp air, birds chirping, the kind of peace that makes you forget the world exists. I camped at designated sites, filtered water from streams, and felt like I was reconnecting with something primal. On the fourth night, things changed. I set up camp in a small clearing off the main path, surrounded by thick pines that blocked out most of the moonlight. As I was cooking dinner over my little stove, I heard it for the first time. A faint whisper. It sounded like a voice carried on the wind, too soft to make out words, but definitely human. I froze, listening. Nothing. Probably just the leaves rustling, I told myself. Bears or coyotes don't whisper. That night, as I lay in my tent, the whispers came back. Closer this time, they seemed to circle the camp, murmuring in low tones. I shone my flashlight outside. Nothing but shadows dancing between trees. My heart pounded, but I forced myself to sleep, chalking it up to exhaustion and altitude playing tricks. The next morning I packed up and pushed deeper into the trail. The path narrowed, overgrown in places, like fewer hikers came this way. Around midday, I passed an old abandoned shelter, one of those three-sided wooden structures from the 1930s, rotting and covered in moss. Graffiti scarred the walls, but something caught my eye. Fresh scratches, like someone had clawed at the wood recently, and etched deeper than the rest. They whisper your name. I laughed it off nervously and kept going. But by evening, when I found another spot to camp near a babbling creek, the whispers returned louder, more insistent. This time I could almost make out words. Alex. Come closer. How did it know my name? I told no one my full route. Panic set in. I double-checked my tent zippers, kept my knife close, and barely slept. Day 6 was hell. The trail looped through denser forest, fog rolling in thick from the valleys. I hadn't seen another hiker in 2 days. The whispers followed me all day, sometimes ahead on the path, sometimes behind. They'd mimic bird calls, then shift to voices, a woman's soft laugh, a child's plea for help. I'd spin around, shouting, but silence would fall instantly. That afternoon, I stumbled on something that made my blood run cold. A small backpack, abandoned beside the trail. It looked new, with a water bottle still clipped on. Inside, a journal. The entries were frantic. The last one, dated just a week before. The voices know everything. They repeat what I think. I can't leave the trail. They say they'll follow me home. I dropped the bag and ran. Miles blurred together until dusk forced me to stop. I chose a site on a ridge for better visibility, no trees too close. As rain started pattering on my tent, the first storm of the trip, the whispers intensified, blending with the downpour. They weren't just calling my name anymore. They recounted my life, the breakup arguments I'd had with my ex, secrets I'd never told anyone. You left her crying. You deserve to be alone. Join us. I barricaded myself in the tent, headphones on with white noise, but the voices cut through. Around midnight, footsteps squelched outside, slow, deliberate circles. Something brushed the tent fabric. I yelled, flashed my light. Empty. Dawn broke gray and wet. I hiked faster than ever, aiming for the nearest road exit, still 2 days away. But the trail seemed wrong, landmarks repeated. I was looping somehow. That's when I saw the figures. In the mist between trees, silhouettes, tall and thin, standing motionless, watching. When I blinked, they were closer. The whispers turned mocking. Run all you want. We're already inside. I don't remember much after that. Blackouts. Waking up off trail, scratched and bruised. Somehow, 3 days later, I staggered out to a ranger station in Tennessee. Dehydrated, rambling about voices. The rangers searched, found no backpack, no journal. Said I must have had heat stroke or a bad reaction to something I ate. But I know what I heard. And sometimes, even now in my apartment in Seattle, on quiet rainy nights, I hear them again. Faint at first, whispering my name. If you're ever hiking alone in those mountains, listen carefully to the wind. It might not be the wind at all. The Shadow in the Basement Home Paranormal Horror. This story comes from Sarah, a 28-year-old nurse living in a quiet suburb of Chicago. It was 2021, right in the middle of everything going on, and she had just bought her first house, an old Victorian fixer-upper built in the 1920s. It was a steal because the previous owners disclosed some odd noises, but Sarah laughed it off. She's practical, science-minded. Ghosts aren't real, right? The house had charm. Creaky hardwood floors, a big basement for storage, and a backyard overlooking woods. She moved in alone, excited to make it her own. The first weird thing happened on move-in day. While unpacking boxes in the basement, a damp, unfinished space with stone walls and a single bulb, Sarah felt watched. Like eyes on her back, she turned nothing, but the air felt heavy, oppressive. That night, asleep upstairs, she woke to thumps from below. Loud, rhythmic, like someone pacing. She grabbed a flashlight, went down, empty. Pipe settling, she thought. Over the next weeks, it escalated. Doors downstairs would slam shut on their own. Lights flickered only in the basement. And shadows, long, humanoid shapes stretching across the walls when no one cast them. Sarah installed cameras. One pointed at the basement stairs. Reviewing footage one morning, at 3:17 a.m., a dark figure ascended slowly, paused at the top, then vanished as it reached the door. She showed friends. They said glitch, dust, but Sarah started sleeping with lights on. One evening, working late shift, she came home exhausted around midnight. The house was silent. She made tea, headed to bed. Halfway up the stairs, a voice deep, guttural, from the basement. Sarah! Clear as day. Her name. She froze. Called police. They searched. Nothing. No break-in. After that, the activity targeted her personally. Whispers through vents. Memories from her childhood, her parents' divorce, things no one knew. Objects moved. Her nursing badge left on the basement steps. Desperate, Sarah researched the house. Old records. In 1943, a man lived there alone, rumored reclusive. He vanished one winter. Body never found. Some said he hanged himself in the basement. That night, storm raging outside, power out. Sarah barricaded in her room with candles. Thumps started heavier, scratching on the walls. Then the basement door creaked open downstairs. Footsteps. Slow ascent. She hid under covers like a child, heart exploding. The steps reached her door. Knob turned. But nothing entered. Morning light revealed handprints on the door, smudged, cold to touch. Sarah moved out a week later. Sold the house cheap. The new owners? They lasted 3 months. Same story. Some places hold on to darkness, and if you're alone, it notices. The late-night visitor stalker intruder horror. Jake was a college student in rural Oregon, living off campus in a small rental house near campus. It was fall 2022, leaves turning, nights getting longer. He lived alone after his roommate dropped out. Cheap rent, quiet neighborhood backed by dense forest. Jake worked nights at a gas station, home around 2 a.m. most shifts. Routine, lock up microwave dinner, Game or study till dawn. First sign of trouble. Scratches outside his window one morning, like nails on glass. He checked branches too far. Deer, maybe. Then, notes. Slipped under the door. I see you. Handwritten block letters. He installed locks, cameras. Nothing caught. But he felt watched. Lights on in the woods at night. Gone when he looked closer. One shift, closing up, phone buzzed. Unknown number. Photo of his house from inside the tree line. Time stamped minutes ago. He called cops. No trace. Home that night? Paranoid. All lights on. Around 3 a.m., knock at the door. Soft. Persistent. Who is it? No answer. Peephole. Empty porch. Knock again. From the back door now. He armed himself with a bat, called 911. Police came, no footprints, nothing. But the intruder knew his schedule. Texts. Home safe? When he arrived. Good game tonight. Jake changed numbers, routines, stayed with friends. Returned a week later, house ransacked subtly. Drawers opened, clothes rearranged, nothing stolen. Worst night, blizzard, power flickering. Jake barricaded doors, shotgun ready, family heirloom, midnight. Power out. Darkness total. Scratching at windows. All sides. Then inside. Floorboard creak in the hall. Something was in the house, heated in closet, phone light off. Breathing heavy outside the door. Whisper, I know you're in there, Jake. Hours passed. Dawn. Empty house. Back door ajar, snow tracks leading to woods. And none coming in. Police found an old campsite deep in trees. Photos of Jake. Months worth. Binoculars. Journal obsessed with him. No one ever caught. Jake moved states away. But on quiet nights, he still checks the windows. Some obsessions don't end with distance. They wait. The Vanishing Trail. National Park, deep woods horror. My name is Emily, and this experience shattered everything I thought I knew about safety in the wilderness. It was summer 2022, and I was 24, freshly out of a toxic job in Denver, Colorado. I needed escape, so I planned a solo backpacking trip through Rocky Mountain National Park, one of the most beautiful but unforgiving places in America. I'd hiked before, but never alone for a full week. I told my friends the route, left my itinerary with a ranger, packed bear spray, a satellite communicator, and felt invincible. The first 2 days were magical. Endless trails winding through aspen groves, alpine meadows bursting with wildflowers, elk grazing in the distance. I camped at designated sites, hung my food properly, and journaled under star-filled skies. No cell service, but that's what I wanted, total disconnection. On day 3, I veered onto a less-traveled loop trail toward a remote lake. The path was narrower, overgrown with pines that blocked the sun, creating perpetual twilight. Around midday, I noticed the silence. No birds, no wind, just my footsteps crunching on needles. Then, faint echoes. Like someone mirroring my pace behind me, I stopped. Silence. Started again. Echo resumed. I spun around. Empty trail. Laughed it off as acoustics in the valley. That night, at a secluded campsite near the lake, fog rolled in thick. I built a small fire, ate dehydrated chili, and crawled into my tent as rain began a soft patter that lulled me. But around 2 a.m., I woke to scratching. Outside the tent, rhythmic, like nails on nylon, I whispered, "There?" No response. Grabbed my spray, unzipped slowly, nothing, just fog and darkness. Morning revealed prints around my site. Human barefoot, deep impressions circling repeatedly. Too large for mine. I radioed rangers, no signal. Packed up fast, headed back. The trail felt wrong. Signs missing, paths branching oddly. By afternoon, whispers started. Soft, overlapping voices in the trees. My name, fragments of conversations I'd had with friends. Emily, why alone? Will keep you... Panic rising, I bushwhacked toward what I thought was the main trail. Found an old abandoned ranger cabin boards, rotting, door ajar. Inside, dust-covered logs. A journal from 1987. Entries about echo people mimicking hikers, leading them deeper. Last page. They're not searchers. They take your place. I bolted. Night fell early in the mountains. Set up camp on a ridge for visibility. Rain poured harder. Whispers closer, now laughing. Flashlight caught glimpses. Pale figures at tree line, vanishing when focused on. I barely slept. Dawn. My backpack unzipped, items rearranged. Food gone. But worse, a photo from my wallet, of me and my ex, propped against a rock facing the tent. I ran, miles of wrong turns, loops, dehydrated, hallucinating. Finally, day 5 stumbled onto a trailhead, but not mine. Rangers found me collapsed. Searched the area. No prints, no cabin and records, no journal. They said disorientation from altitude, but I know. Sometimes late at night in my apartment, rain against the window. I hear echoes, footsteps syncing with mine in the hall. If you hike alone in those parks, bring company. The mountains don't like solos. The echo in the walls, haunted house, paranormal horror. This happened to Ryan, a 30-year-old software engineer who moved into a quiet suburban home in upstate New York in fall 2023. The house was a 19th century colonial with original hardwood, big yard backing on the woods. Previous owners disclosed settling noises, but Ryan was skeptical, atheist-leaning, focused on renovations. First month. Minor oddities. Creaks at night, cold spots in the hallway. He installed smart thermostats, nothing, then echoes. Faint replays of his daily routine through walls. He'd drop a mug in the kitchen hours later, muffled clatter from basement. Say something aloud while working remote whispered repeat from upstairs. He recorded audio. Playback. Clear voices mimicking him, but distorted, lagged. One weekend, alone. Girlfriend visiting family. Storm knocked power out. Candles lit, he explored attic for fuse box. Found boxed newspapers. 1920s articles about a family tragedy, father vanished after. Hearing himself argue from empty rooms. That night, echoes escalated. Full conversations replayed. Arguments he'd had years ago, secrets muttered to himself. Ryan, you failed her. Join the loop. Basement doors slammed repeatedly. He barricaded, called friend no answer in storm. Footsteps overhead, pacing his exact pattern from earlier. Then silence. Knock from inside wall 3 taps. Answered instinctively 3 back. Wall thumped response. Game on. Taps turned to scratches, voices pleading from plaster. Dawn. Walls scarred with fresh gouges like from inside. Ryan moved out. House sold again, new owners reported same. Some homes trap echoes of regret, and if you listen, they talk back. The shadow on the road, relentless stalker horror. Her name was Mia, 26, living in a small town outside Seattle, Washington. Spring 2024, she worked night shifts at a 24-hour diner. Home by 3 a.m., rural, dark, forested. Started with headlights. Always distant, mirroring turns, she'd speed fall back, slow close gap. Ignored first weeks. Then notes on windshield. Beautiful drive tonight, Mia. How her name? Changed parking. Texts from blocked numbers. Photos of her car mid-drive from behind. Police. No plates visible. Prank. She varied routes. Stayed friends. One night, breakdown flat tire in rain. Waiting for tow. Headlights approached slow. Stopped. Figure in dark raincoat emerged. Face hooded. Ran into woods. Heard pursuit. Branches snapping. Hid hours till dawn. Tire slashed deliberately. Moved cities. Months quiet. Then, new job coworker mentions quiet girl who watches from parking lot. Shadow waits. Patient. The forgotten cabin, abandoned structure, paranormal horror. Last one from brothers Ethan and Logan. Camping in Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming. Autumn 2021. Off-trail exploration led to overgrown cabin, 1800s trapper relic, per maps. Inside. Frozen time. Fur pelts, rusted tools, journal. Entries about visitors who never leave. Shadows wearing hikers' faces. Night. Fire crackling, stories shared. Sleep in bags. Woke to voices outside mimicking theirs, recounting jokes perfectly. Door rattled. Figures peered windows, faces like theirs, but wrong. Eyes empty. Barricaded. Morning. Cabin empty, but journal new entry, their handwriting. They joined us. Escaped. But Ethan swears sometimes. Reflection lags. Parks hide old watchers. My name is Alex, and what happened to me back in my old family home still haunts me every single night. I was 12 years old when we moved into that big Victorian house on the edge of town. It looked beautiful from the outside. Tall windows, wraparound porch, overgrown garden that felt like a secret world. But from the very first night, something felt off. It started with whispers. Soft, murmuring voices that seemed to come from the walls themselves. At first, I thought it was the wind rattling through the old pipes, or maybe my imagination playing tricks after a long day of unpacking. But the whispers grew clearer. They weren't words at the beginning, just faint sighs like someone breathing right behind you when you're alone in a room. One evening, I was in the attic playing with some old toys we'd found boxed up there. The light was fading outside, casting long shadows across the dusty floorboards. That's when I heard it clearly for the first time. "Come play." It was a child's voice, high and sweet, but echoing in a way that made my skin crawl. I froze, looking around, but the attic was empty. No siblings hiding, no radio on downstairs, nothing. I ran down to tell my parents, but they brushed it off. "Old houses make noises, sweetie. You'll get used to it." But I didn't. The whispers followed me everywhere, in my bedroom at night, in the hallway when I got up for water, even in the bathroom mirror where I catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. Weeks passed, and the voices became more insistent. "Stay with us, don't leave." They sounded like multiple children now, overlapping, giggling in the dark. I'd wake up to find my toys arranged in circles on the floor, even though I'd put them away neatly before bed. My parents started noticing things too. Doors slamming shut on their own, cold spots that made their breath visible in the middle of summer. One night, it escalated. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, too scared to sleep. The whispers were louder than ever, surrounding me. "Join us, forever." Suddenly, the shadows in the corner of my room began to move. They stretched, twisted, forming small figures, like children made of pure darkness. They crawled along the walls, reaching out with inky hands toward my bed. I screamed, pulling the covers over my head. When my parents burst in and turned on the light, the shadows vanished. But on my bedroom wall, scratched deep into the paint as if by tiny fingernails, were the words, "We miss you. We moved out a month later." The house had a history, decades ago. A family lived there with 3 young kids who vanished one night, never found. People said they heard children playing in the attic long after. I still hear those whispers sometimes in quiet moments, like they're waiting for me to come back and play. The second story takes place deep in the remote woods of the Pacific Northwest. My friends and I decided to rent a secluded cabin for a weekend getaway. No cell service, no neighbors, just nature and peace. Or so we thought. There were 4 of us, me, Sarah, Mike, and Jen. We arrived Friday evening, excited to unplug. The cabin was rustic. Wood stove, loft bedroom, big windows overlooking endless trees. As night fell, we built a fire, told dumb stories, and went to bed early from the drive. I woke up around 2 a.m. to scratching at the door. Soft at first, like branches in the wind, but it was rhythmic, deliberate. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I lay there, heart pounding, listening. Then a low growl, almost like a whisper. "Let me in." I shook Mike awake in the bunk below. He heard it too. We grabbed flashlights and crept downstairs. The scratching stopped as soon as we moved. Peeking out the window, nothing, just darkness and trees swaying gently. We laughed it off as a raccoon or bear, barred the door extra tight, and went back to bed. But the next morning we found deep claw marks gouged into the wooden door, too high for an animal, too precise. That day we hiked, trying to shake the unease. But Sarah swore she saw a figure watching us from between the trees, tall, thin, unmoving. When we looked again, gone. Night 2 was worse. The power flickered out around midnight. In the total darkness, the whispers started outside the windows. "You're not alone." Multiple voices circling the cabin. Then banging, not knocking, but heavy thuds on the walls, like something massive testing the structure. We barricaded ourselves in the loft, flashlights shaking. Jen started crying, saying she felt eyes on us constantly. Mike, the brave one, went down to check. He came back pale. The front door was wide open, even though we'd locked it. Footprints, bare, human-like, but elongated, led from the woods right up to the threshold, then vanished. We didn't sleep. At dawn, we packed frantically and drove out, never looking back. Later, researching the area, we learned the cabin was built near an old Native American burial ground, disturbed decades ago. Locals avoid those woods, saying something ancient guards it, something that doesn't like intruders. To this day, I refuse to camp anywhere remote. Because sometimes in the quiet, I still hear that scratching, waiting. The final story is about a solo hike that turned into a nightmare. I'm an experienced trail runner, so when I planned a day trip on a lesser-known path in the Appalachian Mountains, I wasn't worried. It was a crisp fall morning, leaves crunching underfoot, fog lingering in the valleys. The trail was supposed to be a 10-mile loop, moderate difficulty. I started early, music in my ears, feeling invincible. About 3 miles in, the path narrowed, overgrown in spots. That's when I first noticed the silence, no birds, no wind, just my footsteps. Then, behind me, another set of footsteps, crunch, crunch, matching my pace exactly. I stopped, they stopped, started again, they did too. I turned, expecting another hiker, but the trail was empty as far as I could see. Heart racing, I picked up speed. The footsteps kept up, closer now. I broke into a run, branches whipping my face. Glancing back, I saw it. A figure, tall and gaunt, dressed in ragged clothes, face obscured by a hood. It wasn't running. It was gliding, keeping perfect distance. Panic set in. I veered off the trail, crashing through underbrush, hoping to lose it. But the footsteps followed, unhurried. Whispers joined them. Come back. Don't run. Ran for what felt like hours. Lungs burning until I burst onto a dirt road. Flagging down a passing truck, the driver, an old local, took one look at my face and said, "You saw him, didn't you?" The Watcher. He explained, the trail passes near an abandoned mining town from the 1800s, where a man went mad after losing his family in a collapse. He wandered the woods forever, luring hikers deeper, making them disappear. Dozens gone missing over the years, bodies never found. I got home safe, but for months I'd wake to footsteps outside my window, scratching at the door. Whispers calling my name. Some things in those mountains don't let go easily. They follow you home. My name is Rebecca Harlow, and if you re-listening to this on a quiet night with rain drumming softly against your window, I need you to understand something right from the start. What I'm about to tell you, isn't just a story. It's the truth of what happened to my family in the fall and winter of 2018-2019, inside a place that should never have been lived in again. The Blackwood Estate. 23 rooms of decaying grandeur, endless hallways that seemed to shift when you weren't looking, ground swallowed by wild forest, and something ancient living in the walls, the floors, the very air we breathed. We arrived on October 14th, a cold, overcast Saturday. The moving truck rumbled up the long, cracked driveway lined with skeletal oaks that clawed at the gray sky. The house rose before us like something out of a forgotten nightmare. 3 stories of faded red brick. Tall, narrow windows staring blankly. A widow's walk on the roof where no one had stood in decades. Ivy strangled the walls in thick green veins, and the front porch sagged under the weight of time. Even in daylight, it felt wrong, like the building was holding its breath, waiting for new occupants to step inside. Mark, my husband, tried to make light of it. "It's got character," he said, forcing a grin as he carried boxes. Our kids, Lily and Ethan, were more honest. 10-year-old Lily clutched her stuffed rabbit and whispered, "It smells like old tears." 6-year-old Ethan just stared up at the highest windows and asked if monsters lived there. I laughed it off, but a chill settled in my bones the moment I crossed the threshold. Inside, everything was covered in white sheets yellowed with age. Dust floated in the weak light, filtering through grimy panes. The foyer had a grand staircase that curved upward into shadow, and a massive chandelier coated in cobwebs. Every footstep echoed too loudly, as if the house was amplifying our presence, announcing us to whatever listened. We spent the first few days cleaning obsessively. Scrubbing floors, wiping decades of grime from wood paneling, uncovering furniture that looked like it belonged in a museum of sorrow. Heavy mahogany tables scarred with deep scratches, velvet chairs with stuffing spilling out like wounds, portraits of stern-faced ancestors whose eyes seemed to follow us as we moved. The master bedroom was on the 2nd floor, at the end of a long corridor lined with doors to empty guest rooms. It was huge, with a 4-poster bed that dwarfed our modern mattress, a fireplace that hadn't been used in years, and windows overlooking the backgrounds where the forest pressed close. That first night we all slept there together, too tired to set up the kids' rooms. Yet, exhaustion took us quickly, and nothing happened. But I dreamed of pacing footsteps overhead, slow and deliberate, back and forth across the attic directly above. Day 3 brought the first real sign. I was in the kitchen, a cavernous room with rusted copper pots still hanging from hooks, when I heard it, a soft creak from the floor above. Then another, then a steady rhythm. Thud, creak, thud, creak. Someone walking slowly across the ceiling. I froze, listening. Mark was outside unloading the last boxes, the kids playing in the yard. I was alone on the ground floor. The footsteps continued for 5 full minutes, pausing directly above the kitchen table, then resuming toward the back of the house. When I ran upstairs to check, every room was empty. Dust lay undisturbed on the attic pull-down stairs. I told myself it was the house settling, old beans contracting in the cold. But I knew it wasn't. By the end of the first week, the footsteps became nightly. Always around 3 a.m., always pacing the same route across the attic. Always stopping for a long pause above whichever room we occupied, as if listening to us breathe in our sleep. Ethan started waking up crying, saying he heard big boots walking on the roof. Lily refused to sleep alone, claiming something watched her from the hallway whenever she tried. Then came the whispers. They started so faintly I thought it was wind whistling through cracks. I'd be folding laundry in the parlor and hear a soft murmur from behind the wallpaper, like voices muffled by layers of time. At first no words, just sighs, breaths, faint vocalizations that raised the hairs on my neck. But gradually they clarified. Come closer. A child's voice, sweet and coaxing, from inside the walls of Lily's chosen bedroom. Play with us. Multiple voices overlapping, giggling softly in the vents. Lily began talking about her new friends. She'd sit on the floor of her room, arranging her dolls in perfect circles, having long one-sided conversations. No, I don't want to play that game forever, she'd say firmly. Or stop hiding in the closet, it's not funny. When I asked who she was talking to, she'd point at empty air and say, the children who used to live here, they're lonely. Ethan was worse. He developed an imaginary friend he called Mr. Tall. He'd stare at corners of rooms, especially the darker ones near ceilings, and nod as if listening. Mr. Tall says he's been waiting a very long time, Ethan told us one evening at dinner. He says this is his house and we're just visiting. Mark and I exchanged uneasy glances but tried to stay rational. Kids have vivid imaginations, especially in a creepy new place. One afternoon in early November, Mark decided to explore the basement thoroughly. The stairs down were narrow and steep, lined with stone that sweated cold moisture. The air grew heavier with each step, thick with the smell of earth and something metallic. At the far end, behind stacks of rotting crates and broken furniture, he found a heavy wooden door secured with an old padlock, rusted solid. It took him 2 hours with bolt cutters and a crowbar to break it open. Inside was a windowless chamber no larger than a prison cell, bare stone walls. A single iron ring bolted into the floor in the center, thick enough to chain a person, and the walls covered in scratches. Hundreds upon hundreds of tally marks gouged deep into the plaster, grouped in fives like prisoners counting days. Interspersed among them, words repeated obsessively. IT watches. It waits. Don't sleep. It sees you in the dark. Some scratches looked fresh, as if made recently, though the door had been locked for decades. We stood there in silence, flashlights shaking slightly. Mark tried to joke that it was some eccentric relative's wine cellar gone wrong, but his voice cracked. That night the pacing in the attic was louder, angrier, as if offended we'd discovered its secret. We began researching the house's history in earnest. Mark spent hours at the local library and online, digging through old newspapers and county records. What he uncovered piece by piece was horrifying. The estate was built in 1887 by Elias Blackwood, a wealthy coal magnate known for ruthless labor practices. He lived there with his wife Eliza and their 5 children, ages ranging from 4 to 14. On the night of September 12, 1892, the entire family vanished without a trace. Servants arrived the next morning to find breakfast half-eaten on the table, beds unmade, toys scattered as if play had been suddenly interrupted. No luggage missing, no notes, no signs of struggle. Just gone. Searches of the grounds and surrounding forest turned up nothing. The case made national headlines for months before fading into legend. In 1923, another family, the Harlows, distant relatives of Mark's line, moved in. Within weeks they reported whispers, footsteps, children seeing shadow people in the corners. Their youngest daughter began sleepwalking, found multiple times standing at the basement door staring into darkness. They fled after 6 months when the father claimed something invisible held him down in bed one night, whispering in his ear that he would never leave. The house stood empty until 1954, when a team of 5 paranormal investigators from a university spent a weekend documenting activity. Only 2 emerged alive. The other 3 were discovered days later wandering miles away in the woods, barefoot and catatonic, eyes wide open but seeing nothing. They never spoke again and were institutionalized for life. Mark's own great-uncle Richard and Aunt Clara inherited the place in 1970. They lived there 4 years. Their only son, Thomas, age 8, died in 1974 after falling down the main staircase. The official report said broken neck from the fall, but the coroner privately noted strange bruising around both ankles, 5 dark fingerprints on each, as if something immensely strong had gripped and yanked him backward. Richard and Clara left the week after the funeral and never returned. Richard died in 2017, leaving the estate to Mark with no explanation beyond a short note. Some debts can't be paid. Don't go back. We should have heeded that warning, but we had nowhere else to go. As November deepened into December, the activity escalated from subtle to aggressive. The shadows began behaving strangely. At first it was peripheral, a darkness in the corner of your eye that seemed deeper than it should be. Then they detached. I'd be reading in the parlor and watch a patch of shadow peel away from the wall like liquid, stretch across the floor toward me, then snap back when I turned my head. Mark saw them too, tall silhouettes forming briefly in doorways before dissolving. Objects started moving with purpose. My car keys would vanish from the kitchen counter, only to reappear hours later on the basement iron ring. Lily's dolls rearranged themselves nightly into perfect circles facing her bed. One morning we woke to find every mirror in the house covered with sheets. We hadn't done it. The cold touches began in mid-December. I'd feel icy fingers trail across the back of my neck while washing dishes. Mark woke once gasping, saying something heavy had sat on his chest, pressing the air from his lungs. Lily appeared at breakfast with 3 long scratches down her left cheek, fresh and bleeding slightly. She claimed she'd been asleep the whole time. Ethan stopped speaking almost entirely. He'd just stare at corners, especially high ones near the ceiling, whispering occasionally. Mr. Tall says it's almost time. We discovered the secret attic nursery on December 20th. While searching for Christmas decorations in the main attic, Mark noticed a false panel in the far wall. Behind it, a narrow staircase spiraled up to a hidden room none of the floor plans showed. The door at the top was child-sized, painted faded pink. Inside was a perfectly preserved 1890s nursery. 5 small beds in a row, each made up with antique quilts. Toys arranged neatly on shelves. Wooden soldiers, porcelain dolls with cracked faces, a rocking horse frozen mid-rock. Dust lay thick everywhere except the floor, where faint child-sized footprints circled endlessly. On the walls, more scratches. Names: Amelia, Beatrice, Clara, Edmund, Little George, the Blackwood children. And beneath each name, the same phrase carved deep. He keeps you seer. In the center of the room stood an old photograph in a silver frame. The 5 Blackwood children posed stiffly, dressed in Victorian finery. But behind them, towering almost to the ceiling, was a shadow. Human-shaped but wrong, too tall, too thin, limbs elongated, head featureless except for 2 hollow voids where eyes should be. The shadow was in perfect focus while the children were slightly blurred, as if it was the true subject of the photograph. That night the entity spoke aloud for the first time. We were all in the living room trying to decorate a sad little Christmas tree when every light in the house flickered and died. Darkness swallowed us. Then from every direction at once, a voice, deep, wet, layered as if multiple throats spoke in unison. Mine. The temperature plummeted 30 degrees in seconds. Our breath clouded. Footsteps thundered overhead, not pacing now but running. Dozens of small feet, frantic, chased by something heavier. Children's cries echoed down the halls. No! Please, don't let it take us again! Lily screamed. Ethan curled into a ball. Mark grabbed a fireplace poker and shouted into the dark, demanding it leave us alone. The response was laughter, low, guttural, coming from inside the walls themselves. Lights returned an hour later. We found every ornament from the tree arranged on the basement floor in a perfect pentagram around the iron ring. Mark began to break after that. He stopped sleeping, spent nights wandering the halls with a flashlight, muttering about voices telling him to join the family. He'd stand for hours staring at the hidden nursery door. One morning I found him in the basement, shirtless in freezing air, trying to wrap the chain from the iron ring around his own ankles. It wants completion, he whispered when I pulled him away. 5 children weren't enough. It's been waiting for more. We tried everything. Sage smudging that made the whispers angry. A priest who refused to step foot on the property once he heard the address. Salt lines that were swept away by unseen hands. Recording devices that captured only static and faint child laughter. Christmas Eve was the worst night. Snow fell heavy outside, blanketing the world in silence. We barricaded in the master bedroom, all four of us on the bed, lights blazing. At midnight, the power died permanently. Then every door in the house slammed open simultaneously. Footsteps flooded the halls, small ones running, heavy ones pursuing. Children screamed our names. Rebecca! Help us, it's coming! The temperature dropped below freezing inside the room. Frost formed on windows. Shadows poured under the bedroom door like black water, rising up the walls, forming that tall silhouette in every corner at once. It stepped forward. Not walked, manifested. 12 feet tall at least, limbs too long, body composed of writhing darkness. Where a face should be only void, but we felt its gaze like needles in our minds. It radiated hunger older than the house, older than the land itself. It spoke directly into our thoughts. You stayed past welcome. Now you complete the collection. Mark lunged at it with the poker. The metal passed through smoke. Invisible force hurled him across the room, slamming him into the wall hard enough to crack plaster. He slid down unconscious, blood trickling from his temple. Lily and Ethan screamed as cold hands gripped their ankles under the covers, trying to drag them from the bed. I fought, clawing at nothing, feeling icy fingers close around my throat. Somehow, instinctively, I shouted the only thing that came to mind. We're leaving! We reject this place! You have no claim! The pressure eased, shadows recoiled slightly. Dawn was hours away, but we didn't wait. We dragged Mark, grabbed the kids, and ran through the house. Every exit door flew open before us as if the entity was mocking our escape. We stumbled into the snow, barefoot and freezing, and ran down the driveway. A passing snowplow driver found us miles later, hypothermic and babbling. The estate burned to the ground 3 days later. Authorities said faulty wiring, but locals whispered they saw no flames. Just thick black smoke rising straight up into a clear sky, forming briefly the shape of a tall figure watching the ruins. We thought we were free. We were wrong. The whispers followed us to every new apartment, every hotel. Shadows linger in corners. Lily still draws the tall figure behind our family in every picture. Ethan speaks to empty air again. Mark vanished on March 3rd, 2019. Left his phone, wallet, everything. Only a note in his handwriting. It's time to go home. The children are waiting, and sometimes when the house is perfectly quiet and rain falls soft outside, I feel it, watching, waiting for me to sleep, because once it sees you, once it claims your fear, there is no escape. It simply waits for you to come back willingly. And one day, I know I will. The rain continues outside your window now, doesn't it? Listen closely. Do you hear the pacing overhead? It's starting again. It was the summer of 2018 when I decided to take a solo camping trip into the Blackwood National Forest. I'd always loved the outdoors, the fresh air, the solitude, the way the world just seemed to quiet down away from the city noise. My friends thought I was crazy for going alone, but I needed the break. Work had been crushing me, and I figured a week in the woods would reset everything. I drove up on a Friday afternoon, my truck loaded with a tent, sleeping bag, cooler, and enough supplies to last me 10 days if needed. The ranger at the entrance booth gave me the usual warnings. Stick to the trails, watch for bears, no fires outside designated pits. He mentioned that cell service was spotty at best deeper in. I nodded, signed the log, and headed in. The first 2 days were perfect. I hiked during the day, set up camp by a small stream at night, and cooked over a campfire while staring at the stars. It felt peaceful, almost magical. On the third day, I decided to venture off the main trail onto a lesser-used path that led to an old abandoned logging camp. The map marked as historical site. It was supposed to be about a 5-mile hike one way. The trail started narrow but clear, winding through thick pines and ferns that brushed against my legs. As I went deeper, the forest grew denser, the canopy blocking out most of the sunlight. It was cooler here, quieter. I didn't hear birds as much, just the occasional rustle of leaves or my own footsteps crunching on the ground. About 3 hours in, I started feeling like I was being watched. You know that prickling sensation on the back of your neck? At first, I chalked it up to being alone, paranoia from too many horror movies. But it didn't go away. I'd stop and look around, and everything seemed normal. No animals, no people. just trees stretching endlessly in every direction. Then I heard the whisper. It was faint, like wind through branches, but it formed words. My name. Alex. It sounded like a woman's voice, soft and distant. I froze. No one knew I was out here except my friends back home, and they wouldn't follow me. I called out, "Hello? Who's there?" Nothing, just silence. I kept going, telling myself it was my imagination. But it happened again. Closer this time. "Alex, come back." My heart started pounding. I picked up the pace, checking my map. I should have been close to the logging camp by now. The trail started to fade, overgrown with moss and fallen branches. I pushed through, sweat dripping down my face despite the cool air. That's when I saw the shadows. They moved between the trees, tall, thin figures that seemed to stretch unnaturally. Not like people, more like silhouettes made of darkness itself. They'd appear in my peripheral vision, then vanish when I turned. I started running, branches whipping my face, drawing blood. I burst into a clearing, and there it was. The old logging camp, rotted cabins, rusted equipment scattered around. But something was wrong. The buildings looked fresh, like they'd been used recently. Windows boarded but with new nails. Smoke curling from one chimney? No way. This place had been abandoned since the 1950s. I approached cautiously, calling out again. No answer. I peeked into one cabin through a crack in the boards. Inside, furniture arranged like someone lived there. A table set with plates, food rotting on them. Then the whispers returned, all around me now. Multiple voices. Join us forever, I bolted. Ran back the way I came, or what I thought was the way. But the trail was gone, completely, just endless forest. I wandered for hours, panic rising. My phone had no signal. The sun was setting, painting everything in blood-red light. Night fell fast in the woods. I used my flashlight, but the beam seemed weak, like the darkness swallowed it. The shadows were bolder now, stepping into view. Tall, faceless things with long arms that reached toward me. I found a small cave and barricaded myself inside with branches, huddling in my sleeping bag, listening to the whispers outside. They knew things about me, my childhood fears, my regrets, things no one could know. Morning came and I stumbled out, following the stream I'd camped by originally. It took 2 days to find my way back to the main trail. Rangers found me dehydrated and scratched up. They said I was lucky. People go missing in Blackwood every year and never come back. They searched for the logging camp but found nothing. No trace. Just old ruins like the maps showed. I haven't gone camping since. But sometimes at night I hear the whispers, calling my name, telling me to come back. ## video title. 3 terrifying true deep woods horror stories that will make you afraid of the forest forever. Real scary camping encounters 2025 # video description. These 3 true scary deep woods horror stories are based on real encounters submitted by people who barely survived terrifying nights in the forest. From unexplained whispers and shadows stalking campers to creatures mimicking voices and endless chases through the trees, these creepy true stories will keep you up at night. Perfect for fans of true horror stories, paranormal forest encounters, skinwalker-like beings, and scary camping tales to listen to in the dark. If you enjoy real scary stories, creepypasta narrations, or true paranormal experiences in abandoned woods, hit play with headphones on and lights off. My name is Alex, and what happened to me in the summer of 2018 changed everything I thought I knew about the world. I was 28 at the time, burned out from my job in the city, and desperately needing an escape. I'd always been an outdoors guy, hiking, fishing, the whole deal, so I decided on a solo camping trip deep into Blackwood National Forest. It's one of those massive, untouched places up north where the trees are ancient and the trails thin out quick if you stray too far. I packed my old pickup with everything. A sturdy tent, sleeping bag rated for cold nights, a cooler full of food, fishing gear, a backpack with essentials, and my trusty knife. My friends warned me against going alone. What if something happens? They said. Bears, getting lost, no signal. But I laughed it off. I needed the solitude. The ranger at the entrance gave me the standard speech stick to marked trails, bear precautions, report your itinerary. I signed in, noted I'd be out for a week, and drove deeper in until the road turned to dirt and then nothing. The first day was bliss. I hiked a solid 10 miles, found a perfect spot by a crystal clear stream, set up camp, and fished for dinner. Trout grilled over an open fire under a sky full of stars, pure peace. No notifications, no traffic, just the crackle of wood and the rush of water. Day 2 was more of the same. Exploring side trails, spotting deer, feeling like the forest was welcoming me. On day 3, I spotted an old side path on my map leading to what was marked as an abandoned logging camp from the early 1900s. It looked intriguing, a piece of history buried in the woods. The trail was overgrown but passable. I set off early with plenty of water, snacks, and my phone for photos, even though signal was non-existent deeper in. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest became. Birds stopped singing, no squirrels chattering. Just my footsteps on pine needles and the occasional snap of a twig. The canopy thickened, blocking most sunlight, turning everything into a green twilight. I started feeling watched. That primal itch on the back of your neck. I'd stop, spin around nothing. Just endless trees stretching in every direction, identical trunks like pillars in some endless hall. Then came the first whisper. Faint, carried on the breeze. My name. Alex, a soft female voice, almost pleading. I froze, heart hammering. Hello, I called. Echoes bounced back mockingly. Nothing. I told myself it was wind through leaves, imagination from isolation. Kept moving. It happened again, closer. Alex, come here. This time clearer, like someone just behind me. I whipped around, no one. Sweat beaded despite the cool air. I checked my map. I should be nearing the camp. But the trail was fading, swallowed by moss and ferns. Branches clawed at my arms, drawing thin lines of blood. That's when I saw them. Shadows. Tall, elongated figures darting between trees in my peripheral vision. Humanoid but wrong too thin, limbs too long, moving without sound. I turned fully and they'd vanish like smoke. Panic crept in. I started jogging, then running, backpack bouncing painfully. I burst into a clearing and there it was. The logging camp. But it looked wrong. Cabins decayed, but with fresh repairs, new boards on windows, smoke rising from one chimney. Impossible. This place was abandoned decades ago. Tools scattered, but shiny, no rust. I approached slowly, calling out. No answer. Peering through a boarded window, I saw inside. Furniture arranged like a home. A table set with plates, food moldering, but recent. Candles burned low. Then the whispers exploded, dozens of voices overlapping, surrounding the clearing. Stay, join us. You've come home. Terror hit like ice water. I ran, blindly back the way I came or thought I did, but the trail was gone. Completely erased. Just wall-to-wall forest. No landmarks. I wandered for hours as the sun dipped, painting everything crimson. My phone. No bars, battery draining from futile searches. Night fell sudden and heavy. Darkness absolute, swallowing my flashlight beam. The shadows grew bolder, stepping into view faceless, inky black against blacker trees, arms reaching. I stumbled upon a small cave, barricaded the entrance with branches, curled in my bag shaking. Whispers outside, intimate now. They knew me, my fears from childhood, secrets I buried, regrets over lost relationships. We know you, Alex. Let us in. Dawn finally broke gray and cold. I emerged, followed the stream downstream desperately. 2 days later, dehydrated, scratched to hell, rangers found me on a main trail. I babbled everything. They searched no logging camp. Just ruins as records showed. Delirium from exposure, they said. People vanish in Blackwood yearly. I never camped again. But nights, in my apartment, whispers creep under the door. Calling me back, waiting. That was my story, but it wasn't the worst. The second one happened to a guy named Ryan in 2021. He and his girlfriend Sarah planned a romantic getaway in an old, isolated cabin they'd rented online deep in the Oregon woods. Off-grid, no neighbors for miles. The listing promised peace, hiking, stargazing. They arrived late afternoon, the drive bumpy on logging roads. The cabin was charming, log walls, stone fireplace, wraparound porch. But something fell off from the start. Doors creaked without wind, mirrors fogged inexplicably. They laughed it off, old house settling. First night, fire roaring, wine flowing, everything perfect. Until 2 a.m., Sarah woke to scratching at the door. Probably raccoons, Ryan said, checking outside with a flashlight. Nothing. Back to bed. Morning, they hiked. Found beautiful trails, waterfalls. But Sarah swore she heard footsteps paralleling them, crunching leaves just out of sight. Ryan heard nothing. You're paranoid, he teased. That night, the scratching returned louder, rhythmic. Then voices, muffled, like through walls. Sarah's name in Ryan's voice from outside, but Ryan was beside her. Then Ryan's name in Sarah's voice. They barricaded doors, hearts pounding. Day 3. Exploring the property, they found a basement hatch outside, chained shut. Curiosity 1. Ryan pried it open. Stairs descending into dark. Musty smell hit them, rot, old blood. They descended with phones lighting the way. Down there, chains on walls, scratches deep in concrete. Old photos scattered people in outdated clothes, faces scratched out. A journal, entries from the 1950s about the mimic living in the woods, luring people by imitating loved ones. Last entry. It's in the house now. Panic. They bolted upstairs, packed frantically. But doors wouldn't open locked from outside. Windows barred suddenly. Voices everywhere, now parents, friends, each other, begging, screaming, laughing. They smashed a window, climbed out into pouring rain, ran for the car. But the mimic was faster shapes shifting in trees, calling perfectly. The car wouldn't start. They hid in the shed overnight, listening to it circle, knocking, imitating knocks from inside to trick them out. Morning, they sprinted miles through mud to the main road. Flagged a logger truck. Cabin owners denied everything, vacant for years. Police found nothing unusual. They broke up soon after couldn't trust voices anymore. The third story is the longest, the most terrifying. It involves a group of 4 friends, Mark, Jenna, Tom, and Lisa, who in the fall of 2023 decided on a backcountry hike in the Canadian Rockies, near areas with old native legends. They were experienced. Good gear, satellite phone for emergencies, planned route filed. Day 1 to 3, stunning views, lakes, wildlife, camped high, fires bright. Night 4, storm rolled in sudden wind howling, snow flurries though early for season, huddled in tents, telling stories to pass time. Then the howls started. Not wolves, deeper, guttural, mixed with human-like cries, echoing unnaturally. Satellite phone. No signal, storm interference. Morning. Tracks around camp. Huge, barefoot human prints but elongated toes deep in snow. Circled tents repeatedly. They packed, headed down. But trails seemed wrong loops, dead ends. Compasses spinning wild. Whispers began distant at first, names called in familiar voices. Jenna heard her deceased mother's voice. Come home, baby. Panic rising. They pushed on. Night 5. Forced early camp in dense pines. Fire barely stayed lit. Then the mimicry escalated, full conversations outside, imitating the group perfectly, discussing plans, luring one out. Tom snapped first grabbed axe, charged out screaming. Gunshots. Mark had a bare pistol. Silence after. Tom didn't return. Searched at dawn. Blood trails leading deeper, ending abruptly. No body. 3 left. Jenna breaking down, hearing constant calls. Mark and Lisa tied her in tent for safety. Night 6. The thing got bolder. Tall silhouette at tree-line antlers. Skin pale, stretched, eyes reflecting firelight wrong. It charged. They fired, ran. Endless chase forests seeming to shift, paths closing behind. Lisa tripped, screamed silenced, sudden. Mark and Jenna alone. Days blurred hunger, cold, madness. Jenna confessed hearing the hunger voice craving flesh, the Wendigo call. Mark shot her when she lunged, eyes black. Alone now. He wondered weeks? Months? Rescuers found him emaciated, babbling about endless pines, the thing wearing friends' skins. He vanished from hospital. Search parties heard his voice calling from woods luring. Some say he's part of it now. The forest keeps its own. My name is Emily Harper, and what I'm about to tell you is the absolute truth about what happened to me during that fateful winter in 2022. I was 32 years old at the time, living in a cramped apartment in Chicago, scraping by as a freelance writer. My first novel had done okay, but the second one bombed. Critics called it derivative and uninspired, and sales tanked. My confidence was shattered. I hadn't written a decent sentence in months. Writer's block had me in a chokehold. My agent, Karen, suggested the nuclear option, a complete unplug. Go somewhere remote, she said. No internet, no distractions. Just you and your words. I scrolled through rental sites for days, looking for something affordable and isolated. That's when I found Whispering Pines Lodge. It was a small one-bedroom cabin tucked away in the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia. about 3 hours from the nearest major town. The listing photos showed a charming log structure with a stone fireplace, a loft bedroom, a tiny kitchenette, and views of endless snow-covered pines. The price was ridiculously low for a month-long stay, almost too good to be true. There were only a handful of reviews. Most raved about the peace and quiet, how it was perfect for artists or anyone needing to escape. One review from years back mentioned odd echoes at night that play tricks on the mind, but the owner dismissed it as mountain acoustics. I booked it anyway. Solitude was exactly what I needed. I'd packed my SUV with essentials: my laptop, notebooks, clothes for cold weather, non-perishable food, books for inspiration, and a few bottles of wine to loosen the creative juices. The drive was beautiful, at first winding highways through rolling hills turning into dense forests. As I turned onto the final dirt road, snow started falling lightly, blanketing everything in white. The cabin appeared just as the sun was setting, golden light reflecting off the fresh powder. The owner, an older man named Mr. Harlan with a thick beard and wary eyes, was waiting for me. He handed over the keys, showed me how to work the wood stove and backup generator, and pointed out the shed for firewood. "Big storms forecast in a few days," he warned. "Blizzard conditions. Make sure you're stocked up, the road gets impassable quick. Town's an hour away if you need anything before then. Cell service is non-existent out here, but there's a landline in the kitchen for emergencies." He gave me his number scribbled on a card and left without much small talk. I watched his truck disappear down the road, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was my chance to reboot. Inside, the cabin was cozy and inviting. The main room had a large fireplace dominating one wall, a comfortable sofa facing it, and a small dining table where I'd set up my writing station. The kitchenette had basics: stove, fridge, microwave. Up the creaky wooden stairs was the loft bedroom, with a queen bed piled high with quilts and a window overlooking the forest. Bookshelves lined the walls, stuffed with old hardcovers, local history, bird-watching guides, folklore collections, even some classic novels. I unpacked, started a fire in the stove, and cooked a simple dinner of pasta. That first night, I wrote 5 pages more than I'd managed in the previous 3 months combined. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or the wind rustling the pines outside. I fell asleep feeling hopeful. The next morning, I woke to a world transformed by snow. Several inches had fallen overnight, muffling everything. I brewed coffee, sat by the window with my laptop, and dove into writing. The words flowed. Ideas that had been stuck came pouring out. I hiked a short loop around the property in the afternoon, breathing in the crisp air, feeling alive. Days 2 and 3 were similar productive writing sessions, short walks in the snow, evenings reading by the fire. I felt like I was healing. On the 4th day, the storm arrived earlier than expected. Dark clouds rolled in by noon, and snow started coming down, hard, big, heavy flakes that quickly piled up. Wind howled through the trees, making the cabin creak and groan. Power flickered a few times, but the generator kicked in seamlessly. I was prepared. Plenty of food, water, candles, and wood. It felt almost romantic, being snowed in like this. That night, as I was typing a particularly emotional scene about loss and regret, I paused to read it aloud softly, testing the dialogue. "The pain never really goes away," my character said. "It just echoes in the quiet moments." I stopped, satisfied with the line. Then, a few seconds later, I heard it, a faint repetition. "The pain never really goes away." It just echoes, my own voice, but distant, as if carried from outside on the wind. I froze, listening. The storm raged, snow pelting the windows. Probably just the wind playing tricks, I thought. Mountain echoes are a real thing, sound bouncing off ridges and valleys. I shrugged it off and kept writing. But it happened again the next morning. I was muttering to myself while making breakfast, frustrated because a plot point wasn't working. "Why won't this damn chapter come together?" I grumbled. Hours later, while chopping vegetables for soup, I heard it whispered from somewhere outside. "Why won't this damn chapter come together?" Exact tone. Exact frustration. A chill ran down my spine. I went to the window, peered out into the swirling snow. Nothing but white and trees. No footprints leading to the cabin. The drifts were untouched, except for my own from earlier. I told myself it was paranoia from isolation. Cabins in the woods can mess with your head. Over the next couple of days, the echoes became more frequent and personal. I think about an old boyfriend who cheated on me and later hear my own voice whispering his name from the loft when I was downstairs. Or I'd recall a therapy session where I admitted deep insecurities, and those words would drift back to me at night, soft and accusing. You're not good enough. You'll always fail, my voice, but not me saying it now. I stopped talking aloud entirely. I touched silently, communicated with myself only in my head. But even that didn't help completely. New ideas I'd just formed in my mind twists for the novel would appear in whispers outside the windows hours later. The storm intensified, snow piling so high it blocked the lower windows. I was truly cut off. The landline still worked. I called Karen once to check in, told her everything was great, words flowing. I didn't mention the echoes. Didn't want to sound crazy. On what I think was day 10, I'd lost track a bit in the endless whiteout. I ran low on firewood inside and had to venture to the shed. Bundled in layers, I shoveled a path and trudged out. The world was a blizzard, tunnel visibility near zero, wind whipping snow into my face. As I loaded logs into my arms, I heard crunching footsteps behind me in the snow. I spun around nothing, just my tracks. Then, faint laughter. My laughter from a happy memory earlier in the week when I'd nailed a scene and celebrated with a glass of wine. I dropped the logs and ran back inside, barring the door. Heart pounding, I paced the room. This wasn't acoustics, this was something else. That night, the echoes turned malicious. Full conversations from my past replayed arguments with my mother about my career choices, her voice mixed with mine. You threw your life away on dreams, she'd say in the echo, but twisted slightly meaner. Secrets I hadn't spoken in years, the abortion in college, the shoplifting as a teen out of rebellion, all whispered back at me from the darkness outside. I grabbed one of the old books from the shelf for distraction, a collection of Appalachian folklore. Flipping through, I found chapters on mountain spirits and echo beings, legends of entities that lived in the hollows, feeding on voices and memories. They mimicked to confuse, to isolate, to drive mad. One story described the listener, a thing that learned your voice perfectly, using it to lure you out or let it in. I slammed the book shut. Coincidence. Old superstitions. But then the knocking started. Slow, deliberate raps on the door at midnight. 3 knocks, pause, 3 more. I huddled by the fire with the axe in hand. Who's there? I whispered despite my vow of silence. Immediate echo from right outside. Who's there? Then, horrifyingly, my voice from inside the cabin behind me. Come in. It's safe. I whipped around. No one. Empty room. The power went out that night for good. Generator sputtered and died, no matter how I tried to restart it. Darkness swallowed everything except the dying embers. I fed the fire frantically, candles flickering shadows on the walls. Shapes began appearing outside the windows, tall, humanoid silhouettes in the blowing snow, standing motionless at the tree line. When I'd stare directly, they'd fade into the storm. Days merged into a nightmare of cold, hunger, food running low, and constant mimicry. I used voices of people I loved. My best friend Lisa. Emily, open the door, I'm freezing out here. Help me. My father's voice, who passed from cancer 5 years ago. Let me in, sweetheart. I miss you. Tears streamed as I pressed hands over ears. You're not real, I'd mouth silently. But the worst was when it used my own voice perfectly from different parts of the cabin. Upstairs when I was down, Emily, come up to bed, everything's fine now. Or from the bathroom. Look in the mirror. See the truth. I avoided mirrors after that. Reflections seemed off-lagging behind my movements, eyes darker. I found the old guest book hidden behind books on a shelf, entries spanning decades. Many happy, but scattered terrifying ones. 1973. Heard my dead wife's voice calling from the woods. Nearly went out. 1998. The echoes know things they shouldn't. Burned my journal. They repeated it all. 2011. It got inside somehow. Wore my voice to trick me into opening the door for myself. Barely escaped. The last entry, 2015. Don't speak your truths here. It listens, learns, becomes you. Then waits for the next lonely soul. Terror consumed me. I boarded windows with furniture, piled wood to block the door. Whispered no more only thoughts. But it knew thoughts too somehow. Whispers of unspoken fears, failing as a writer forever, dying alone. The final nights were hell. Footsteps creaking overhead constantly, breathing from closets. My reflection in a cracked hand mirror smiling when my face was terrified. On what must have been the third week, snow finally easing, it made the ultimate play. My voice from the loft, soft and inviting. Emily, it's over. The storm's passed. Come up, we can leave together. I almost climbed the stairs. Almost believed it was me, sane again. Instead, instinct screamed trap. I smashed a side window with the axe, glass shattering into the cold. Climbed out into thigh-deep snow, pack on back with laptop and essentials. Ran blindly into the forest, away from the road I couldn't find. Voices chased a cacophony of everyone I'd ever known, begging, screaming, laughing. Branches clawed like hands. I fell countless times, snow in my mouth, lungs burning, hours. Days? I don't know. Exhaustion and cold took me. But somehow I stumbled onto a plowed road. A passing truck saw me waving weakly. Rescue came. Hospital for severe hypothermia, frostbite on fingers, dehydration. Psych eval. They thought isolation-induced psychosis, hallucinations from cabin fever. But when investigators went back after the thaw, the cabin was burned to the foundation. Charred remains, arson suspected. I was the prime suspect, but no evidence I'd been hospitalized. Mr. Harland claimed no knowledge. Listing removed online. I never wrote again. Words feel tainted now. Therapy helps some. I live in a busy city apartment, noise constant. But sometimes, in quiet moments, I hear faint echoes. Planning, waiting for silence. If you're thinking of a remote cabin retreat, choose carefully. Some places aren't for escaping. They're for being found. And listened to forever. My name is Jordan Reyes, and I'm the only one left who can tell this story. The others, they're gone. Some dead, some missing, some locked away in places worse than the one we broke into. This happened in the summer of 2024, and even now, a year and a half later, I still check every mirror twice. I still flinch when I catch my reflection moving a fraction too slow. I still wake up screaming from dreams where tomorrow is already bleeding into today. There were 5 of us back then. Me, Jordan, 26. The unofficial leader because I was the one with the bolt cutters and the most experience sneaking into forbidden places. Then there was Mia, my girlfriend of 3 years. The photographer who documented every urbex trip with her vintage Polaroid and digital SLR. Tyler, the adrenaline junkie who filmed everything on his GoPro for his small but growing YouTube channel. Sarah, the history nerd who researched every location obsessively and always carried a notebook full of facts and floor plans. And finally Devin, the quiet one, the tech guy who brought drones, thermal cameras, and enough batteries to power a small village. We'd done dozens of explorations together, old factories, forgotten malls, derelict schools, even a decommissioned prison once. But Willowbrook State Psychiatric Hospital was the holy grail. Closed in 1987 after decades of documented abuse, overcrowding, and unexplained patient deaths, it had sat empty on a 100-acre plot in rural New York ever since. Every urbex forum called it cursed. Security was supposedly tight motion sensors, patrols, new fencing, but rumors said the back perimeter was still vulnerable if you knew where to cut through the woods. Sarah had spent months planning. She found old blueprints online, cross-referenced satellite images, even talked to a former maintenance worker on a private Facebook group. Entry point: a service road long overgrown, leading to a loading dock with a rusted door that hadn't been replaced in the last renovation attempt. We parked our cars 2 miles away at a trailhead, hiked in under cover of darkness on a moonless July night, wearing black clothes and carrying backpacks stuffed with flashlights, masks, gloves, and emergency supplies. The air was thick with summer humidity and the smell of wet earth as we pushed through the final stretch of forest. When the building finally loomed ahead, massive brutalist concrete wings stretching left and right, windows shattered or boarded, ivy choking the walls, we all felt that familiar rush. Fear mixed with excitement. The thrill of stepping where we weren't supposed to. Tyler set up his GoPro on a chest mount and started narrating in a whisper. Welcome back to Hidden DK, guys. Tonight, we're finally inside the infamous Willowbrook Asylum. This place has been on my bucket list forever. Let's see what secrets it's still hiding. We cut the chain on the loading dock door with my bolt cutters. The screech of metal echoed too loud in the silence. Inside, the air was cooler, stale, carrying the faint scent of mold, dust, and something chemical like old disinfectant that never quite washed away. Our flashlight beams danced across peeling paint, overturned gurneys, scattered papers yellowed with age. The first hour was pure exploration bliss. We moved through kitchens with rusted industrial ovens, laundry rooms where massive washers sat frozen mid-cycle, administrative offices with desks still holding patient files from the 80s, names redacted, but diagnoses visible. Schizophrenia, severe depression, hysteria. Sarah read snippets aloud in a dramatic voice, making us laugh nervously. We climbed stairwells choked with debris to the upper floors. Patient wards stretched endlessly, rows of tiny rooms with heavy doors, some still with padded walls torn and hanging like flayed skin, restraint beds bolted to floors. Graffiti from previous explorers covered everything. Dates, names, warnings like, "Get out," and "IT sees you." Mia took hundreds of photos. The flash lit up scenes frozen in time. A child's drawing taped to a wall, a forgotten teddy bear in a corner, lobotomy instruments in a glass case someone had smashed. Devin flew his mini drone down corridors, mapping as we went. Tyler narrated constantly. Morale was high. Then we found the isolation wing. It was on the 3rd floor of the east wing, behind a door marked "Restricted Authorized Personnel Only" in faded red paint. The door was locked, but the wood had rotted enough that a solid kick from Tyler sent it swinging inward. A wave of colder air hit us, carrying a different smell, something metallic, almost bloody. The hallway here was narrower, the rooms smaller, windows bricked over completely. No natural light had touched this place in decades. Our flashlights revealed walls covered in deep scratches, hundreds of them, some so forceful they'd gouged through paint into concrete. Names carved over and over. "Margaret was here 1972, repeated until illegible. At the very end of the hall was a larger room, door hanging off one hinge. We pushed inside cautiously. It was a treatment room or something like it. In the center stood an old electroshock therapy table, leather straps dangling. Cabinets lined the walls, doors ajar, spilling syringes, glass vials, leather muzzles. But what stopped us dead was the far wall, a massive mirror. Floor to ceiling, at least 10 feet wide, framed in ornate dark wood that seemed completely out of place in this brutalist nightmare. No cracks, no dust, no graffiti. It looked polished, almost new. Reflected our 5 nervous faces perfectly under flashlight beams. "Damn," Tyler whispered. "That thing's huge. Probably from the superintendent's office or something fancy." Sarah stepped closer, shining her light on the frame. "This isn't standard issue. Look at the carving symbols, almost like runes or old occult stuff. I've never seen anything about a mirror like this in the records." Mia raised her camera, flash popping. The reflection captured us all then for a split second. I thought I saw something else. A flicker. Like the image lagged behind reality. "Did anyone else see that?" I asked. They shook their heads. "Probably just the flash," we agreed. We took turns posing in front of it for photos, silly at first, then creepier. Devin set up his thermal camera pointed at the mirror. "Glass should be colder than the room," he muttered. But the reading showed the mirror surface warmer than everything around it. Body temperature warm. That should have been our first real warning. We decided to camp out in that room for a break, eat snacks, drink water, rest our legs. Tyler kept filming. The mirror loomed behind us in every shot. That's when the first vision happened. Mia was reviewing photos on her camera screen when she suddenly gasped. "Guys, look at this." She held it out. A photo of all 5 of us standing in front of the mirror, but in the reflection only 4 figures. Devin was missing. We laughed nervously. "Glitch," Devin said. Or the flash didn't catch me right. But when she scrolled to the next photo taken seconds later, Devin was there. But Sarah's reflection had her eyes closed. In real life, Sarah's eyes had been wide open. We checked the mirror itself. All 5 reflections normal. Tyler zoomed in on his GoPro footage. Same thing, random frames where one of us was missing or posed differently in the reflection. "Parallax error or something," I said, trying to stay rational. "Angle of the lens." But the mood had shifted. The room felt smaller, heavier. We packed up to leave the wing, planning to explore the basement next. As we filed out, I glanced back at the mirror one last time. My reflection didn't follow. It stayed standing there, staring after us, smiling in a way I definitely wasn't. I blinked. When I looked again, it was normal. I didn't tell the others. Didn't want to sound crazy. That night, we didn't leave the asylum like we planned. A sudden thunderstorm rolled in torrential rain, lightning illuminating the broken windows in strobes. The service road would be a mud pit. We decided to hunker down in one of the larger wards, set up sleeping bags, Take shifts watching for security. Sleep came in fits. Dreams of the mirror. Dreams of seeing tomorrow. Morning brought overcast skies and lingering drizzle. We were tired, cranky, but determined to finish exploring. Back in the isolation wing, drawn like moths, the mirror was waiting. Tyler noticed it first. Guys, the reflections are off. We stood in a line. In the mirror, we were arranged the same, but everyone's clothes looked dirtier, torn in places. Small cuts on faces that weren't there in reality. And behind our reflections, shadowy figures standing in the corners of the room. When we turned, the real room was empty. Mia raised her camera. Flash. In the photo, Tyler's reflection had blood running from his nose. In real life, Tyler touched his face nothing. But 10 minutes later, his nose started bleeding. A sudden gush, soaking his shirt. Coincidence, we told ourselves. Summer cold, dry air, whatever. But the visions escalated. Sarah saw herself in the mirror screaming silently, hands clawing at the glass from the inside. Devon's reflection aged rapidly, hair graying, face wrinkling then crumbling to dust. I saw Mia's reflection lying on the electroshock table, straps tight, eyes blank. We tried to leave the room, but every time we turned our backs on the mirror, we heard whispers. Our own voices from inside the glass. Come closer. Look again. You can change it. Tyler, ever the content creator, set up his camera facing the mirror and hit record. If this thing is really showing the future, we need proof. Hours passed. We couldn't tear ourselves away. The mirror became addictive. Terrifying, but we kept checking, hoping the images would change to something better. They only got worse. At one point, all 5 reflections showed us dead in different ways. Throats slit, hanging from straps, overdosed on scattered pills, drowned in an old hydrotherapy tub we hadn't even found yet. Sarah started crying. We have to smash it! Break the cycle. Devon grabbed a metal pipe from the debris. Swung hard. The pipe bounced off harmlessly. No crack, not even a scratch. He hit again, harder. The mirror absorbed the impact like rubber. Then Devon screamed. In the mirror, his reflection grabbed the pipe and swung it into his own knee. In reality, Devon's leg buckled with a sickening crack. Bone shattered. He collapsed, howling. We hadn't seen him move. The pipe was still in his hand. Somehow the future had reached through. Panic set in. We dragged Devon out of the room, splinted his leg as best we could with broken furniture and duct tape. He passed out from pain. The asylum felt different now. Hallways longer. Doors that were open now closed. Footsteps echoing that weren't ours. We tried to find the exit. But every turn led back to the isolation wing. To the mirror. Night 2. Trapped. Tyler's GoPro battery died. Mia's camera stopped working. Devon drifted in and out of fever. Sarah and I took turns watching the mirror, trying to understand the rules. We realized the visions only showed bad futures, never good ones. And the more we watched, the more fixed they became, like observing collapse the wave function into Dune. At 3 a.m., Sarah saw her future clearly, walking alone down a corridor, opening a door to a drop shaft, falling. She became obsessed with avoiding that exact path. But the asylum rearranged itself around her fear. We found her body hours later. At the bottom of an elevator shaft she swore hadn't been there before. Neck broken, just like the mirror showed. 4 left. Devon woke once, whispering, "It's not a mirror. It's a window. And something on the other side is editing tomorrow." Then he flatlined. No pulse. We tried CPR. Nothing. In the mirror, his reflection waved goodbye. 3. Tyler lost it completely. Started filming with his phone, ranting about the best video ever and going viral from beyond the grave. He stood in front of the mirror for hours, posing, narrating his own predicted death, impaled on rebar in the basement. He went looking for that exact spot to prove it wrong. We heard his scream echo up the stairs minutes later. Impaled. Exactly. Mia and I were alone. We barricaded ourselves in a different ward, far from the mirror. But sleep brought visions anyway. Dreams of the glass. Mia woke screaming. It showed me burning the place down. With you still inside. She looked at me with terror. Jordan, I think I'm going to do it. I can feel it pulling. We fought. She grabbed lighter fluid from our emergency kit meant for starting fires if we got stranded. I wrestled it away. Tied her gently with restraint straps we'd found, for her own protection. She cried, "It's not me." It's the future me, from the other side, hours later, smoke. She'd gotten free somehow, started fires in multiple wings. Flames spread fast old building, dry as tinder. I carried her out through choking black clouds, lungs burning, skin blistering. We made it outside as the east wing collapsed. Firefighters found us on the lawn. Hypothermic, smoke inhalation, trauma. Mia didn't survive the hospital. Just like her final vision. Dying in a bed, tubes everywhere, my hand holding hers as the monitor flatlined. I'm the last one. Police ruled it accidental kids playing with fire in an abandoned building. My footage and photos corrupted somehow. No evidence of anything supernatural. But I know, the mirror survived the blaze. I checked satellite images, later charred ruins. But one section of wall still standing. The mirror wall. Sometimes late at night I dream of it. Clean, waiting. Reflecting a future where someone new walks in. Curious. Wanting to see tomorrow. Don't. Some futures aren't meant to be watched. Because once you see them, they start watching back. And editing, until there's only one ending left. My name is Kayla Beke, and I am Dai Navajo. What I'm about to tell you is not something we speak lightly about. In our culture, there are things we do not name directly. Things we do not invite by speaking of them too freely. But after what happened to my family in the summer of 2023, I feel I have no choice. Someone needs to hear this. Someone needs to know why certain places in the desert are left alone. Why certain rules are never broken. And why, if you hear your loved one calling from the dark, you do not answer. I was 24 that summer, living in Phoenix with my younger brother Nathan. He was 21, fresh out of community college, full of energy and jokes, always wearing that stupid black cowboy hat he thought made him look cool. Our parents had passed when we were kids, car accident on the reservation road during monsoon season, so it had always been just the two of us against the world. That year, our grandmother, Arshima Sani, called and asked us to come home for a few weeks. She was getting older, her health declining, and she wanted to see her grandchildren while she still could. She also wanted Nathan to learn some of the old ways, the songs, the stories, before they were lost. We packed my old Jeep with clothes, food, gifts for the family, and drove the 6 hours north into the heart of the Navajo Nation. The landscape changed gradually city, giving way to open highway, then red rock mesas, then vast stretches of sagebrush and sand under an endless blue sky. As we turned off the paved road onto the dirt track leading to our grandparents' place, the cell signal died completely. No bars, no internet, just the wind and the land. The homestead was the same as I remembered. A small hogan made of logs and earth, a modern cinder block house beside it, a corral for sheep, a sweat lodge behind, and miles of nothing in every direction. Our grandfather Shiche greeted us with quiet hugs. Shimasani was weaker than last time, moving slowly, but her eyes lit up when she saw Nathan. "You've grown tall," she told him in Navajo. "Like your father." The first few days were peaceful. We helped with chores, herding sheep, chopping wood, fixing fences. Evenings were spent around the fire pit, eating mutton stew and fry bread, listening to stories. Shimasani told the old talees Coyote and the stars, the emergence of the people, but she avoided the darker ones. I noticed she kept glancing toward the ridge to the west, a low line of red cliffs where ancient ruins were said to be hidden. On the fourth night, the dogs started acting strange. We had 3 dogs, big reservation mutts that roamed freely but always came back at dusk. That night, they refused to come inside the corral. They stood at the edge of the yard, hackles raised, growling low toward the west. Shiche went out with a flashlight, calling them, but they wouldn't budge. Eventually he gave up and locked the gate. "Coyotes," he muttered, but his face was tight. Later, when everyone was asleep, I woke to a sound, a voice. Calling from outside. "Kayla, sis, come out. I need help." It was Nathan's voice. Perfect. The exact tone he used when he was pretending to be hurt to get me to do something for him. I sat up in my bed in the guest room, heart starting to race. Nathan was sleeping on the couch in the living room. I could hear his soft snores through the thin wall. The voice came again, closer to the window. "Kayla, please. Something's wrong with the Jeep. I need your keys." I froze. My keys were on the dresser beside me. Nathan couldn't have them. I crept to the window, pulled the curtain aside just an inch. Nothing, just moonlight on sand and sage. But then I saw movement near the corral, a shape tall, human-like, standing just beyond the fence. It shifted, and for a moment I thought I saw Nathan's hat. Then it was gone, melting into the dark. I didn't sleep again that night. Morning brought no answers. Nathan was fine, laughing at breakfast, no memory of going outside. The dogs were still agitated, refusing food. Shimasani looked worried. She pulled me aside while we washed dishes. "Did you hear anything last night?" she asked quietly. I nodded. She sighed. "There are rules, Kayla. Old rules. Never answer a voice at night if you can't see who speaks. Never follow it outside. Never invite it in." I asked what it was. She wouldn't say the name. Just Yi Nald Lucy, skinwalker. I'd heard the stories growing up, but always as warnings, not reality. They were medicine people gone wrong, witches who learned forbidden ways to change shape, to wear the skins of animals. Or people. They mimicked voices to lure victims. They craved chaos and flesh. They hated the living. I thought it was superstition. The second week, things escalated. Nathan and I were sent to check on a distant water tank, a few miles out on foot since the Jeep was low on gas. We hiked through arroyos and over low hills, talking and laughing like always. On the way back, late afternoon, Nathan stopped suddenly. "Did you hear that?" I listened. Wind, distant sheep bells. Then Nathan, "Kayla, over here." Our grandfather's voice calling from behind a rock outcrop. Nathan started toward it. "Shiche, you out here?" I grabbed his arm. "No, he's back at the house. We saw him an hour ago." Nathan frowned. "But it sounded exactly like..." "Don't," I whispered. Remembering Shimasani's warning, we turned and walked faster. The voice called again, closer now, from a different direction. Then another voice, Shimasani's, pleading for help. We ran. Back home, safe inside. Our grandparents were exactly where we'd left them. Shiche hadn't left the property all day. That night, the voices surrounded the house. All of us, calling my name, begging to be let in. "It's cold out here. I forgot my key. The dogs are hurt." Nathan wanted to go out with the rifle. Shiche stopped him. "No, we stay inside. We do not acknowledge." We sat up all night, lights on, fire burning high. Shimasani sang protection songs, low and steady. The voices continued until just before dawn, then silence. The next day, Shiche went to find a medicine man, a Hadawi from a nearby chapter house. He returned with an older man named Hastin Yazi, carrying a bundle of herbs, eagle feathers, and a Jisha medicine pouch. They performed a ceremony outside the Hogan. Corn pollen offerings, songs that lasted hours, brushing us with feathers. Hastin Yazi told us the protection would hold, but only if we followed the rules strictly. No going out after dark. No answering voices. No looking directly at strange shapes. No speaking its name. And most importantly, never, ever invite anything inside. We thought it worked. For 3 days, peace. Then Nathan disappeared. It was midday. He'd gone to fix a fence near the Western Ridge Close, he said. He'd be back in an hour. Hours passed. We searched, called his name, found his tools dropped in the dirt. His hat on the ground, tracks led toward the ridge. Then vanished. We called tribal police. Search parties came, helicopters, dogs, volunteers. Nothing. No trace. That night it came back wearing his voice. "Kayla, I'm hurt, out by the ridge. Please come get me." Perfect imitation. The exact way he said my name when he was scared as a kid. I cried silently in my room. Shimasani held me. "It's not him. It wants you to go out." The next days blurred into grief and terror. Then, on the 7th night after Nathan vanished, I saw it. I was in the kitchen getting water, moonlight streaming through the window. Movement outside near the sweat lodge. A figure, tall, wearing Nathan's clothes. His hat. But wrong, the way it moved jerky, like joints bending backward. Limbs too long, head tilting at impossible angles. It stood facing the house, then it raised a hand and waved. Exactly how Nathan waved. I screamed. Everyone ran in. By the time Shiche got the door open with rifle ready, it was gone. But footprints remained human, but deeper than they should be, toes splayed strangely. Hastin Yazi returned. He looked grim. It has taken his likeness. It is strong. It wants more. He told us the only way was a stronger ceremony and enemy way to drive it back to where it came from. But it would take days to prepare, gathering rare herbs, finding singers. We had to survive until then. The hunt intensified. Every night now, multiple voices. Sometimes all of us at once. Sometimes past voices, our mother calling from when we were children. "Come outside, babies." "Time for dinner." Shapes circled the house, shadows with glowing eyes at the windows. Scratching on walls, rocks thrown at the roof. One night, it knocked politely on the door. "Shimasani, it's Nathan. I'm cold. Let me in." Shimasani wept but stayed strong. "We do not open." Then the worst night. The night it wore his face completely. I woke to whispering right outside my bedroom window. "Kay, wake up. It's me." I escaped. "I'm okay." I sat up slowly. Moonlight illuminated the figure pressed against the glass. Nathan's face. Exact. Scratches on cheeks, dirt on clothes, eyes pleading, but something off. Skin too pale. Smile too wide. Eyes reflecting light wrong like animal eyes. "Let me in, sis. Please. It's really me." My hand reached for the window latch before I realized. I yanked back. No. The face changed. Smile stretching unnaturally, mouth opening too far. Teeth sharpening, then it screamed, "Not human." A sound like coyote and human mixed, rage and hunger. Windows rattled. Dogs howled from inside where we'd locked them. It ran around the house, pounding doors, scratching walls. Shiche fired warning shots into the air. It laughed in Nathan's voice. The ceremony was performed 3 nights later under a full moon. 12 singers. Fires in 4 directions. We sat in the center, covered in pollen, while songs shook the air for hours. At the climax, wind rose sudden and fierce. Sand whipped. Fires flared blue. A howl answered from the ridge long, furious. Then silence. The presence lifted. Search parties found Nathan 2 days later alive. He'd been lost, dehydrated, wandering in circles, collapsed in an arroyo miles away. No memory of the week. Doctors said delirium, exposure. He recovered physically, but he never wore that hat again. We never spoke of it directly. Hostin Yazi warned us it was driven back, not destroyed. It waits, it remembers. Nathan moved to Albuquerque. I stayed in Phoenix. But sometimes late at night my phone rings, no caller ID. When I answer, silence. Then breathing. Then my own voice distant. "Kayla, come outside." It's safe now. I hang up. I do not answer. If you're ever on the reservation or any empty place and hear a familiar voice calling from the dark, remember the rules. Do not answer. Do not look. Do not invite it in. Some things wear the skins of those we love, waiting for us to open the door. My name is Lucas Morel, and I am, or was, a hunting guide from a small town in northern Ontario, Canada. I've spent most of my 41 years in the bush, tracking moose, guiding rich tourists from the cities, living off the land my French-Canadian trapper ancestors knew better than any road. But nothing in all those years prepared me for what happened in February 2024. Nothing could. Because out there, in the deep frozen wilderness north of Lake Superior, something ancient woke up. Something that had been sleeping under the snow for centuries, and it was hungry. The trip started like any other. 4 clients had booked a 10-day guided moose hunt in a remote fly-in area. No roads. No cell service, just a float plane drop-off on a frozen lake, and a small outpost cabin we maintained. The group was typical. Dr. Alan Hayes, a 50-year-old surgeon from Toronto, celebrating a big divorce settlement. Loud, confident, always bragging about his kills in Africa. His son Ryan, 25, quiet tech guy who'd clearly been dragged along to bond. Pale, soft, more comfortable with screens than snowshoes. Mike Dorsey, 48, ex-military contractor, built like a bear. Carried himself like he still expected incoming fire. He brought the most gear, including a custom 338 Lapua he bragged could drop anything. And finally Tom Whitaker, 39, a wildlife photographer who'd done trips all over the world. Calm, observant, always with his camera ready. I was the guide. My assistant that season was Caleb Black, a 28-year-old Cree man from a nearby First Nation who'd worked with me for 3 years. Strong tracker, good with clients, quiet but reliable. He warned me before we left that the elders in his community were uneasy about this winter. Strange dreams, ravens acting wrong, too many animals moving south early. I brushed it off. I'd heard old stories my whole life. We flew in on a bitter morning, temperature already minus 30 Celsius with wind chill pushing it lower. The pilot, old Jaka, dropped us on the ice with our gear. Food for 2 weeks, snowmobiles, and a promise to return in 10 days unless we radioed early. The cabin was 8 kilometers from the lake, a solid log structure with wood stove, propane lights, bunks, and a small cache of emergency supplies. The first 3 days were textbook. Good snow for tracking, fresh moose sign everywhere. We saw wolves from a distance, heard owls at night, set up trail cams. Alan bagged a young bull on day 2, clean shot. Lots of backslapping and whiskey around the stove that night. Photos, stories, everything normal. Then the weather turned. Day 4 brought a front from the northwest. A true Arctic blast. Wind screaming at 60 kilometers an hour, visibility near zero, temperatures plunging to -45. Jacques radioed that pickup would be delayed. The lake was drifting too heavy for safe landing. We were stuck until it cleared. That's when the first strange thing happened. Caleb and I were outside splitting extra wood when we heard it. A voice on the wind. Distant but clear. Lucas? My name. Carried across the snow like someone shouting from the tree line. Caleb froze, axe mid-swing. You hear that? I nodded. We scanned the whiteout. Nothing. Probably the wind playing tricks through the pines, we told ourselves. Sound carries funny in extreme cold. But that night, inside with the stove roaring, it happened again. Ryan, come outside! Ryan was asleep in his bunk. The voice came from right outside the window, his father's voice, perfect, urgent. Alan bolted up, grabbed his rifle. Who's out there? We all checked, doors barred, windows frosted but intact. No footprints in the fresh drift around the cabin. Temperature too cold for anyone to survive long outside anyway. Nerves, we said. Cabin fever starting early. Day 5, the storm worsened. We couldn't leave the cabin. Whiteout conditions, wind chill lethal in minutes. We played cards, told stories, conserved wood. That night the hunger whispers began. Soft at first. Barely audible over the wind. I'm so hungry. Then clearer. There's meat outside, fresh. Tom woke sweating, said he dreamed of eating raw flesh, waking with the taste of blood in his mouth. Mike laughed it off. Too much pemmican before bed, buddy. But Caleb grew quiet. He sat by the stove staring into the flames. Later, when the others slept, he whispered to me. My grandfather told me about this. When the winter is too long and too cold, it wakes. The Wendigo. It starts with hunger in the mind. I told him it was just the isolation talking. Day 6, the whispers became personal. Each of us heard our own name called, in voices we knew. I heard my dead wife, Claire, who'd passed from cancer 8 years earlier. Lucas, I'm cold. Let me in. I'm so hungry. Alan heard his ex-wife begging forgiveness. Ryan heard his mother, who was alive and well in Toronto. Mike heard an old squad mate he'd lost in Afghanistan. Tom heard his deceased father. Caleb heard his little sister who drowned when they were kids. We stopped sleeping in shifts. Stayed up together, rifles loaded, stove fed constantly. The whispers never stopped. Then the tracks appeared. Day 7, the wind finally eased enough for a quick trip to the outhouse and woodpile. Fresh snow had fallen, smooth, untouched. Except for the tracks circling the cabin, huge, bare human feet but elongated, toes splayed, stride impossibly long. Deep, as if carrying great weight. They came from the forest, circled us 3 times, then returned the same way. No one had gone out. Mike examined them with his military eye. Whatever made these, it's tall, 7-8 feet, and heavy, but no return trail different from approach. Like it walked backward in its own prints to hide direction. Caleb wouldn't look. He started singing softly, protection song his grandmother taught him. That night, Ryan cracked first. He woke screaming, clawing at his arms. It's inside me. The hunger, I can feel it. He lunged at the food cache, devouring frozen meat raw, blood frozen on his chin. We restrained him, tied him to a bunk with rope. He thrashed, eyes wild, speaking in a voice not his own, deep, guttural, ancient. Give me flesh. Warm flesh, heart still beating. Alan sedated him with pills from his medical kit, but the hunger spread. Day 8, Tom disappeared. We woke to find his bunk empty, door unbarred, his boots and parka gone. Tracks led from the door into the forest, his boots then changing mid-stride to those huge bare prints. We searched in pairs, calling his name. Found his camera half buried in snow, lens cracked. Last photo. A tall, emaciated figure in the trees, skin gray and stretched over bone, antlers of ice and branch, eyes sunken black holes, mouth open in an eternal scream of hunger. The figure was looking directly at the lens. And it was close, too close we burned the memory card. That night, the thing spoke through Ryan. His voice changed while tied deeper, layered like many throats. I am the hunger that winter brings. I am what waits when men forget respect for the land. I wear the shape of your fear. Then Ryan's body convulsed. Bones cracked. Skin split. We watched in horror as his form stretched, grew taller, even bound, fingers lengthening into claws. Mike put 3 rounds into him. It stopped moving. But the voice continued from outside. Thank you, fresh meat. We dragged Ryan's body out at dawn, buried it shallow in frozen ground far from the cabin. Said no prayers. Day 9, only 4 left. Me, Caleb, Alan, Mike. Food lower. Wood lower. Hope gone. The thing circled constantly now, visible at the tree line when the blowing snow parted. 15 feet tall, gaunt beyond imagining, ribs showing like shipwrecks, legs reverse-jointed, antlers massive and twisted with frozen gore. Skin translucent, veins black under ice, mouth full of needle teeth. It no longer hid, and it spoke our names. Alan broke next. He confessed over the stove, during his marriage in a dark time. He'd considered the unthinkable to escape debt life insurance thoughts. The Wendigo knew. It called to him with his own voice from inside his head. Do it, free yourself, eat, and be strong. He attacked Mike with a knife in the night. Mike, ex-soldier, disarmed him, broke his arm. But Alan laughed through the pain. Too late. It's in all of us now. We tied Alan beside Ryan's empty bunk. Morning of day 10, the sky finally cleared. Temperature still brutal, but visibility perfect. Jacques radioed he'd try pickup tomorrow if the lake stayed calm. We just had to survive one more night. Mike volunteered to stand watch while Caleb and I slept. I woke to gunshots. Rushed out to find Mike standing over Alan's body, throat torn open, blood steaming on snow. Mike's eyes were wrong, black, hungry. I had to, he said in that layered voice. He was going to let it in. Then he turned the rifle on us. Caleb tackled him, struggle in the snow. I grabbed the knife. I don't remember exactly what happened next. Only blood, screams, the smell of gunpowder and meat. When it ended, only Caleb and I remained. Mike's body lay twisted, limbs too long, skin splitting. The thing stood at the tree line watching. Caleb looked at me, eyes clear for the first time in days. We burn it all, he said. The cabin. The bodies. Everything. Salt the earth. We doused the cabin in propane, piled the bodies inside, lit it. Flames roared high, black smoke against blue sky. The thing howled, a sound that shook snow from trees miles away. Then turned and walked north. Deeper into the wilderness. Jacques arrived next morning. Found 2 survivors half frozen, cabin ashes, no explanation that made sense. They airlifted us out. Caleb never spoke again. Hung himself in his mother's house 3 months later. I tried to go back to guiding. Couldn't. The hunger followed. Some nights, in my apartment in the city, I wake tasting blood. Hearing the wind call my name. Feeling the ache in my bones to hunt. To feed, I fight it. But winter is coming again, and deep down, in the place where truth lives. I'm still so very hungry. If you ever go into the northern woods in deep winter, remember, never speak of greed. Never waste meat. Never forget respect. And if the wind calls your name with endless hunger, run, because some hungers never die. They just wait for the next long winter, and the next lonely soul. My name is Benjamin Carter. Or at least, I think it still is. I'm 35 years old, married to my college sweetheart Emily, father to 8-year-old Sophia and 5-year-old Liam. We live in Elmwood Heights, a perfectly average suburb outside Seattle, cul-de-sacs. Identical 2-story houses with beige siding, neighborhood barbecues, kids biking in packs until the streetlights come on. I'm a senior software engineer, work from home most days, coach Sophia's soccer team on weekends. Normal, boring, even. The kind of life people post curated slices of on social media and everyone else envies quietly. That's why what happened feels so wrong. Because it didn't happen in some abandoned asylum or deep forest or haunted house. It happened in our home, in broad daylight. In front of people who know me better than anyone. It started small. So small, I almost missed it. September 2024, a Tuesday morning like any other. I kissed Emily goodbye as she left for her teaching job, got the kids on the school bus, then settled into my home office for a day of coding. Around 10 a.m., I took a break to make coffee. As I passed the front window, I noticed our next-door neighbor, Mrs. Lawson, watering her roses. She looked up, smiled, and waved. I waved back. Then she frowned slightly, tilted her head, and said, loud enough for me to hear through the glass, "Back so soon, Ben?" I paused. "I've been home all morning." I opened the door. "What do you mean?" She laughed awkwardly. "Oh, nothing. You just got home from your run a few minutes ago. That's all. Thought you'd gone back out already." I hadn't gone for a run. I was wearing jeans and a hoodie, not my running gear. I told her she must be mistaken. She apologized, said her eyes weren't what they used to be, and went back to her roses. I shrugged it off. But that evening, when Emily got home, she mentioned something similar. Soph said she saw you in the backyard this afternoon watching her play on the swing set. I'd been in meetings all afternoon, camera on, 20 colleagues able to vouch. Emily laughed. Probably just imagined it. She misses you when you're working, I agreed. Kids have active imaginations. The glitches kept coming. A delivery driver rang the bell with a package addressed to me. "You ordered this an hour ago, right?" Said you'd be home. I hadn't ordered anything. The barista at Starbucks drive-thru greeted me with, "Usual black coffee, Ben? You just got one 20 minutes ago? Feeling extra caffeinated today?" I hadn't been to Starbucks. I started keeping a log. Dates, times, who said what. At first it was funny. My evil twin is living my life better than me, I joked to Emily. She didn't laugh as much the 10th time. Then came the night I saw it. October 12th, 2024. A Saturday. Emily and the kids were at her sister's for a birthday sleepover. I'd stayed home to finish a work deadline. Around 11 p.m. I took a break. Went to the kitchen for water. The backyard motion light flicked on. I looked out the window. There I was, standing on the back patio, wearing the exact gray hoodie and jeans I had on. Same messy brown hair. Same 5 o'clock shadow. I was staring at the house. At me. Our eyes met through the glass. It smiled. A perfect copy of my smile. Then it waved. Slowly, I stumbled backward, heart exploding. Grabbed my phone to record, but by the time I got the camera up, the light had timed out. Yard empty. I checked every door. Locked. Alarm armed. No footprints in the damp grass. I didn't sleep. Monday morning, Emily returned with the kids. I told her everything, showed her the log. She listened, face growing pale. "We need to tell someone," she said. "Police? A doctor? And say what? My doppelganger is stalking me?" We decided to install more security cameras. Indoor and outdoor, high res, motion alerts to our phones. The footage was worse than nothing. It showed me doing things I hadn't done. October 15th. Camera in the hallway captures me walking downstairs at 3:14 a.m. I was asleep upstairs, Emily confirmed. October 17th. Backyard camera shows me standing motionless under the oak tree for 43 minutes at dusk. I was at Sophia's soccer practice. October 19th. Front door camera. Me arriving home at 6:02 p.m., unlocking the door, entering. But the real me was still at the office, stuck in traffic until 7:30. Emily watched the videos with me. Her hand shook. "That's you," she whispered. "Exact. Even the way you scratch your neck when you're thinking. But it wasn't me. The replacement phase began. It started integrating. October 22nd. I came home from work to find dinner already made. My signature lasagna. Kids raving about how Daddy made it special today. I've been in meetings all day. Emily pulled me aside. "You were home at lunch. Made the sauce from scratch. Said you had a light day." I showed her my work calendar. Back-to-back calls. Dozens of witnesses. She started looking at me differently. Suspicious. October 25th. Parent-teacher conference for Sophia. Both Emily and I attended. The teacher said, "Mr. Carter, thanks for coming in yesterday too. Great chat about Sophia's reading progress." We hadn't, but there was an email in my sent folder confirming a solo meeting yesterday at 4 p.m. I didn't send it. My password still worked. But something had used my account. That night, Emily asked me to sleep on the couch. "Just until we figure this out," I agreed. Anything to keep her calm. The next week, it escalated. Neighbors greeted the other me warmly. Kids at school talked about Mr. Carter volunteering in class, reading stories, helping with art. I hadn't. My boss called, "Great job on the presentation this morning, Ben. Team loved the new architecture." I'd been homesick that day. Emily stopped looking me in the eye. November 1st. I woke on the couch to find my suitcase packed by the door. My laptop, clothes, toiletries. Emily stood in the kitchen, arms crossed. "You need to leave," she said quietly. "The kids are scared. I'm scared. You're..." "Not you anymore. Please, you know me. 20 years. The birthmark on my shoulder. The way I proposed with the terrible poem. Our song, Wonderwall. Everything. She teared up. It knows all that too? It's better at being you than you are lately. It's patient with Liam's tantrums. It remembers my coffee order. It makes me feel safe, I begged. Showed her old photos, told private stories only we knew. But the other me had been there more consistently. More perfectly. The kids ran to the door when it came home that evening, hugging it, calling Daddy. It looked at me over their heads and smiled. I left that night. Checked into a cheap motel 20 miles away. I thought distance would help. It didn't. My bank account drained, withdrawals I didn't make. My work email flooded with complaints. Missed deadlines, rude responses. Social media. Posts I didn't write, photos I didn't take. Friends texted. Dude, what's going on? You okay? I tried to fight back. Went to the police. Showed the camera footage. Explained everything. They watched. Nodded. Then showed me footage from the station's own cameras. Me walking in calmly an hour earlier. Saying I wanted to turn myself in for identity fraud, but then laughing and leaving. I hadn't. They suggested psychiatric help. I ran. For weeks I drifted, motels, friends' couches who still believed me, sleeping in my car. I researched doppelgangers obsessively. Old folklore. Seeing your double is an omen of death. In some cultures, they're spirits that steal your life by replacing you slowly. The real you fades as the copy takes root. Rules emerged from obscure forums and ancient texts. Never confront it directly. Never let it know you know. Never sleep in the same house. Burn something it touched. The only way to banish. Make the family choose the real one consciously. I went back November 28th, Thanksgiving. The house looked perfect. Lights warm. Smell of turkey drifting out. I watched from across the street. It answered the door for guests. My parents, Emily's sister, neighbors. Hugging my mom. Joking with my dad, perfect. I waited until 2 a.m. Everyone asleep. Snuck in through the basement window I'd left unlocked weeks ago. The house felt wrong. Too clean. My things rearranged slightly. I went to our bedroom. Emily asleep. It beside her. Exact. Breathing softly. I stood watching for minutes. Hours. It opened its eyes. Looked right at me. Smiled. Then closed them again. I left before dawn. One last try. December 10th. I contacted an old college friend who'd become a paranormal investigator, half jokingly, but he took it seriously. We met. I showed evidence. He believed. We made a plan. December 20th, the switch. We staged a crisis. I texted Emily from a burner. It's me, the real me. Something terrible happened. I'm hurt bad. Need you at St. Mary's Hospital EO right now. Please come alone. She came. Pale. Terrified. Saw me in the waiting room. Bandaged. Fake. Bruised. Makeup. She ran to me. Hugged me hard. Cried. You're warm, she whispered. You smell like you, not like the new cologne it wears. We talked for hours in a private room my friend arranged. I told her everything again. Showed childhood photos only I would have. Recited our wedding vows word for word. She believed. Finally, we made a plan. Go home together, confront it, force the choice. December 24th, Christmas Eve. We walked in the front door. Kate's asleep upstairs. It sat by the Christmas tree, stringing lights. Turned, saw both of us. Its face flickered just for a second, like bad reception. It said in my voice. Perfect confusion. Emily stepped forward. Hand in mine. This is Ben, she said, squeezing my hand. The real one. The one I married. The one who cried during our first dance. The one who sang off-key to Liam in the NICU. The one who loves me even when I'm difficult. It stood slowly. You're wrong, it said calmly. I've been here. Taking care of everything. While he ran, but its voice cracked slightly. Emily looked it in the eyes. No, you're good at pretending. But you don't flinch when Liam screams. You don't burn the garlic bread because you get distracted talking to me. You don't have the scar on your knee from sophomore year skateboard accident. It stared. Then something shifted. Its features blurred. Skin sagging slightly. Eyes too wide. It screamed, not my voice. Something deeper, older. The Christmas lights exploded in sparks. Ornaments shattered. It lunged. My friend burst from the hallway, holding a mirror. Forced it to look. In the reflection. Not me. Something gray. featureless, hungry. It howled, then collapsed inward, like deflating. Dissolved into black smoke that seeped into the floorboards. Gone. Silence. Emily held me as we both shook. We burned sage. Salted corners. Never spoke of it again to outsiders. Life returned to normal. Almost. Sometimes in mirrors, I catch my reflection lingering a half-second too long. Sometimes Emily wakes screaming that there are two of me in bed. Sometimes Sophia asks why Daddy waves from the backyard at night. We moved in January. New city, new names. But I still check every reflection, every shadow. Because doppelgangers don't die, they just wait for the next moment of doubt. The next time someone wonders which one is real and chooses wrong. If you ever see yourself when you know you're somewhere else, don't wave back, don't speak, run, and never, ever let it inside. Because once it learns your life perfectly, you become the stranger. And it becomes you, forever. My name is Victoria Lang, and for 15 years I've made my living as a freelance photographer. Weddings, portraits, commercial shoots, occasional fine art projects. Anything that paid the bills and let me stay behind the lens. I've always preferred film over digital. There's something honest about it, the weight of the camera, the ritual of loading film, the delay before you see results. No instant gratification. Just patience and trust in the process. That's why on a rainy Saturday in October 2024, I found myself at an estate sale in an old Victorian house on the outskirts of Portland, Oregon. The owner, an elderly man named Elias Hawthorne, had passed away alone at 92. No family, everything must go. The house smelled of dust, old books, and faint pipe tobacco. Rooms packed with antiques, clocks, furniture, paintings, and in the attic study, shelves of photographic equipment from across decades. That's where I saw it. A Leica M3 rangefinder from 1957. Black paint model, pristine condition. Original leather case cracked with age but intact. Summicron 50mm f2 lens clean as the day it left the factory. Serial numbers matching, no scratches, no brassing. Impossible for its age. The price tag, $200. I knew immediately it was worth 10 times that 20. Collectors would fight over it. I asked the estate executor, a tired-looking woman in her 50s, about provenance. Belonged to Mr. Hawthorne's uncle, she said. He was a photographer too. Traveled the world in the 50s and 60s. Died young in some accident abroad. Camera came back with his effects. Elias never used it. Said it gave him the creeps. I laughed. Bought it on the spot. That night in my darkroom, I cleaned it gently, loaded a roll of Ilford HP5, and took test shots around my apartment. My cut, bookshelves, self-portrait in the mirror. Developed the roll the next day. Perfect exposures. Sharp as modern glass. Beautiful grain, just a camera. The first anomaly appeared on the third roll. I'd taken it on a paid shoot, engagement photos for a young couple in Forest Park. Golden hour light through autumn leaves. They were sweet, playful, laughing constantly. When I developed the negatives, one frame stopped me cold. Frame 24, the couple embracing under a maple tree. But in the background, slightly out of focus, a dark figure stood between trunks. Tall, featureless, watching. No one had been there. I'd checked compositions carefully. I chalked it up to light leak or development error. Printed the good shots. Delivered digitals, couple thrilled, moved on. The predictions started subtly. Roll 5, street photography downtown. Candid shots of people on corners, buses, coffee shops. One frame, a man in a red jacket crossing the street. In the photo, a delivery van was barreling toward him, clearly about to hit. In reality, when I'd taken the shot, the street was empty. No van. 3 days later, I saw the news. Local man in red jacket struck by delivery van at that exact intersection. Critical condition. Same face. Same jacket. I pulled the print. Compared to the news photo. Identical. My hands shook so badly I dropped the enlarger timer. I told myself coincidence. Selective memory. I'd seen the van coming subconsciously and timed the shot. But I knew I hadn't. Roll 7. My best friend Sarah's birthday party at her house. Group shots. Cake. Presents. One photo. Sarah blowing out candles. In the background, over her shoulder, the kitchen window showed flames. The house clearly on fire. I didn't show her. 2 weeks later, electrical fire in her kitchen. Faulty wiring. House heavily damaged. Everyone's safe, but she lost almost everything. She sent me photos of the damage. Matched the background exactly, even the angle of flames. I stopped sleeping. The figure appeared more frequently, always in backgrounds. Always watching. Never close enough to be sharp, but getting closer with each roll. Tall, thin, no face. Just a void where features should be. I started researching the camera. Found Elias Hawthorne's obituary. Then his uncle, Marcus Hawthorne, born 1928, died 1966 in Istanbul. Searched newspaper archives. Marcus had been a war photographer turned travel journalist. Covered Korea, Vietnam early days, Middle East conflicts. Won awards. Then retired young to travel for pleasure. Died at 38 in a hotel fire. Body burned beyond recognition. Only possessions returned. Passport, wallet, and a Leica. Hotel staff reported he'd been obsessed with the camera in his final days. Talking to it. Claiming it. Showed him what was coming. One maid overheard him screaming the night before the fire. "It's in the frame! It's coming closer!" I found an old photography forum thread from 2008. Someone asking about a cursed Leica M3 black paint that passed through collectors. Every owner met misfortune, accidents, suicides, fires. Last post. Don't buy it. It doesn't just capture light, it captures fate. And something else is using the lens to get through. The thread was deleted weeks later. I tried to stop using it, bought a new digital body. Shot jobs with that. But the Leica sat on my shelf. Calling. I pick it up at night, feel the cool metal. Wind the advance just to hear the sound. One night, drunk on whiskey and exhaustion, I loaded another roll. Took photos around the apartment. Self-portraits mostly. Developed at 3 a.m. Every frame me. But wrong. Me hanging from the ceiling fan. Me with wrists cut in the bathtub. Me lying on the floor with pill bottles scattered. Me with eyes burned out. And in every single one the figure stood behind me. Closer than ever. Hand reaching toward my shoulder. I smashed the negatives, burned the prints, but the images stayed in my mind. The accidents kept happening. A model on a shoot slipped on stairs ID photographed days earlier. Exact pose from a frame showing her falling. My mother's car accident, totaled in a way matching a random street shot ID taken weeks before. A stranger on the bus whose portrait ID snapped died of a heart attack the next day. I stopped leaving the house. Boarded the darkroom. Tried to destroy the camera. First, hammer. Lens shattered. Body dented. Next morning, pristine again. Not a mark. Second, fire. Melted it in a metal bucket with lighter fluid. Next day, sitting on my workbench, cool to the touch. Third, buried it in consecrated ground at an old cemetery at midnight. Dug up the spot a week later. Gone. Found it back on the shelf. Waiting. The final roll. November 2024. I'd lost everything by then. Clients canceled. Friends ghosted. Sarah blamed me for not warning her about the fire. I was drinking constantly, not eating. Barely human. One night, blackout drunk. I loaded the last roll of film I had, Kodak Vision 3 motion picture stock ID saved for a project. Took 36 frames. All of the apartment. All empty, except one thing. The figure. Getting closer in each successive frame. Frame 1. In the far hallway. Frame 12. At the bedroom door. Frame 24. In the living room, behind the sofa. Frame 36. Right behind the camera. Hand raised. Touching the lens. I developed the roll with shaking hands. The final frame. Black. Completely underexposed. Except for 2 white spots. Eyes. Staring. That night it came through. I woke to the sound of the shutter clicking. Over and over. The camera was on the tripod in the corner. Pointed at my bed. Film advanced winding itself. Click, wind. Click, wind. I couldn't move. Paralyzed. The figure stood at the foot of the bed. Real now. Tall, thin, skin like negative film, translucent black. No face. Just void. It leaned over me, cold like dry ice. Whispered in a voice like shutter blades. Thank you for the light. Then darkness. I woke 3 days later, in the hospital. Overdose, they said. Whiskey and pills. But I hadn't taken any. The camera was gone. Police found my apartment ransacked. Darkroom destroyed. All my equipment smashed, except one thing. On the kitchen table, a single developed print. Me in the hospital bed. Tubes in arms, monitors beeping, eyes closed. And standing beside the bed, the figure. hand on my shoulder. Smiling somehow, though it had no mouth. Doctors said no one matching that description visited. Security footage blanked during visiting hours. I checked out against medical advice, moved across the country, started over. Digital only now, no film. But sometimes when I edit photos on my computer, in the background of random frames, a shadow getting closer. And once, just once in a client's wedding gallery, a figure in the far trees, hand raised, waving. The camera is still out there. At another estate sale, another flea market, waiting for someone who loves film, who trusts the process, who believes in capturing truth. If you ever find a pristine Leica M3 black paint for too good a price, walk away, because some things aren't meant to be photographed. They're meant to be left in the dark, where they wait, patiently, for the next person to open the shutter and let them through forever. My name is Rebecca Morrow, and I've been collecting antiques for over 20 years. Porcelain figurines, vintage jewelry, old clocks, furniture, anything with history, beauty, and a story etched into its material. There's something magical about holding an object that has outlived generations, that has witnessed joy and sorrow long forgotten. My home in Salem, Massachusetts, ironic I know, is filled with such treasures. A 1920s vanity here, an Edwardian armchair there, shelves lined with bisque dolls from the 1800s, wearing delicate lace dresses frozen in time. That's why on a cold January morning in 2025, I found myself at a small unadvertised estate auction in a crumbling mansion on the North Shore. The deceased was Margaret Ellison, a reclusive widow in her 90s who had lived alone for decades after her husband and only child died tragically in the 1970s. No heirs, everything sold to settle debts. The auction was quiet, mostly local dealers picking through silverware and linens. But in the nursery upstairs, locked behind a glass cabinet, I saw her. Annabelle. That's what the tag read, in faded childish handwriting. She was exquisite. A Simon and Halbig bisque doll from around 1890, 24 inches tall, with flawless pale porcelain head, shoulders, and arms. Glass blue eyes that caught light like real irises, human hair curls and golden ringlets. Original silk dress in pale lavender, tiny leather shoes, even a matching parasol. Condition, museum quality. No cracks, no repairs, original body stuffing firm. Starting bid, $500. I couldn't believe it. Comparable dolls sold for 5 figures at major houses. My hand shot up. A few half-hearted bids from others. I won her for $1,800. The auctioneer handed her over in the original wooden carrying case, lined with faded velvet. Inside the lid, a small brass plaque. Annabelle Ellison, beloved daughter, 1892 to 1901. I felt a thrill. Not just the bargain, the history. That night, I set her on the antique rocking chair in my collection room, a converted bedroom with locked glass cases. Soft lighting, temperature controlled. I arranged her carefully, parasol in hand, head tilted just so. She looked perfect, almost alive. The first odd thing happened 3 nights later. I woke around 3 a.m. to a soft creak. The rocking chair, moving slowly back and forth. No draft, windows closed, heater off. I sat up in bed, my bedroom across the hall, watching through the open door. It rocked 5 times, then stopped. I told myself old wood settles, floorboards creak. But I closed the collection room door that night. The movements grew bolder. Week 2. I'd come home from an antique fair to find Annabelle's head turned toward the door. I always faced her toward the window. Week 3, parasol moved from right hand to left. Week 4, one evening I found her standing beside the chair. Not sitting, feet flat on the floor. I live alone, no pets, doors locked. Alarm armed. I picked her up, cold porcelain, heavier than expected, and placed her back in the chair. As I did, I swear her glass eyes followed my hands. That night the whispers started, soft, childlike, female. From the collection room, Rebecca. My name, clear as day. I froze in bed. Again. Play with me. I turned on every light. Checked the room. Nothing. Recorder app on my phone left running overnight. Morning playback. Faint creaking. Then, at 3:17 a.m., a little girl's voice. Why won't you play? I saved the file. Showed my best friend Claire, who'd always tease me about my creepy doll hobby. She listened, went pale. That's not EVP Static Beck. That's a child. I researched the name. Annabelle Ellison, Born 1892 to wealthy Boston family. Died 1901 at age 9 from scarlet fever. Buried in Mount Auburn Cemetery. The doll commissioned in her likeness shortly before illness. Family devastated. Father drank himself to death. Mother institutionalized. The house where the auction was held, the Ellison Summer Estate. Margaret Ellison was the great-niece who inherited it after the line died out. The doll had never left the family. Until me. The secrets began. I've carried guilt my whole life over something from when I was 12. A lie that destroyed a friendship. My friend Emily and I found an old locket in the woods. Gold, engraved, clearly valuable. We fought over it. I hid it. Told her I lost it. Kept it for years. She moved away heartbroken, thinking I didn't care. I never told anyone. One night, whisper from the doll, "You stole it. You lied." Exact words I thought in private shame. Another night, secrets about my failed engagement 10 years ago. The real reason it ended, not the story I tell. Secrets about resentment toward my sister. Things no one knew. Not even me fully, until spoken aloud by that child voice. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom. Slept on the couch, but the voice followed. Claire visited to debunk. We sat in the collection room with EMF meters, infrared cameras, voice recorders. Annabelle sat innocently in her chair. Mid-conversation, Claire's phone rang. Unknown number. She answered. Her face drained of color, hung up. My mother's nursing home. She had a fall, broke her hip. They said, she was calling my name right before. Claire left in a panic. Her mother died 2 days later from complications. Claire blamed herself for not visiting enough. I knew the timing. The doll knew Claire's guilt too. I tried to sell her, posted on collector forums, auction sites. Every potential buyer backed out. One wrote, "Something wrong with that doll. Eyes follow you in photos." Another, "Heard crying when I inquired." A third, "Deposit sent, then refunded with message, bad feeling. Keep it." I tried giving her away. Charity shops refused. We don't take antique dolls anymore. Too many returns, museums. Not accepting donations currently. I tried destroying her. First, hammer to the head. Porcelain didn't crack. Hammer rebounded. Second, fire in the backyard pit. Flames licked but didn't burn. Doll emerged cold. Third, buried in the garden at midnight. Dug up next morning, sitting on my porch, clean, smiling. The influence spread. I started hearing the child voice in my head during the day. Urging small cruelties. Tell your sister the truth about why you hate her vacations. Remind your ex why he left. I resisted at first, then gave in to small things. Relationships fractured. My antique business suffered. Items I sold brought misfortune to buyers. Returns. Lawsuits threatened. A man who bought a clock from me died in a car crash the next week. A woman who purchased a mirror attempted suicide. All contacted me before tragedy, mentioning bad feelings from the objects. But I knew. The doll was spreading. The final months were hell. I boarded the collection room, salted lines. Sage smudges. Prayers from every faith. Nothing worked. Annabelle appeared in different places. On my bed. At the dinner table. In the passenger seat of my car, always watching. Always whispering secrets. My sister's cancer diagnosis came weeks after the doll whispered her hidden smoking habit. My own health declined. Unexplained weight loss. Nightmares of being trapped in porcelain. The last night. March 2025. I hadn't slept in days. Barricaded in the living room. Annabelle sat on the coffee table. Eyes open. I spoke to her. "What do you want?" The voice loud now, no whisper. Company. Forever. I understood. She wanted a new Annabelle. Me trapped. Playing eternally. I grabbed the heaviest thing, an iron candlestick, and swung. It connected. Porcelain finally cracked. Head split. Black ooze, not paint, not dirt, poured out. The scream was deafening. Child and something ancient. House shook. Windows cracked. Then silence. Pieces on the floor. I gathered them in a metal box. Drove to the ocean at dawn. Threw it far into the waves. Watched it sink. Returned home. Cleaned. Repaired cracks in walls. Life slowly normalized. But one thing remained. In the attic. Forgotten. The original carrying case. I opened it months later to sell. Inside a new doll. Porcelain fresh. My face. My hair. My eyes glass now. Smiling. Tag in childish handwriting. Rebecca Morrow, beloved friend, 2025. The date blank. Waiting. Some say I still live in that house. Some say I don't answer the door anymore. Some say if you visit antique shops in Salem, you might see her, sitting quietly, waiting for someone who loves history, who understands loneliness, who has secrets. If you ever see a perfect Victorian doll, for too good a price, with eyes that seem to know you, walk away, because some playmates never let you leave the game, and some secrets are meant to stay buried, forever. My name is Laura Hensley, and I have never told this story in full to anyone until now. Not the police, not my family, not even my therapist. They all think it was a combination of isolation, holiday loneliness, and carbon monoxide poisoning from the old furnace. But I know what happened on Christmas Eve 2025 was real. I know because the marks are still on my doors. Because the security footage, what little survived, shows things that no hallucination could explain. And because even now, on quiet nights, I sometimes hear faint knocking from inside the walls. I was 42 that year, recently divorced after 18 years of a marriage that had slowly crumbled under the weight of unspoken resentments and separate lives. My two grown children, Megan, 21, and Ethan, 19, were spending the holiday with their father and his new girlfriend in Florida. It was the first Christmas I'd ever spent completely alone. I told everyone I was fine with it. I'd bought a small tree, decorated minimally, stocked the fridge with treats, queued up classic movies. My house sat on 5 acres in rural Vermont, a renovated 150-year-old farmhouse at the end of a long dirt road, surrounded by snow-laden pines and fields buried under 3 feet of fresh powder. Nearest neighbor 2 miles away. Perfect for peace and quiet. Or so I thought. Christmas Eve started beautifully. Snow falling soft and steady all day, muffling the world. I baked cookies, wrapped a few gifts to open alone, poured eggnog laced with rum, and settled in front of the fire with It's a Wonderful Life. The house felt warm, safe, nostalgic. Cell service was spotty as always in winter storms, but I had Wi-Fi and landline. Power steady. Dogs, my 2 old labs, Max and Bella, snoozing by the hearth. Around 9:30 p.m., the first knock came. 3 slow, deliberate raps on the front door. Rap, rap, rap. The dogs lifted their heads, ears perked, but didn't bark. Unusual, they always announced visitors. I paused the movie, listened. Nothing but wind and snow against windows. Probably a branch, I thought, or ice shifting on the roof. I resumed the film. 10 minutes later. Knock again. Same rhythm, same door. Louder this time. The dogs whined softly but stayed put. I muted the TV, heart picking up pace. Grabbed a flashlight from the mantel, slipped on boots but not a coat, just a peek. Looked through the peephole, nothing. Porch light showed empty steps, snow swirling, footprints nowhere because the overhang kept it clear. I opened the door a crack, chain still latched. Cold blasted in. Hello? Silence. Snow. Trees. Darkness beyond. I closed and locked it. Told myself animals or wind. Back to the couch. 11:15 p.m. Knocking again. But now from the back door. Kitchen side. Same 3 raps. Dogs finally growled low. I grabbed my phone, no signal bars. Landline worked, but who to call at this hour on Christmas Eve? I crept to the kitchen window, parted curtains. 2 children stood on the back porch. Small, maybe 10 and 12. Boy and girl. Pale faces almost glowing under the motion light. Old-fashioned clothing, dark coats too big, scarves, mittens. Heads uncovered despite the below-zero cold. They stared straight at the window, at me. Their eyes. Completely black, no whites, no irises, just inky voids. Like oil spills where eyes should be, I dropped the curtain. Backed away, heart hammering. The girl's voice came through the door, soft, polite, childlike, but strangely flat. Ma'am, can we come in? It's so cold out here. The boy. We need to use your phone. Our mom's car broke down. I didn't answer. Pressed against the wall. They knocked again. Please, we're freezing. Just let us warm up by the fire. I peeked once more. They hadn't moved. Stood perfectly still. Breath not fogging in the frigid air. Impossible. Eyes still black. I whispered through the door. Go away. I'm calling the police. Silence. Then the girl. We're not bad kids, ma'am. We're just lost. I dialed 911 on the landline. Busy signal. Tried again. Busy. Cell. Still no bars. Storm interference, probably. I turned off all lights downstairs. Sat in the dark living room with dogs, shotgun from the safe across my lap, my ex's old hunting gun I decapped. Knocking stopped for an hour. I dozed fitfully. Woke at 1:47 a.m. to knocking on every door at once. Front, back, side, and upstairs bedroom windows. Impossible. The voices multiplied. Please let us in. We're so cold, our fingers hurt. We just want to sit by your tree. They knew about the tree. How? The dogs hid under the table, trembling. I checked security cameras on my phone app. Battery backup, cellular uplink, separate from house Wi-Fi. Front porch, the 2 children. Back porch, same 2. Side door, same. Upstairs windows, empty, but the voices came from everywhere. Then the girl's voice closer from inside the pantry. We know you're alone, Lavra. My name, I screamed. Ran to the pantry. Empty. No way in. Power flickered. Went out completely. House plunged into darkness except fireplace embers. I lit candles with shaking hands. Knocking resumed, rhythmic, patient. They started reciting things. Personal things. Your daughter Megan is on a plane right now. She's scared of flying. True. Ethan hates his father's new girlfriend. He wishes he was with you. True. Your ex never loved you the way you loved him. He's thinking about you tonight. I covered ears. But the voices were in my head now. Soft. Insistent. We can make the loneliness stop. Just open the door. I barricaded doors with furniture. Called the landline again. Dead. Wi-Fi gone. Completely cut off. 3:12 a.m. Scratching began. Slow nails on wood. Every exterior wall. Circling the house. Footsteps on the roof. Light. Like children walking. Snow sliding off eaves. The boy's voice from the chimney. We can come down if you let us. Dogs howled. I loaded the shotgun. Racked it loud, hoping the sound would scare them. Laughter. Childish. Echoing. We're not afraid of guns. Ma'am. Hours blurred. They never tired, never raised voices to anger. Always polite. Always pleading. Always knowing more. They recited my childhood fears. My mother's last words before cancer took her. The abortion I never told anyone about. Every secret shame. Promising warmth. Safety. Company. Forever. If I just let them in. I saw shadows under doors. Small hands pressing against windows. Prints in frost that melted wrong. At 5:30 a.m., first gray light. Knocking slowed. Voices faded. We'll come back tomorrow night, when you're lonelier. Silence. I waited until full sunrise to 7:45 a.m. Opened the door cautiously. Empty porches. No footprints in deep snow anywhere around the house. Impossible. They'd stood there for hours. Security footage. Children visible all night. Then at 6:58 a.m., static. Files corrupted after that. Police came later, Christmas Day, after power returned, and I drove to the neighbor to call. Found no evidence. Suggested break-in attempt or prank. But doors unmarked except for faint scratches I couldn't explain. Dogs refused to go outside for days. I moved in with my sister in Boston January 1st. Sold the house as is, but the fear stayed, because sometimes when I'm alone, especially holidays, I hear faint knocking. 3 slow raps, and a child's voice. Polite as ever. Ma'am, can we come in? It's cold. I never answer. I never open the door. Because everyone who researches black-eyed children agrees on one rule. Do not let them in, no matter how cold they seem. No matter what they promise. No matter how much they know about you. Because once they're inside, you're not alone anymore. Ever. And the loneliness? It's worse than before. If you ever hear knocking late at night, and children's voices asking to enter, especially if you're alone, check their eyes before you even think about opening, because some visitors don't leave at dawn. They wait, patient, until you're weak enough to invite them in. My name is Daniel Brooks, and I have seen them my entire life. The shadows. Not the ordinary kind that dance when light shifts. These are different. Tall, solid, human-shaped, but wrong. No faces, no features. Just pure black that absorbs light instead of reflecting it. They stand in corners, at the edges of rooms, on ceilings, behind doors, watching, waiting. And over 41 years, they have never left me alone. It started when I was 5. We lived in a small ranch house in central Pennsylvania. My parents, older sister Katie, and me. Ordinary family. Dad worked at the steel mill. Mom was a nurse. nothing remarkable. Except the man in my bedroom. I woke one night needing the bathroom. Hallway light off. I patted across the carpet and saw him, standing at the end of the hall. 7 feet tall at least, broad shoulders, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned fedora hat tilted low. Completely black, darker than the darkness around him. He didn't move. Just stood, watching. I froze, couldn't scream, couldn't run. After what felt like minutes, he slowly turned and glided, not walked into the living room. I ran back to bed, hid under covers until morning. Told my mom, she said nightmare. Shadow from the streetlight. But I knew, because it happened again and again. Always the same figure. The hat man, sometimes in my room, standing over the bed. Sometimes in the closet, door cracked just enough to see the brim of the hat. Sometimes on the ceiling, crouched like a spider. My sister saw him too once. Woke screaming that a tall man was in her room. Parents found nothing. We moved when I was 9, new house, new school district. I thought it was over. It wasn't. Middle school years, glimpses in mirrors. Reflections that lagged behind my movements. High school. The hat man returned full force. He'd appear in the basement when I did laundry. In the garage when I got home late. Once, driving home from a friend's house at night, I saw him standing in the middle of the rural road. I swerved. Nearly crashed. No one there when I looked back. College dorm, freshman year, top bunk. Woke paralyzed one night, classic sleep paralysis. But this time, the hat man stood at the foot of the bed, leaning over me. Hat brim almost touching my face. I felt cold pressure on my chest. Couldn't breathe. When it released, he was gone. My roommate found bruises on my ribs in the shape of fingers, black and purple. Doctor said I must have fallen. I knew better. After college, I moved to Philadelphia for work, graphic designer at an ad agency. First apartment, studio in a high-rise. Peace for almost 2 years. Then they came back. Not just the hat man, others, smaller ones, child-sized, faster, darting across rooms when I turned lights off. Standing in doorways, I started leaving lights on all night. Bills skyrocketed. Neighbors complained about the glow under my door. I met Sarah in 2016. Fell hard. She moved in 2018. We married 2020. Bought a house in the suburbs. 2022. Had our daughter Lily in 2023. For the first time in my life, the shadows stopped. Completely. I thought they were gone. That love, family, normalcy had banished them. I was wrong. They were waiting. 2024. Lily turned 1. We were happy. Then in March, I saw one again. Small shadow in Lily's nursery. Crouched beside the crib, watching her sleep. I rushed in, it dissolved like smoke. Sarah thought I was seeing things from stress. New job pressure, fatherhood anxiety, but I knew. They were back, and stronger. Summer 2024. Manifestations daily. Hat man in the hallway at night, smaller ones under the kitchen table. One on the roof, visible from the backyard, silhouetted against the moon. Sarah started seeing them too. Woke screaming that something was standing over our bed. Found scratches on her back. 3 parallel lines, deep enough to bleed. We installed cameras, motion activated, night vision. Footage showed shadows moving, tall figures walking through walls. One clip, hat man standing in Lily's room for 23 minutes. Unmoving, staring down at the crib. Then slowly leaning closer, closer, until his hat brim filled the frame. We moved Lily's crib to our room, saged the house, had it blessed by a priest. A medium, a shaman, nothing worked. They grew bolder. Objects moved, doors slammed. Whispers at night, my name and a voice like dry leaves. Sarah's name, Lily's name. They started touching, cold hands on ankles in bed. Pressure on chests, bruises. Lily, only 2 years old, began pointing at empty corners. Saying, man, black man, hat. We sold the house October 2025, moved to a new build in a different state. Thought starting fresh would help. Christmas 2025 approaching, we decorated, tried to be normal. December 23rd, the worst night. I woke at 3:03 a.m., room freezing, breath visible. Hat man stood at the foot of our bed, taller than ever. Hat brim almost touching the ceiling fan. Sarah woke too, screamed. Lily cried from her room. Then the others appeared. Dozens, filling the room, walls crawling with shadow figures. Small ones skittering across the floor, tall ones looming, all watching. Silent. I grabbed Sarah and Lily, ran to the living room. Barricaded. Called police. Explained nothing. Just intruders. They came. Found empty house. No forced entry. Suggested CO poisoning. We checked levels normal. But the shadows followed us to the hotel. To my parents' house, everywhere. They spoke that final night. December 24th, 2025. We were at a rented cabin. Desperate last attempt at escape. Fire roaring, all lights on. Family together. Hatman appeared in the flames. Formed from smoke and shadow. Voice like grinding stone. You cannot run. You belong to us. You always have. Then the attack. Physical, invisible hands pinning me down. Clawing. Sarah fought them off me. Got scratched across face. Lily levitated, quibs shaking violently. I grabbed an iron poker. Swung wildly. Connected with something solid. Black smoke exploded. Screams. Not human. The cabin shook. Windows cracked. Then silence. They retreated. For the first time. At a cost, Sarah's wounds infected mysteriously. Doctors baffled. Lily developed night terrors. Drawing only black figures with hats. I bear scars that never heal properly. We live with the lights on always. Salt lines. Protective symbols. They still appear. Less often, but always watching. Waiting for weakness. I learned the truth from research, years of forums, books, survivor accounts. Shadow people attach young, feed on fear. Grow stronger with time. The Hat Man is their leader. Some say interdimensional, some demonic. Some thought forms made real by collective belief. All agree. Once they choose you, they never let go. Completely. I write this December 25th, 2025. Christmas morning, family asleep. I sit watching the corners. One just moved, tall, hat, watching me type this, waiting. If you've ever seen a shadow that shouldn't be there, that moves on its own, that watches, know this, you're already marked. They don't forget, they don't forgive. And one day, when you're most vulnerable, they'll come closer, until the darkness is all you see, forever. My name is Thomas Whitlock, and on July 17th, 2025, I lost a day. Or rather, I lived the same day so many times that time itself lost meaning. I've tried to forget it, to rationalize it, to convince myself it was heat stroke or a mental break. But the evidence remains. Phone logs showing hundreds of identical photos, a watch that stopped at 2:47 p.m. forever. Journal entries repeating the same sentences in my own handwriting until the pen ran dry, and a mind that still flinches when clocks chime or the sun hits a certain angle in the sky. I was 47 that summer, a history teacher on break, visiting my aunt's cottage in the Cotswolds for a quiet week of reading and walking. The village of Lower Fordham was perfect. Honey-colored stone houses, rolling green hills, ancient footpaths winding through fields and woods. No mobile signal in parts, barely any traffic. The kind of place time forgot. That morning I woke at 7:30 a.m. to birdsong and sunlight through lace curtains. Breakfast of tea and toast. Checked the weather, clear skies, warm but not hot. Decided on a familiar 6-mile loop, out along the river path, up through Fordham Wood, across the sheep fields, back via the old Roman road. I left at 10:15 a.m. sharp. Phone in pocket for photos, bottle of water, light jacket tied around waist. The first hour was idyllic. Wildflowers blooming, butterflies, the river sparkling. I passed Mrs. Hargrove walking her terrier. We exchanged hellos about the fine day. Entered the wood at 11:30. Cool shade, dappled light, smell of earth and leaves. At 12:15, I reached the clearing with the old oak, my usual lunch spot. Sat on the fallen log, ate a sandwich. Took photos of the tree rings, checked my watch, 12:42 p.m. Then something felt off. A silence too complete. No birds, no insects, no wind. The lights seemed frozen, shadows not shifting as they should with the sun. I stood, shook my head, continued walking. Reached the stile into the sheep field at 1:10 p.m. The sheep were in the exact same positions as when I passed earlier, same ones grazing, same lamb nursing. Odd, but animals repeat patterns. Kept going. At 1:45 I passed the farmhouse where Mr. Ellison usually waved from his tractor. He was there, waved. Same smile, same nod. I waved back. Then deja vu hit hard. I had done this already, exact same moment. I stopped. Looked at my phone photos, the oak tree shot, timestamp 12:47 p.m. Watch still 1:50 p.m. But I remember taking that photo earlier. I turned back toward the wood. Walked faster. Reached the clearing again at 2:30 p.m. The sandwich wrapper still on the log, but I'd packed it out. Fresh. Untouched. My water bottle half full, exactly as I'd left it the first time. Heart racing now. I sat. Tried to think. Heat? Low blood sugar? I drank water. Ate a biscuit. Waited. Watch ticked to 2:47 p.m. Then stopped. Hands frozen. I tapped it. Shook it. Dead. But phone time still advanced. I took a photo of the clearing. Timestamp 2:51 p.m. Continued the loop. Past Mrs. Hargrove again. Same terrier. Same greeting. Lovely day, isn't it? Word for word. I asked, have we spoken today? She laughed. Just now, dear. I ran. Back to the cottage by 3:30 p.m. Aunt Miriam in the kitchen making tea. Back already? Good walk? I babbled about feeling ill. She felt my forehead. You're cool as a cucumber. I went to my room. Checked phone. Photos from the walk, oak at 12:47. Sheep at 1:12, farmhouse at 1:45. But I just lived those moments again. I opened my journal. Last entry. July 17th. Beautiful morning, heading for the long loop. Written in my hand. But I hadn't written it yet this time. The loop reset. I woke again at 7:30 a.m. Same bird song. Same light. Breakfast identical. Aunt Miriam said the same lines. I tried staying in, refused to walk. Sat in the garden reading. At 12:47 p.m. exact, the frozen silence. Birds stopped. Light locked. Then reset. Woke again at 7:30. The day repeated. No matter what I did, I tested boundaries. Tried driving out of the village. Road looped back impossibly. Tried calling friends. Phones rang but voices echoed my own words back. Tried telling Aunt Miriam. She smiled patiently. You're overtired, Thomas. Then reset. By the 10th loop I was screaming. 20th. Resigned. 50th. Methodical. I kept journals each loop, hiding them in different places. Found them next time. Hundreds of identical entries. Day X of the loop. Still trapped. People began disappearing. First loop with changes. Mrs. Hargrove gone. Her house empty. Mail piling up. No one remembered her. Mr. Ellison's tractor idle. Farmhouse dark. By loop 200, I counted by journal tallies, the village had half its population. Streets quieter. Shops closed. Aunt Miriam still there, but forgetting things. Asking who I was sometimes. By loop 500, only a dozen people left. Then just me and Miriam. Then just me, the world emptied. Fields barren. No sheep. No birds. No insects. Sky still blue, but sun fixed at afternoon angle. Shadows never lengthened. Eternal golden hour. I walked the loop endlessly. Talked to myself. Screamed at the sky. Saw fractured versions. Other Thomases. One running madly, hair wild, clothes torn. One sitting catatonic under the oak. One hanging from a branch. I cut him down, but next loop he was there again. They didn't speak. Just stared with hollow eyes. Knowing. The entity appeared around loop 1000. First as a shimmer in the air. Then a figure. Human-shaped but wrong, limbs too long, head tilted. Made a fractured light like bad TV reception. It watched from tree lines, mirrored my movements from a distance. When I ran, it ran. When I stopped, it stopped. Closer each loop. It began erasing. Places vanished. The oak gone one loop, just a hole in the ground. The river dry. The cottage crumbling. My body deteriorated. Hair grew wild, nails long. Skin pale from endless sun that never set. Hunger meaningless. Food never depleted, but eating brought no satisfaction. Thirst eternal but never fatal. I was preserved, trapped in perfect stasis. The entity finally spoke. Loop unknown. I'd stopped counting at 5,000. Voice in my head. Everywhere. Timeless. You wandered off the path. Time noticed. Now you stay. Until time forgets. I begged, screamed, offered anything. It showed me glimpses outside. My real life continuing. Funeral held. Body never found. Assumed hiking accident. Sarah, my ex, moving on. Friends mourning. World turning. Without me. Forever. Escape came accidentally. Loop infinite. I sat under where the oak had been. Carved symbols in dirt. Every protective ward I knew. Spoke every prayer. then exhaustion. True sleep, first in eternity. Woke to darkness. Real night. Stars moving, crickets. Watch ticking again, 3:12 a.m. July 18th. I ran to the cottage. Aunt Miriam asleep. Calendar, July 18th. I checked news date correct. But my phone, thousands of identical photos. Journal, one entry, July 17th walk. No loop records. They'd been erased. Or never existed outside. I aged years in one night. Hair gray at temples. Eyes older. Doctors found nothing physical. Psychologists said dissociative episode. Grief. Midlife crisis. But I know. Sometimes driving familiar roads, the light freezes. Shadows stop moving. Birds silent. I pull over. Wait, it passes. But I feel it watching, waiting for me to wander again, off the path. Into the place where time loops, and days last forever. If you ever feel a moment repeat, a perfect déjà vu, a silence too complete, turn back. Change something. Anything. Because time is watching. And once it notices you, it may decide to keep you forever in the day that never ends. My name is Hannah Reyes, and from August to November 2025 I lived in hell with the ceiling open above me. Not metaphorically, literally. Something lived in the space between my apartment and the one above, and every night they came down. Or across, or through. Pale, hairless, joint-wrong humanoids that moved like spiders but looked almost like people who had been stretched and drained of color. They crawled on the ceiling, on the walls, sometimes on the floor when they thought I was asleep. They watched, they waited, and they never made a sound except when they wanted me to know they were there. I was 28, a graphic designer working remote, newly single after a bad breakup. I needed cheap rent fast, so when I found the listing for a one-bedroom in the Hawthorne Apartments, an old 1920s brick building in downtown Spokane, I jumped. Third floor, corner unit, high ceilings, original hardwood floors, big windows. $900 a month. Too good. The landlord, Mr. Petrov, was eager to sign, said the previous tenant left suddenly without notice. No reason given. I moved in August 5th. First week, bliss. Quiet building, mostly older residents. I painted the bedroom a soft sage, set up my desk by the window, adopted a cat named Luna for company. The noises started on night 8, soft scratching from above. Like nails on wood. Slow. Methodical. I thought mice or rats. Called maintenance. They checked the attic access in the hallway, nothing. No droppings. No nests. Old building, the guy said. Pipes expanding, settling. I bought earplugs. Night 12. Scratching louder. And footsteps. Light. Bare feet padding. Back and forth across my ceiling. Directly above my bed. Luna stared up, ears flat, growling low. I turned on lights. Noise stopped. Turned off, resumed. I recorded on my phone. Playback. Faint thuds. Scratching. Then something like heavy breathing. Close to the mic, even though the phone was on my nightstand. Night 15. First sighting. I woke at 3:42 a.m. needing water. Bedroom dark except streetlight through blinds. Something moved on the ceiling, directly above me. A shape, long, pale, limbs splayed like a starfish, but wrong. Elbows and knees bending backward. Head hanging down, neck too long, face toward me. No eyes visible, just dark hollows. Skin translucent, veins blue under moon-white flesh. It didn't move, just hung there, watching. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. Luna bolted from the bed, hissing. The thing slowly pulled its limbs in, folding impossibly, and crawled, sideways, toward the corner where ceiling met wall. Disappeared into shadow. I turned on every light. Stayed up until dawn. Morning. No marks on ceiling. No evidence. Told myself sleep paralysis hallucination, but Luna refused to enter the bedroom for days. The crawlers multiplied. Night 20. 2 of them. One on ceiling. One on the wall above the door. Same pale skin, same wrong joints. They moved in sync. Like communicating silently. I bought a better camera, motion-activated night vision. First footage. 2:18 a.m. A crawler descending from the attic hatch in the hallway closet. Hatch ID never noticed open before. Body folding through the small square like liquid. Then crawling on all fours across the ceiling toward my bedroom. Video cut to static when it reached the door. File corrupted after. I showed the partial clip to my friend Marcus. He stayed over one night to debunk. We sat up with lights on, talking. At 3:11 a.m., lights flickered. Temperature dropped 20 degrees. Marcus looked up, whispered, "Holy *T." 3 crawlers on the living room ceiling, arranged in a triangle, heads hanging down, watching us. Marcus grabbed his keys and ran. Never answered my texts again. I researched. Found forums about crawlers, or pale crawlers. Sightings worldwide, always in old buildings, always at night. Always silent, always watching. Some said escaped government experiments. Some said interdimensional. Some said flesh gates or skinwalkers in another form. All agreed. They get bolder. They marked territory. Week 6. Handprints appeared. On the ceiling. Pale, greasy, 5-fingered, but fingers too long. In the bedroom. Directly above my bed. New ones every few days. Like checking in, I painted over them. They bled through the paint next night. Wet, I stopped sleeping in the bedroom. Couch. Then they came there too. One night, woke to one crouched on the wall beside the sofa. Head tilted 180 degrees. Mouth open, no teeth, just darkness. Breath cold on my face. I screamed. It scuttled up the wall and across the ceiling. Vanished into a corner. I moved to a hotel for a week. Returned, apartment untouched. But new marks. Scratches on the inside of the bedroom door. Deep, like trying to get out, or marking from inside. Landlord refused to let me break lease. Previous tenant said the same things. Crazy girl. Left owing rent. I asked for her name. He wouldn't give it. I found old listings. Previous tenant. Emily Voss. Searched her name. Missing person report. October 2024. Last seen entering the building. No leads. I tried everything. Salt lines. Swept away by morning. Sage. Smoke lingered, but crawlers appeared through it. Holy water. Hissed on the floor, but no effect. Pastor Blessing laughed at me. Exorcist. Wanted $5,000. I boarded the ceiling with plywood. They scratched through in one night. Wood shards on my bed. I installed brighter lights. Motion floods. They avoided direct light but waited in shadows. Got closer in dimness. The touching began November 1st. Cold fingers on my ankle under covers. Woke to see a hand retreating up the wall. Long fingers. Webbed slightly. Then hair brushing, like something leaning over me while I slept. Woke with strands in my mouth. Not mine, pale. Fine, then the weight. On my chest. Pinning. Paralysis. A face inches from mine. No nose. No ears. Just black pits for eyes. Mouth opening wider than possible. Breathing cold rot. I broke free by sheer terror. Ran to the bathroom. Locked door. It scratched from the other side. Slow. Patient. Final week. 5 or 6 every night. Filling the ceilings. Walls. Sometimes the floor, crawling low like animals. They mimicked. One night, one stood upright in the corner. Trying to imitate human posture. Failed. Joints popping. Head lolling. I filmed when I could. Most files corrupted. One survived. A crawler descending headfirst down the bedroom wall. Face toward camera. Mouth opening. Then screen filled with its face. Video ended. I looked at the freeze frame for hours. The pits weren't empty. Something moved inside. Eyes within eyes. I left November 20th. Took only what fit in my car. Left furniture, deposit, everything. Drove to my parents in Seattle. Told no one the full story, but they followed. First night at parents'. Scratching above my childhood bedroom. Mom thought squirrels. I knew. They appear less now. Once a month. Always when I'm alone. Always on the ceiling. Watching. Waiting. I never look up in unfamiliar rooms. I sleep with lights on. I never live above the ground floor again. If you ever hear scratching from above, soft footsteps on your ceiling. Feel cold spots directly overhead. Do not look up. Do not acknowledge. Move. Immediately. Because once they choose an apartment, a room, a person, they nest, and they never leave, until they have what they want. Whatever that is. I still don't know. But sometimes, in the dark, I feel them waiting, above me, patient, silent, crawling. My name is Caleb Morrison, and my family has farmed the same 200 acres in central Iowa since 1892. Corn, soybeans, cattle, a few pigs. Hard work, early mornings, late nights, but honest. We're isolated. Nearest neighbor 3 miles down a gravel road. Cornfields stretching to the horizon, woods bordering the back 40. Dad always said the land takes care of you if you take care of it. In the fall of 2025, something else decided it wanted taken care of. I was 31, living in the old farmhouse with my parents. Dad, Ron, 62, Mom, Diane, 59, and my younger sister Jessie, 26, who'd moved back after college to help. My wife Clara and our 2 kids, Noah, 6, and Ellie, 4, lived in the smaller guest house 50 yards away. Normal rural life, harvest season in full swing. The trouble started September 18th. Dad found 3 cows in the north pasture. Dead, not just dead, mutilated. Tongues removed clean. Eyes gone. Genitals excised with surgical precision. No blood on the ground, like it drained elsewhere. Coyotes don't do that. No footprints except our own. Veterinarians said possible cult activity or poachers. We installed game cameras. First photos. Nothing but deer and raccoons. Then the tracks appeared. September 25th. Long thin prints around the barn. Human-shaped but wrong, toes splayed, claws deep in mud. Stride too long. Leading from the cornfield to the dead cows. Then vanishing. Dad loaded the shotguns. We took night watches. October 1st. First sighting. I was on porch watch at 2 a.m. Motion light by the barn flicked on. Something moved at the corn edge. Tall. Thin. Pale as bone. Naked. No hair. Limbs too long, back hunched. Head jerked side to side like tasting air. It stood on 2 legs, but knees bent backward. Claws, black, curved, hanging at sides. Face, sunken. Eyes huge, black. Mouth wide, lips pulled back over sharp teeth. It stared at the house. At me. I raised the rifle. It dropped to all 4s. Raced into the corn. Faster than anything natural. Rustling rose like wind, but focused. Gone. I checked the barn. New mutilation, our best bull. Same precision. But this time, a message. Carved into the hide with claws. Hungry. We called sheriff. They came, took photos. Said probably teenagers with knives and too much internet. Increased patrols. 1 drive-by a night. Useless. The creature returned every night. We saw it from windows. Always at the field edge. Watching. Learning our patterns. It mimicked. October 10th. Mom heard Dad calling from the barn at midnight. Dad was asleep beside her. Voice perfect. She almost went out. I stopped her. Next night. My voice calling Clara from the yard. She looked out, saw it standing upright. Waving with 2 long arms. She screamed. Kids woke crying. We boarded windows. Slept with guns. It escalated. October 5th, 10th. Chickens gone. Coop door ripped off hinges. Feathers everywhere. No bodies. Just blood painted on the walls. Symbols. Circles. Lines. Claws. Dad recognized some from old native lore books. Warnings. Protection. We tried them. Painted on doors. Burned sage. Nothing worked. It got closer. October 20th. On the porch roof. Claws scraping shingles. We heard it breathing above the living room. Heavy. Wet. Jessie fired through the ceiling. Buckshot holes. No blood, no body. But the scraping stopped for 1 night. The family suffered. Noah stopped talking. Ellie drew only black stick figures with claws. Clara wanted to leave. Dad refused. This is our land. Mom prayed constantly. I researched. Found stories. The Rake, pale crawler variant, seen worldwide. Always rural. Always hungry. Always stalking families. Some said escaped experiments. Some said demon. Some said ancient guardian awakened. All said, once it chooses a place, it doesn't stop. It wants in. It wants the people. October 25th, it got inside the machine shed. Tore through metal door. Tractor gutted. Wires pulled, seats shredded. Message in oil on the floor. Soon we set traps. Bear traps. Motion lights. Floodlights. It avoided. Or triggered for fun. Laughed. High. Chittering sound from the fields. The targeting began. November 1st. Jessie's dog Max found in the yard. Mutilated. Placed neatly on the welcome mat. Eyes and mouth. November 3rd. My truck tires slashed. Claw marks down the sides. November 5th. Clara woke with scratches on her arm. 3 parallel lines, deep, infected immediately. Doctors baffled. The barn night, November 10th. Dad and I went to check the cattle at dusk. Found the herd panicked. circling something in the center, the creature, standing upright among them. Cows frozen. It held one calf, claws around neck, staring at us. Dad fired, it dropped the calf, charged on all fours. Faster than possible. Dad shot again. Missed. It leaped 20 feet. Landed on him, claws raking. I fired point blank, it screeched. Smoke rose from wounds. Fled into corn. Dad bleeding bad. Hospital. 40 stitches. Said animal attack, maybe rabid bear. We knew. Final weeks. Siege. It circled the house nightly. Dozens of tracks. Claw marks on walls. Windows smeared with pale handprints. It whispered through cracks. Our names. In our voices. Promising safety if we came out. Threatening the children if we didn't. We took shifts. No sleep. Clara miscarried. Stress. Doctor said. We hadn't told anyone she was pregnant. It knew. Carved on the crib one morning. One less we left November 18th. Loaded trucks in daylight. Burned the barn. Salted the earth. Drove to town. Stayed in a motel. Sold the farm as is. New owners, city couple wanting rural charm. They lasted 3 weeks. Found mutilated. House burned. Officially, murder-suicide. We know. It's still there. Waiting for the next family. I see it sometimes. In cornfields driving past. At the edge of woods. Watching. Hungry. If you ever buy rural land cheap, see strange tracks. Hear scratching on your roof. Feel watched from the fields. Leave. Before it learns your name. Before it gets hungry. Because the rake doesn't stop. It waits, it watches, and when it decides, it comes home forever. My name is Nathan Keller, and I am the only one who made it out of the Olympic National Forest alive in October 2025. The official report calls it a tragic hiking accident, exposure, dehydration, group getting lost in bad weather. 4 dead, 1 survivor with severe trauma and hypothermia. But I know what really happened. We weren't lost, we were hunted. By something tall, thin, made of wood and wire and flesh. Something that used sirens and speakers to broadcast voices, emergency alerts, missing children cries, and worst of all, our own words played back to lure us deeper. They call it Siren Head online. We didn't have a name for it then. We just called it the thing. There were 5 of us. Me, Nathan, 34, experienced hiker, the unofficial leader because I'd planned the route. My best friend Alex, 35, the Joker, always with the camera rolling for his small YouTube channel. His girlfriend Mia, 32, nurse, the practical one who packed the first aid kit. Tyler, 33, our college buddy, tech guy who brought the satellite communicator and drones. And Sarah, 31, Tyler's sister, nature photographer, quiet but observant. We'd done trips before, Appalachian trail sections, Rockies. This was supposed to be the big one. 4 days, 3 nights in the Hoh Rainforest area, off-trail into lesser-known valleys. Permits filed, itinerary with rangers, sat device for emergencies. We parked at the trailhead October 17th. Cool fall air, leaves turning, moss thick on everything. First day. Perfect. Hiked 8 miles in, set camp by a stream. Fire, stories, beers. Alex filmed everything. Day 1 in paradise, folks. No signal, no worries. Night 1, peaceful, owls, water rushing, slept great. Day 2, deeper in. Trail faded. Bushwhacking through fern and devil's club. Laughed about getting scratched up. Set camp in a small meadow surrounded by old-growth hemlock. Towering trees, canopy blocking sky. That night, October 18th, the first broadcast. Around 2 a.m., I woke to sirens, air raid sirens. Loud, echoing through the valley. We all bolted up. Alex. What the hell? Tyler checked the sat device. No alerts. Phone's no signal anyway. The siren stopped. Then a voice, robotic, emergency broadcast tone. This is an emergency alert. Hikers reported missing in the area. 5 individuals. Last seen October 17th. Our start date. We laughed nervously. Coincidence. Old recording or something, but it named the trailhead, our vehicles. Then our names. Nathan Keller, Alex Rivera, Mia Chun, Tyler Brooks. Sarah Brooks. Exact, we packed flashlights. Searched the camp perimeter. Nothing. No speakers, no people. Just forest. The voice continued sporadically. Missing children crying. Amber alerts. Then static. We didn't sleep again. Day 3, pushed on. Planned loop back. But trail's wrong. landmarks missing. Compass spinning slightly, Tyler's GPS glitching. We heard our own voices. From the trees. Alex's laugh echoing, recorded from the previous night. Mia calling for help. Words she'd said when scratched by thorns. My voice giving directions, but wrong turns, leading deeper. We stuck together, used rope to tether. Sarah took photos. One showed a shape in the background, tall, thin, poles or antennas on head. We zoomed, looked like sirens mounted on a humanoid figure, camouflaged as tree. First full sighting, dusk. Day 3. Setting camp in a ravine. Tyler flew his drone for overview. Feed showed something moving parallel to us, 40 feet tall. Thin as a sapling. Skin bark-like. Head, 2 massive sirens instead of face. Legs long, ending in root-like feet. Arms dangling, wires hanging. It turned toward the drone. Broadcast. Drone static. Then Tyler's voice from earlier. Battery low, bringing it back. But distorted. Deep. The drone crashed. We retrieved it, smashed. That night, broadcasts personal. Our conversations played back. Private ones from tents. Arguments. Secrets. Alex and Mia fighting about moving in. Tyler's fear of commitment with his girlfriend. My guilt over a past affair. Sarah's depression she hid. All broadcast loud through the forest. We argued, accused spying. No one had recorded. The thing was listening. Learning. Mimicking. Group fractured. Day 4. Try to exit. Followed stream downhill. Should lead to road. But valley looped. Same meadow 3 times. Landmarks repeated. People started disappearing. First, Sarah. Went to pee 20 feet away. Called her name. Her voice answered from deeper woods. Over here. Found a trail. We followed. Voice led us in circles. Found her camera. Photos the thing close. Sirens aimed at lens. Last photo. Its face filling frame. No Sarah. We searched until dark. Broadcasts now her voice screaming. Then silent. 4 left. Paranoia full. Alex accused Tyler of hiding her for prank. Fight. Mia crying. I tried SAT device. Connected briefly. Sent SOS. Then broadcast intercepted. Fake ranger voice saying, no emergency found. Prank calls punishable. Device died. Battery full before. Night 4. It came close. Stood at camp edge. 50 feet away, unmoving. Siren silent. We saw details. Body wood and flesh fused. Wires growing like vines. Limbs twitching. It broadcast our heartbeats, amplified. Thump thump. Then our breathing. Sensed. We ran. Left deer. Bushwhacked blind. Tyler tripped. Ankle snap. We carried him. It followed. Branches cracking. Broadcasts. Our past voices calling for help. Leading wrong ways. Mia separated in panic. Her screams real this time. Found her pack. Blood. No body. 3 left. Alex, Tyler, me. Tyler couldn't walk. We hid in hollow log. It stood over. Sirens inches from entrance. Broadcast. Our mother's voices. Begging us home. Tyler cried. Alex filmed on phone. Lost footage. Siren mouth opening. Teeth inside metal and bone. Then static. Alex vanished while I slept minutes. Woke alone with Tyler. Tyler delirious. Said it whispered his name. Promised an end to pain. He crawled out. I followed. Found him. Neck broken. Post sitting against tree. Eyes open. Phone in hand playing loop. His own laugh. I ran alone. Day 5. 6. Lost count. No food. Hallucinating, it broadcast rescue helicopters. Led me to cliffs. Fake trails, I fell. Woke in ravine. Broken ribs. Crawled. Heard real voices, search and rescue. October 24th. Rangers found me. Dehydrated. Hypothermic. Babbling. Searched for others. Found gear. Blood. One body, Tyler, others missing. Declared lost to elements, but Rangers heard broadcast too. Distant sirens, their own radio chatter echoed back distorted. They evacuated fast. I recovered in hospital. Therapy, diagnosed PTSD. But I know. It's still there. Broadcasting, waiting for next group. I hear it sometimes. In wind, in static on radio. My friends' voices calling. If you ever hike deep woods, hear emergency alerts with no source. Your own voice from the trees. Turn back. Do not follow. Because Siren Head doesn't kill quick. It plays. It mimics, it lures, until you're alone. Then the broadcast stops, and the silence is worse. Forever. My name is Evan Mitchell, and I have spent every day since August 2025 trying to convince myself that what happened on the Appalachian Trail was a mass hallucination caused by bad water, exhaustion, or shared psychosis. But the photos don't lie. The journal entries in Ryan's handwriting, but with details he could never have known, don't lie. And the thing that came back wearing his skin, it didn't lie either. It was too perfect. Too patient. And in the end, it almost won. There were 6 of us, friends since college, now in our mid-30s, doing our annual section hike on the AT. We called ourselves the Ridge Runners. Me, Evan, the planner, the one with the maps and permits. Ryan Hayes, my best friend since freshman year, the charismatic one, always the center of the group. His wife Lauren, sweet, tough, the medic who carried the serious first aid kit. Mike Dorsey, the funny one, ex-military, always armed with a pistol for bears. His girlfriend Jess, trail chef extraordinaire, carried the good food. And Tom Nguyen, quiet photographer, documented everything. We met at the Damascus, Virginia trailhead, August 14th, 2025, planned 8 days northbound, 90 miles, through some of the wildest parts of Virginia and into Tennessee. Beautiful weather forecast. We hiked hard the first day to 15 miles to a shelter. Laughed about old times. Drank whiskey around the fire. Slept under stars. Day 2 deeper in. Trail narrowed. Forest thickened. No cell service. Perfect. That night at camp, Ryan went to filter water from the stream alone to 20 minutes. Came back, fine. Or so we thought. Day 3. The offness began. Small things. Ryan forgot an inside joke from college we'd referenced the night before. Called Lauren Babe. He never used pet names, always her name. Laughed at a story he'd originally told, like hearing it new. We teased him, getting old man? Memory going? He laughed it off, but I noticed. Day 4 more. He didn't flinch when a spider crawled on his arm. Ryan was arachnophobic. Ate Jess's famous chili without complaining about the spice. He always did. Walked point instead of his usual sweet position. We asked. He said he was trying new things. That night, Tom took a group photo. In the print later, Ryan's eyes looked darker, less reflection. Day 5. The doubt grew. Mike caught Ryan staring at him while he slept, woke to find him inches away. Silent. When confronted, just checking if you were breathing okay. You snore bad, but Mike hadn't been snoring. Lauren confided in me privately. Ryan hadn't touched her in the tent. Said he was tired, but she heard him whispering outside. Words she couldn't make out. That afternoon, the real horror. Ryan said he was going to scout a side trail for a view. Alone. 10 minutes. We waited. An hour passed. We called. Then, Ryan returned. From the opposite direction. Same clothes. Same pack. Smiling. I got turned around. Found a great overlook. But the side trail was a dead end. We'd checked the map. No overlook. And his boots were clean. No mud from the detour. We confronted. He laughed. You guys are paranoid. But his laugh was wrong. Slightly off timing, we let it go. That night, the confirmation. Tom woke me at 3 a.m. Whispered, Ryan's gone. But listen. From the woods. Ryan's voice calling softly. Guys, help. I fell, ankle broken, exact tone he'd use. We grabbed lights, searched, found Ryan's pack. Abandoned. Water bottle half full. Then another voice, the Ryan in camp calling from his tent. What is going on? We ran back. He was there. Sleeping bag zipped, confused. How could I be out there? We showed the pack. He said someone stole it to prank. But it had his custom patch, his journal inside, entries in his handwriting. But new ones, describing our private conversations from inside tents. Details no one outside could hear. We realized. There were 2 Ryans, one in camp, one in the woods. The one in camp was wrong. We tied him, interrogated. He knew everything, college stories, family secrets. Lauren's miscarriage they'd never told us. My affair in 2019, everything. But when we asked about his childhood dog, S-name Buddy, he said, Max. Wrong. The real Ryan's voice from the woods screamed, then cut off. We searched at dawn. Found blood, drag marks, Ryan's boot, and skin. Strips, like shed. The thing in camp smiled. We can wait. It started mimicking others. Mike's voice calling Jess from the trail. Tom's voice asking for help with the camera. Lauren's voice crying for Ryan. We stuck together, rope tether, never alone. But it learned. Wore Mike's skin next. We found Mike's body, flayed, hidden under leaves. The new Mike perfect. Until he forgot Mike's limp from Afghanistan. We killed it, burned the body. But it came back. Wearing Tom, then Jess. Each time perfect longer. Learning faster. By day 7, only me and Lauren left. Real ones, we knew because we tested. Private questions only we knew. We ran south. Back the way we came, it followed. Wearing Ryan again, calling with the group's voices. Promising safety, forgiveness. We reached a shelter. Barricaded. It came at night. All of them, Ryan, Mike, Tom, Jess, standing outside. Perfect, pleading, we're cold. We're hurt, let us in. Lauren cried. Almost opened the door. I stopped her. Showed her the photo on my phone, the group shot. Their eyes wrong. Skin too smooth. We waited until dawn. They vanished with light. We hiked out. Reached the trailhead August 22nd. Reported the others missing. Search parties found gear, blood, no bodies. Declared animal attacks. Exposure. I showed authorities the journal. The photos. They said trauma. Hallucinations. Lauren backed me at first. Then changed her story. Said I'd snapped. Killed them in delusion. She moved away. Won't answer calls. I see her sometimes. On social media, with Ryan, perfect couple photos, but his eyes, darker, no reflection, and sometimes, late at night. My phone rings. Unknown number. Ryan's voice. Evan, come hiking again next year? I don't answer, but I know. It's still out there, wearing them. Waiting for the next group. Learning. Perfecting. If you ever hike the AT, and someone in your party starts acting slightly off, forget small things. Knows too much. Check their skin in firelight. Look for seams. And if you hear your friend calling from the woods, but they're standing right beside you, run. Do not look back. Because flesh gates don't just take the body, they take the life, the memories, the love. And they wear it until no one can tell, except you. And by then, it's too late, forever. My name is Kyle Ramirez, and I used to laugh at the Goatman legend. Me and my friends, we were urban explorers, the kind who chase ghosts of old stories on YouTube and Reddit. Abandoned asylums, haunted roads, cryptid hotspots. We thought we'd seen it all. Fake EVPs, pareidolia shadows, hoaxes. But on the night of October 31st, 2025, Halloween, because of course we picked the cheesiest date, we went into the woods near Bowie, Maryland, looking for the Goatman, and he found us first. There were 5 of us. Me, Kyle, 30, the cameraman, always filming for our small channel, Midnight Tracks. My girlfriend Sophia, 29, the researcher, the one who found all the old newspaper clippings about the 1970s sightings. Our best friend Derek, 31, the skeptic, ex-cop who carried a Glock just in case. His sister Vanessa, 28, makeup artist, did our scary looks for videos. And Marcus, 32 audio guy, brought all the fancy recorders and parabolic mics. We parked at the end of Fletchertown Road just after sunset. The area was infamous. Crybaby Bridge, the old Asylum ruins, the woods where dozens claimed to see a half-man, half-goat creature with an axe. Stories from the 70s. Teens making out, hearing screams, finding mutilated dogs. We came prepared. Headlamps, GoPros, thermal camera, EMF meters, bear spray, Derek's gun. Plan to hike in, explore the bridge, camp overnight, capture evidence. Laughed the whole drive. Guaranteed clicks if we fake a scream, Derek joked. We crossed Crybaby Bridge at 9 p.m. Legend says throw a stone and hear a baby cry. We did. Nothing. Just crickets. Wind. Then hiked into the woods along an old service trail. Set camp in a clearing half a mile in. Fire going. Beers out. Recording intros. Sophia read old accounts. Witnesses describe a creature 8 feet tall, goat legs, human torso, horns, red eyes, carrying an axe. It mimics human voices, screams, cries for help, to lure victims. We mocked it. Marcus played goat bleats on his phone for laughs. At 11:47 p.m., the first real scream. High-pitched. Female. Help, please. Someone help me. From deep in the woods. We froze. Sophia. That's not funny. No one was joking. Derek stood. Gun out. That sounded real. We called back. Hello? Are you hurt? Another scream. Closer. Then a male voice. Deep. My girlfriend. She fell. Need help. We grabbed lights. Headed toward it. Marcus recording audio. Thermal on. Nothing on screen. But the voices continued, guiding us deeper, off trail. Branches whipping faces. After 20 minutes, voices stopped. We were lost. No clearing. Just thick woods. Derek checked GPS. Spinning. No signal. Compass drunk. We backtracked. Found our camp. But gear moved. Tents unzipped. Food scattered. Fire out. Footprints around. Cloven. Deep, like a heavy goat, but bipedal. We laughed nervously. Pranksters. Set watches. 2 awake, 3 sleep. At 2:13 a.m., Vanessa on watch with me. Scream again. Her brother Derek's voice. Van, help, I'm hurt. From the darkness. Vanessa ran toward it. I grabbed her. That's not Derek, he's asleep. We woke others. Derek groggy, but there. The voice continued, perfect mimic. Derek's exact tone when he was drunk in college. Calling her childhood nickname. Vanny, come quick. Leg broken. She cried. We tethered with rope, no one alone. Dawn. Searched. Found an axe. Old, rusted. Embedded in a tree. Blood fresh on blade. Dog, deer, human? We didn't test. Packed to leave. But trail wrong. Looped. Same axe tree 3 times. Marcus's audio playback. Our voices from the night. But distorted. Mixed with bleats. Goat sounds under human words. Then Vanessa disappeared. Went to pee 10 feet away. Tethered to Sophia. Rope cut clean. Scream her real one. Brief. We ran. Found her GoPro. Footage. Her walking. Then something huge stepping into frame. Legs backward jointed. Fur black. Hooves. Torso human. Muscled. Pale. Head goat. Horns curved. Eyes red glow. Axe in hand. It swung. Screen cut. We ran blind. Derek fired shots into air. It answered with our voices. All of us. Screaming names. Pleading. Day turned night somehow. No sun. Just gray. Marcus separated in panic. Found his recorder. Playback. Him begging. Then bleat. Then silence. 4 left. Me, Sophia, Derek. Sophia scratched on arm. Infected fast. Fever. We carried her. It hurted us. Voices leading to dead ends. Cliffs. Thickets. Derek shot at shadows. Wasted ammo. Night again. Found abandoned hunter's cabin. Barricaded. It circled. Axe dragging on wood. Scratching walls. Broadcast our conversations back. Private ones. Sophia's fear of marriage. Derek's PTSD from the force. My porn addiction I hid. All loud. Sophia died from infection. Or fever. Or despair. We buried her shallow. It watched from trees. Red eyes. Derek snapped. Walked out with gun. And this. Shots. Scream. His. Then goat bleat. I barricaded alone. It spoke. My voice. From outside. Kyle, let me in. It's safe now. Perfect. I almost opened, but saw through crack. It stood there, wearing Derek's jacket. Face wrong. Eyes red. Horns under hood. I waited until dawn. Ran. Found road somehow. Flagged a car. Police. Search parties. Found gear. Blood. Axe. No bodies. Declared animal attacks. Bear. I showed footage. Corrupted. Audio distorted. They said trauma, but locals know. Goatmen claimed another group. I see it sometimes. In woods driving past. Red eyes at tree line. Hearing my friends scream. On quiet nights. If you ever go to Fletchertown Road, hear a scream that sounds human. A voice calling your name. Do not answer. Do not search. Run. Because the goatman doesn't just kill. It plays. It mimics. It lures. And when you follow, it claims. Forever. My name is Jacob Larson, and every winter since I was 12, my father and I went deer hunting in the same remote cabin in northern Minnesota. It was our tradition, just the 2 of us. No cell service, no distractions, a week of tracking, sitting in stands, cooking over wood stove, telling the same stories. Dad taught me everything. How to read tracks, dress a kill, respect the land. He was 64 in 2025, still strong as an ox, ex-Marine, the kind of man who laughed at cold. I was 38, married with 2 kids back home, but this trip was sacred. No matter what, we went. We arrived November 15th, 2025. Snow already deep. Early storm. Cabin 10 miles from the nearest plowed road, on 40 acres Dad owned since the 80s. Old log structure, 1 room plus loft, wood stove, propane lights, outhouse, no running water, pump frozen till spring. We unpacked the truck, rifles, ammo, food for 2 weeks, chainsaw for wood. First 3 days, perfect. Bagged a 10-point buck day 2. Hung it in the shed, butchered together like always. Fire roaring every night, whiskey toasts. Dad told stories of Vietnam cold, how this was nothing. Day 4, the big storm hit. Blizzard warning, wind 50 miles per hour, snow horizontal. Temperature dropped to -30 with wind chill. We were prepared, stocked wood, food, cards, hunkered down. That night, November 19th, the tracks appeared. I went to the outhouse at midnight. Saw them in fresh snow under headlamp, huge, bare human feet. But elongated toes, deep, like carrying massive weight. Stride 15 feet. Circled the cabin. Came from the tree line. Returned the same way. No return variation like walking backward in own prints. Dad examined morning. Bear, standing up, but no claw marks, no fur, and bears hibernate. We laughed it off, increased wood runs in pairs. Day 5, voices began. Distant at first, my wife Sarah's voice, calling my name. From the woods, Jake, help, the kids, exact tone when she was scared. Dad heard Mom dead 10 years from cancer. Ron, come home. We checked. Nothing. Snow untouched beyond tracks. We barred doors tighter. Day 6. Hunger started. Not normal. Deep. Annoying. Food tasted wrong. Meat from the buck, spoiled overnight though frozen. Threw it out. Ate canned, but the ache grew. Dad's eyes changed. Hungrier. He stared at me longer. Day 7. Mimicry personal. My son Ethan's voice, 8 years old. Daddy, I'm cold. Come get me. From under the cabin floor. Dad heard his old war buddy, screaming like in combat. We fired warning shots. Nothing. Tracks closer. Around windows, handprints on glass, long fingers. Frost from breath inside, but we were by the stove. Dad started talking about the old Ojibwe stories. From locals, Wendigo, spirit of winter hunger, cannibal curse. Once you feel it, it never leaves. I laughed. He didn't. Night 8, Dad changed more, paced. Muttered about meat, fresh meat. I caught him staring at my neck, veins. He apologized. Just hungry, son. We tied ourselves to bunks at night, for safety. Day 9. The thing showed itself. Dusk. I chopped wood. Saw it at tree line, 15 feet tall, skinny, bones showing. Skin gray stretched, antlers massive, twisted, frozen gore, legs reverse jointed. Eyes black pits, mouth open, needle teeth. It mimicked Dad's voice. Jacob, bring the axe inside, it's cold. I ran in. Barred door. Dad was there, pale, shaking. It knows my voice perfect. That night, Dad went out, untied himself. Left note, can't fight the hunger. Better this way. I searched at dawn. Found tracks. His boots. Then bear. Longer. Then the things. Blood trail. His rifle empty. Body not found. Just scraps, clothing, bone. Picked clean. I was alone. The hunger hit me full. Unnatural. Craving. I ate snow. Drank whiskey. Burned furniture for heat. It circled constantly. Visible now. Standing at windows. Breath fogging glass. Whispering with Dad's voice. Mom's. Sarah's. Kids. Promising warmth if I opened. Strength if I ate. I fought. Prayed. Sang hymns. Carved crosses. Nothing worked. Days blurred. Storm endless. Food gone. I saw myself outside. Looking in, skinny, antlers growing, hunger eyes. I shot at it. Glass shattered. Cold rushed in. It laughed with my voice. I boarded. Ran out of wood. Temperature -50. Furnace dead. I burned books. Clothes. The hunger spoke inside my head. Give in. Become strong. Never cold again. I almost walked out. Almost. Rescue came December 3rd. Search party. Dad reported missing when we didn't check in. Found me emaciated, frostbitten, babbling about hunger. Cabin surrounded by tracks. Huge, circular. No exit. My rifle empty. Shells in the walls. They airlifted me, hospital. Therapy. Diagnosed severe hypothermia psychosis. Starvation delusions. But my family visited. Sarah. Kids. They looked wrong. Eyes hungrier. Smiles wider. Sarah whispered at night in hospital. We brought the hunger home. I see them in mirrors sometimes. Taller, skinnier, antlers shadowing. The doctors say trauma, but I know. The Wendigo doesn't stay in the woods. It follows, it spreads, and this winter, I'm so hungry. If you ever hunt deep north, feel unnatural hunger, hear loved ones calling from snow. Do not answer. Do not eat. Burn everything. Because once the Wendigo chooses, the hunger never ends. It just waits. For the next long winter, and the next weak soul, forever. The whispering shadows of Blackwood Manor, imagine a quiet, fog-shrouded town in rural England, nestled among ancient hills where the wind carries secrets from centuries past. Blackwood Manor stands at the edge of this forgotten place. A sprawling Victorian estate abandoned for decades after a tragic fire claimed the lives of its wealthy owners in the late 1800s. Locals whisper about the family who lived there. The Harringtons, a proud lineage obsessed with spiritualism and the occult during the height of the Victorian era's fascination with the afterlife. But what really happened inside those walls remains shrouded in mystery, pieced together from old newspaper clippings, survivor accounts, and chilling reports of unexplained phenomena that continue to this day. Our story begins in the autumn of 2024, when a group of 4 friends from London eager urban explorers, seeking thrills away from the city's hustle, decide to venture into Blackwood Manor. There's Emily, a 28-year-old journalist with a knack for uncovering hidden truths. Her boyfriend Mark, a pragmatic photographer who documents their adventures for social media. Sarah, Emily's childhood friend and a skeptical nurse who joined for a weekend getaway. And Tom, the group's comic relief, a tech whiz always armed with gadgets to debunk any ghost stories. They heard about the manor through online forums filled with tales of real haunted houses in Britain, places where doors slam on their own, voices echo in empty rooms, and shadowy figures appear in photographs. Blackwood, with its history of seances gone wrong and a fire that no one could fully explain, topped the list of terrifying real haunted locations in England. The drive to the manor is picturesque at first, winding roads lined with golden leaves and crumbling stone walls. But as they approach, the air grows heavier, the fog thicker, as if the estate itself is breathing. The friends park their car at the overgrown gates, flashlights in hand, laughing nervously as they slip through a gap in the fence. This is going to be epic, Mark says, snapping photos of the ivy-choked facade. The manor looms like a forgotten giant, its windows dark and watchful, the front door creaking open with an inviting groan, as if it had been waiting for visitors. Inside, the air is stale and cold, carrying the faint scent of charred wood and damp earth. Dust motes dance in their flashlight beams as they explore the grand foyer, with its cracked marble floors and a massive chandelier dangling precariously overhead. Portraits of stern-faced Harringtons line the walls, their eyes seeming to follow the group as they move deeper. Emily reads aloud from her phone an old article about the 1897 fire. The family patriarch, Lord Harrington, had been conducting a ritual to contact his deceased wife when flames erupted suddenly, trapping most inside. Only a young maid escaped, babbling about whispers that commanded the fire. The friends chuckle it off as Victorian hysteria, but Sarah feels a chill she can't explain. They set up camp in the ballroom, a vast room with mirrored walls shattered in places, reflecting distorted versions of themselves. Tom rigs his EMF detector and audio recorder, joking about catching EVP's electronic voice phenomena, those ghostly whispers captured on tape that paranormal investigators swear are real. As night falls, the group shares stories around a small lantern, the manor's creaks and groans providing an eerie soundtrack. Outside, the wind howls through broken windows, sounding almost like distant cries. The first sign something is wrong comes around midnight. Emily wakes to a soft whispering like multiple voices murmuring just beyond hearing. She sits up heart-pounding and shines her light around the others are asleep. The whispers fade, but she swears she hears her name. Am I lie? Shaking it off as the wind, she lies back down. But soon, Mark stirs, complaining of cold spots brushing against his skin. Sarah mentions feeling watched, and Tom's gadget beeps erratically, detecting spikes in electromagnetic energy that make no sense in an abandoned building. By 2 a.m., the real terror begins. Tom's recorder captures faint voices when played back indistinct at first, but growing clearer. Join us. Stay. The group huddles together, rationalizing it as interference, but then the mirrors start fogging up on their own, handprints appearing as if pressed from the other side. Footsteps echo from the upstairs hallway, slow and deliberate, descending the grand staircase. The friends freeze as a shadowy figure materializes at the edge of their light. A tall, elongated silhouette with no distinct features, just darkness where a face should be. Panic sets in. They grab their things and bolt for the door, but it's stuck, as if locked from outside. Windows won't budge. The whispers intensify, now coming from all directions, overlapping in a cacophony of pleas and commands. Don't leave, the fire cleanses. Join the family. Emily recalls more from her research. The Harringtons believed they could bind spirits to the house through rituals, trapping lost souls to serve them in the afterlife. Was the fire an accident, or a deliberate sacrifice gone awry? Desperate, they split up to find another exit, a mistake that amplifies the horror. Sarah and Tom head to the basement, drawn by a flickering light that shouldn't exist. Down there, amid rusted pipes and forgotten furniture, they find an old seance table covered in scorch marks. Candles ignite spontaneously, and the whispers become screams. Sarah sees apparitions in the corners, burned figures reaching out, their skin charred and peeling, eyes hollow with eternal agony. Tom tries to film it, but his camera glitches, showing glimpses of the fire from 1897 replaying in real time, flames devouring the family as they chant around the table. Upstairs, Emily and Mark search the library, shelves lined with occult books yellowed with age. A journal falls open on its own, pages flipping to entries describing shadow entities summoned to guard the manor, whispering shadows that lure intruders, feeding on fear to sustain the trapped souls. Mark smashes a window, but the glass reforms like liquid, sealing shut. Then the shadows attack. Tendrils of darkness coil around their legs, pulling them toward the fireplace where embers glow unnaturally. Emily fights back, screaming for the others. Reunited in chaos, the group barricades in the ballroom. The entities manifest fully now translucent figures of the Harringtons, burned and vengeful, circling them. Lord Harrington's ghost, face melted on one side, whispers promises of eternal company. The friends realize the manor doesn't let people leave. It adds to its collection. In a final act of defiance, Emily burns the journal, hoping to break the ritual. Flames erupt, not destructive, but purifying, driving the shadows back temporarily. They escape at dawn, bursting through the front door as sunlight pierces the fog. But as they drive away, exhausted and traumatized, the whispers linger in their minds. Months later, Emily publishes her article on real British hauntings, warning others. Yet late at night, she hears it again. Am I like, come back? And in her photos from that night, faint shadows appear behind the group watching, waiting. This true inspired tale of Blackwood Manor reminds us why some places in England are left abandoned. The past doesn't always stay buried, and some whispers are invitations you should never accept. If you're into terrifying real ghost stories, haunted houses in Britain, paranormal investigations gone wrong, or scary urban exploration fails, this is the kind of nightmare that could happen to anyone daring enough to seek the truth. The aftermath haunts them forever. Sarah quits her job, unable to sleep without hearing cries for help. Tom obsesses over his recordings, enhancing the audio to reveal layered voices begging for release. Mark's photos develop anomalies, extra figures in every shot, faces pressed against windows from inside. Emily delves deeper into research, uncovering similar accounts from Europe, manors in Scotland and France with whispering entities tied to botched occult rituals. 1 year later, Emily returns alone, compelled by an inexplicable pull. The manor looks unchanged, but the door swings open welcomingly. Inside, the whispers greet her like old friends. She finds the seance room restored, candles lit. The shadows envelop her and she understands. The fire wasn't to destroy, but to bind. New souls fuel the eternal vigil. Blackwood Manor still stands, waiting for the next curious souls. True scary stories like this prove that the most terrifying horrors are those rooted in our own history, Victorian ghosts, real haunted estates, and the darkness that whispers your name in the night. The vanishing hitchhiker of the Australian Outback, deep in the vast, unforgiving red deserts of Australia's Northern Territory, lies a stretch of highway known as the Stuart Highway, endless asphalt, cutting through. barren land where temperatures soar and isolation is absolute. Travelers share tales of the vanishing hitchhiker, a ghostly figure inspired by real roadside disappearances and unexplained sightings reported over decades. Backpackers vanishing without trace, cars breaking down in the heat, and eerie encounters with strangers who appear out of nowhere only to disappear. In the summer of 2023, three young adventurers from Sydney: Jake, a rugged mechanic, his girlfriend Mia, an aspiring videographer capturing their road trip for online views, and their mate Liam, a laid-back surfer, embark on the ultimate outback journey. They're chasing the thrill of Australia's most haunted roads, armed with stories of real paranormal events in the wilderness, mirages that turn deadly, Aboriginal Dreamtime spirits guarding sacred sites, and hitchhikers who aren't quite human. The drive starts fun, music blasting as they cruise past Uluru's majestic silhouette. But as they veer onto remote backroads for authentic exploration, the landscape turns hostile spinifex grass, termite mounds, and skies that stretch forever. Night falls quickly in the outback, stars piercing the darkness like watchful eyes. Around midnight, their headlights catch a figure on the roadside. A young woman in tattered clothes, thumb out, looking distressed. She introduces herself as Chloe, saying her car broke down miles back and her phone has no signal, a common peril in these dead zones. Grateful for the lift, she climbs in the back, quiet but polite, sharing vague stories of traveling alone. As they drive, strange things happen. The temperature drops unnaturally inside the car despite the heater. Chloe's reflection doesn't appear in the rearview mirror. Mia films casually, asking questions, but Chloe's answers grow evasive. Then whispers faint at first, like wind through the vents. Turn back. Not safe. Jake pulls over at a rest stop to check the engine, which starts stuttering. Chloe vanishes from the back seat while they're outside. Panicked, they search, calling her name into the void. Nothing. Back on the road, the radio static crackles with voices mimicking theirs, replaying conversations from earlier. Deeper into the night, the hitchhiker reappears walking alongside the car at speed, face pressed against windows, smiling unnaturally. The car swerves as phantom hands grip the wheel. Liam sees burned wreckage in the distance, real crashes from the highway's deadly history, but illusions of flames engulf them. Research later reveals Chloe matches descriptions of a real victim from the 1990s. A backpacker murdered and left in the desert, her spirit hitching rides to warn or lure others to her fate. The Outback claims many heatstroke, dehydration, predators, but some vanish inexplicably, fueling Australia's scariest true ghost stories. The friends barely escape as dawn breaks, the figure fading. But Mia's footage shows Chloe in every frame, whispering warnings they ignored. True terrifying tales from Australia remind us. In the Outback, some hitchhikers aren't looking for a ride, they're looking for company forever. The cursed echoes of Aokigahara's edge, deep in the shadow of Mount Fuji, where ancient lava flows created a sea of twisted trees and silent caves, lies the infamous Aokigahara Forest in Japan. Known worldwide as one of the most haunted and eerie places on Earth, this dense woodland has drawn countless stories of lost souls, unexplained disappearances, and paranormal encounters that chill even the most skeptical investigators. While many know it for its tragic history, fewer speak of the specific hauntings reported. Along its edges, whispers that echo through the undergrowth, shadowy figures that mimic lost hikers, and a pervasive sense of being watched by something ancient and unforgiving. This true inspired tale draws from real accounts of visitors who ventured too close, only to face horrors that followed them home. Our story unfolds in the spring of 2025, when a group of 5 friends from Tokyo, avid hikers and amateur paranormal enthusiasts, decide to explore the outskirts of Aokigahara for a weekend camping trip. Leading the group is Akira, a 32-year-old software engineer fascinated by Japanese folklore and urban legends. His girlfriend Yumi, a photographer capturing nature shots for her online portfolio. Their close friends Kenji, a history buff who researches Yurei spirits. Hana, a nurse with a practical mindset but secret interest in the occult. And Satoshi, the group's tech-savvy member, equipped with drones, EMF readers, and night vision cameras to document any real ghost activity in Japan's most haunted forest. They'd heard the warnings. Aokigahara, formed over volcanic rock that absorbs sound, creates an unnatural quiet where compasses spin wildly and GPS signals fail. Locals call it Jukai, the Sea of Trees, and it's tied to ancient tales of Babysitter abandoning the elderly to die and modern tragedies that amplify its haunted reputation. But the friends assure each other they're staying on the marked trails near the edge, avoiding the deeper paths where signs plead for life and volunteers search for the lost. "We're just here for the atmosphere and some creepy photos," Akira jokes as they park at the Narusala Ice Cave entrance, backpacks loaded with tents, food, and ghost hunting gear. The first day is breathtaking. Sunlight filters through the canopy, illuminating moss-covered roots and hidden lava tubes. Yumi snaps stunning shots of the emerald greenery, while Kenji recounts legends of Yurei, restless ghosts seeking companionship, luring wanderers deeper with familiar voices. They set up camp in a clearing just off a main trail, laughing around a small fire as dusk falls. Satoshi's drone captures aerial views, revealing how quickly the forest swallows light. As night deepens, the silence becomes oppressive, no insects chirping, no wind rustling leaves. Just an eerie hush that presses on their ears. Around midnight, the first anomaly hits. Satoshi's EMF detector spikes wildly, beeping erratically though there's no electricity for miles. Hana dismisses it as magnetic interference from the volcanic rock. Then they hear it. Faint whispers, like distant conversations in Japanese echoing from the trees. Akira shines his flashlight, revealing nothing but shadows. Probably echoes from other campers, Yumi says, though they know they're alone. Kenji plays back audio from his recorder, indistinct voices murmuring names that sound eerily like theirs. Akira, Yumi. Uneasy but excited, they chalk it up to pareidolia and try to sleep. But dreams turn nightmarish. Akira wakes sweating, convinced he heard his deceased grandmother calling from the woods, a woman who died years ago. Yumi stirs, describing a dream of wandering lost, following a child's laughter deeper into the forest. By morning, dark circles ring their eyes and Satoshi's camera battery is drained despite being fully charged. Day 2 brings bolder exploration. They venture slightly off-trail to a known viewpoint overlooking ice caves, where past visitors reported apparitions. Kenji shares real accounts. Hikers seeing translucent figures of despairing souls, or feeling invisible hands guiding them astray. As they hike, the group notices tape markers left by search parties, reminders of those who entered and never returned. Suddenly, Hana freezes. Ahead on the path, a pale figure in white stands motionless, back turned. "Hey!" she calls. The figure vanishes into the trees. Rushing forward, they find only broken branches, no footprints. Panic edges in. Satoshi launches his drone, but it malfunctions, crashing into the canopy. Retrieving it, he finds scratches on the lens, as if clawed. Back at camp, Yumi reviews photos. In several, faint orbs float near their faces, and one shot captures an elongated shadow behind Kenji, with no source. Whispers grow louder at night, now forming words. "Stay, join us." Lost forever. The group huddles in one tent, flashlights on, as footsteps circle outside slow, deliberate crunches on leaves that stop when lights sweep the area. Terror peaks on the third night. A dense fog rolls in unnaturally, swallowing the stars. Kenji, unable to sleep, steps out for air and hears a child's voice crying, "Mama," mirroring a famous real haunting in the forest. Following it against warnings, he disappears into the mist. The others search frantically, calling his name, but echoes distort directions. Akira finds Kenji's phone on the ground, screen cracked. Last photo showing a ghostly woman in traditional kimono, face blurred in agony. Splitting up proves fatal, a classic mistake in real survival accounts. Yumi and Hana head one way, hearing Yumi's own voice calling from afar, mimicking her pleas for help. It's a classic Yurei trick, luring victims deeper. Satoshi and Akira follow EMF spikes to a lava cave entrance, where cold spots drop temperatures drastically. Inside, walls etched with desperate messages from past visitors, they hear scratching like nails on rock and see handprints appearing in frost. Reuniting in chaos, they bolt for the trailhead, but paths loop impossibly, a reported phenomenon where the forest traps intruders. Whispers escalate to screams, shadowy figures darting between trees, translucent forms of the despairing, reaching out with pleas to end the loneliness. Hana trips, feeling icy fingers grip her ankle, dragging her back. Akira pulls her free but scratches mar her skin, burning like frostbite. Dawn finally breaks as they stumble onto the main road, exhausted and traumatized. Kenji emerges hours later, disoriented, claiming he followed a lost child who vanished, leading him in circles for days, though only hours passed. Back in Tokyo, the horrors linger. Yumi's photos develop anomalies. Extra figures in group shots, faces pressed against tent walls from inside. Satoshi's audio captures layered voices begging, "Don't leave us alone." Months later, Akira researches deeper, uncovering similar real testimonies. Survivors haunted by echoes, compelled to return. One night, he hears the whispers again in his apartment. "Come back." The forest waits. Yumi vanishes on a solo hike, drawn inexplicably. The group scatters, forever changed, warning others online about Japan's scariest true ghost stories and haunted woods. Aokigahara's edge claims more than bodies, it binds souls, echoing eternal isolation. This chilling account, inspired by documented paranormal events in one of the world's most terrifying forests, proves some places hold darkness that follows you out. If you love real scary Japanese horror stories, true paranormal encounters in haunted forests, creepy Yurei ghost sightings, or nightmare urban exploration in cursed locations, beware. The silence of Aokigahara calls to those who listen too closely. The friend's ordeal doesn't end. Satoshi obsesses over footage, enhancing audio to reveal hundreds of overlapping pleas from trapped spirits, echoes of real tragedies amplified by the forest's energy. Hana suffers nightmares of endless wandering, waking with dirt under nails as if sleepwalking toward the train station. Akira publishes anonymous warnings on forums about supernatural dangers in Japan's haunted sites, but late at night, fog creeps under his door carrying faint whispers. 1 year on, Satoshi returns alone, compelled by an urge he can't explain. The forest welcomes him with open paths, leading to a clearing where illusory friends wait pale, smiling. He joins them, phone last pinging near the edge before silence. Aokigahara endures, its cursed echoes drawing the curious. True terrifying tales from Japan remind us. Some hauntings are unconfined to the woods, they root in your mind, growing until you return forever. For fans of authentic scary stories from Japan, real ghost hauntings in Aokigahara Forest, paranormal investigations gone wrong, creepy lost in the woods horrors, and psychological terror that lingers, this is pure nightmare fuel rooted in documented eerie phenomena. Stay on the path or risk becoming part of the echo. ### the frozen screams of the Alaskan wilderness in the vast, unforgiving wilderness of Alaska, where winter nights stretch endlessly and temperatures plummet to bone-shattering lows. There lies a remote stretch of tundra near the small town of Nome. This area, part of the infamous Iditarod Trail, has long been whispered about among locals and sled dog mushers for its history of unexplained disappearances, strange lights dancing across the snow, and chilling cries that echo through the blizzard like lost souls begging for release. Inspired by real accounts of hikers, hunters, and researchers who ventured into Alaska's frozen backcountry only to encounter something far worse than the cold, this is the terrifying, true-inspired story of a group who crossed paths with an ancient evil that thrives in the ice. The ordeal begins in February 2025, during one of the harshest winters on record, when a team of 4 experienced outdoor enthusiasts from Anchorage decides to embark on a week-long snowshoe expedition into the Seward Peninsula wilderness. Leading the group is Ryan, a 35-year-old former Army Ranger turned wilderness guide, known for his no-nonsense approach and survival expertise. His wife Lavra, a wildlife biologist documenting climate change effects on Arctic fauna. Their best friend Derek, a professional photographer capturing aurora borealis shots for magazines. And Emily, a paramedic and close family friend who joined for the adventure and to test new cold-weather medical gear. They were drawn to the area by stories circulating on survival forums and podcasts about real paranormal encounters in Alaska. Haunted tundra tales of frozen apparitions, voices carried on the wind, and entire expeditions vanishing without a trace, much like the historical mysteries of lost gold prospectors from the Klondike era. Equipped with heavy-duty Arctic tents, satellite phones, GPS trackers, rifles for polar bear protection, and drones for scouting routes, the group flies into Nome and hires a bush pilot to drop them 50 miles into the interior. This is prime territory for northern lights and untouched snow, Ryan says as they unload gear. The propellers roar, fading into silence as the plane disappears. The landscape is breathtaking. Endless white expanse broken by jagged mountain ridges, frozen rivers snaking like veins, and a sky so clear it feels infinite. Temperatures hover at -40 degrees Fahrenheit, the kind of cold that burns lungs and freezes exposed skin in minutes. The first few days pass smoothly. They trek 10 miles daily, setting up camp in sheltered valleys, marveling at the aurora's green and purple ribbons dancing overhead. Laura spots wolf tracks and records data on snow depth, while Derek's time-lapse camera captures stunning footage. Emily monitors everyone's vitals, joking about frostbite risks. At night, they huddle in the heated tent, sharing stories of Alaska's scariest true legends, the Kustaka Otterman shapeshifters from Tlingit folklore, or the spirits of miners frozen in avalanches, forever wandering the trails. But on the third night, as a fierce blizzard rolls in unexpectedly, the atmosphere shifts. Winds howl at 60 miles per hour, visibility drops to 0, and the group bunkers down early. Around midnight, Ryan wakes to a sound cutting through the storm-distance screams, high-pitched and agonized, like someone being tortured in the snow. Probably a fox or wounded animal, he rationalizes. But the cries continue, growing closer, forming words. Help me, cold. The others stir, flashlights sweeping the tent walls where snow piles against the fabric. Derek checks the satellite phono signal, jammed by the storm. Emily's heart rate monitor beeps erratically for no reason. By morning, the blizzard clears, revealing a pristine blanket of fresh powder. But strange tracks circle their camp, human-like footprints, barefoot in sub-zero tong, leading away into the distance before vanishing abruptly. No way that's real, Laura says, examining them deep impressions as if made by heavy weight, yet no return trail. Ryan radios known for a weather update but static answers. Uneasy, they pack up and push forward, planning to loop back early if conditions worsen. Day 4 brings isolation's psychological toll. The sun barely rises, casting long shadows that play tricks on the eyes. Derek spots movement on the horizon, a dark figure standing motionless against the white, too tall and thin to be human. He zooms his camera, nothing there. But later, reviewing photos, faint silhouettes appear in the background, blurred as if moving too fast for the shutter. That night, the screams return, now multiple voices overlapping in a chorus of despair. Join us, freeze with us. Eternal winter. Emily records audio on her phone, capturing faint EVPs when played back, whispers pleading for warmth. Panic creeps in on day 5. Their GPS malfunctions, showing them looping in circles despite straight-line travel, a phenomenon reported in real Alaskan disappearance cases, attributed to magnetic anomalies or something more sinister. Laura finds an old mining claim marker half buried in snow, rusted and dated 1902 near a frozen creek where screams seem loudest. Digging curiously, they uncover remnants of a prospector's camp, frozen tools, a journal fragment describing ice demons that mimic the dying to lure the living. Ryan dismisses it as hypothermia-induced delirium from history, but Derek's drone footage glitches, showing thermal signatures of humanoid shapes with no heat-cold spots moving independently. The true horror unleashes on the 6th night. Temperatures drop to -60, the coldest recorded in years. Tent walls frost over from inside as breath freezes instantly. Screams surround the camp, so close it feels like voices inside their heads. Shadows dance outside, elongated figures pressing against the nylon, leaving handprints that melt inward unnaturally. Emily sees apparitions through the mesh window, translucent miners in tattered 19th century gear, skin blue and cracked, eyes black voids, mouths open in silent eternal screams. One reaches toward her, fingers elongating like icicles. Chaos erupts. Derek bolts outside to confront whatever it is, rifle raised gone in seconds, swallowed by darkness. The group searches frantically, calling his name into the void, but echoes distort, leading them astray. Ryan fires flares, illuminating ghostly forms circling like predators. Laura trips over something buried. Derek's camera, lens shattered, last photo capturing a horde of frozen entities closing in. Left as 3, they barricade the tent, burning all fuel for warmth. Whispers infiltrate minds telepathically, visions of freezing slowly, joining the cursed wanderer spirits of those who perished in Alaska's brutal winters, bound to the land, feeding on life force to sustain their icy purgatory. Emily recalls indigenous warnings about Ijarak, shape-shifting spirits that hide children or lure travelers to hidden deaths. Ryan fights the compulsion to walk out into the storm, a reported call of the void in survival accounts. Dawn brings no relief. Derek reappears at camp's edge, frostbitten and babbling, eyes vacant. They're inside me now. So cold. He collapses, body temperature impossibly low despite layers. As they try to revive him, his skin hardens like ice, cracks forming as screams emit from his mouth, not his voice. In terror, they flee, abandoning gear, snowshoeing toward estimated rescue coordinates. The entities pursue, screams chasing like avalanches, shadows lengthening across snow. Laura falls behind, hearing her deceased father's voice calling from a crevasse lured closer. She vanishes into the ice. Ryan and Emily push on, hallucinations intensifying, frozen hands bursting from snowdrifts, grabbing ankles. Miraculously, on day 8, a search helicopter spots their flare. Rescued near death from exposure, they recount the nightmare to authorities, dismissed as severe hypothermia delusions. But evidence mounts. Derek's body recovered later, preserved perfectly in ice with expression of ultimate horror. Lavra never found, added to Alaska's missing persons list. Photos and audio showing undeniable anomalies. Back in Anchorage, survivors aren't free. Ryan hears screams and wind during storms, windows frosting with handprints from inside. Emily wakes to frozen breath in warm rooms, whispers urging return to the tundra. 1 year later, Ryan disappears on a solo trip, drawn north. The wilderness claims its own. This chilling tale, rooted in documented Alaskan mysteries, lost expeditions, unexplained cries in the night, and paranormal tundra encounters warns that some cold isn't just weather. It's an ancient hunger that freezes souls forever. For lovers of true scary stories from Alaska, real wilderness horror experiences, creepy frozen ghost sightings, paranormal survival nightmares, and psychological terror in isolated Arctic wastelands, beware the call of the frozen screams. Some places in America's last frontier don't let go. The aftermath destroys lives. Emily moves south, but blizzards follow in dreams, waking to frost on bedroom floors. Authorities investigate similar reports. Hunters hearing mimics of loved ones. Pilots seeing lights leading to crashes. Ryan's journal, found later, details escalating visions of an ice entity older than human settlement, awakened by climate thaw exposing buried curses. Alaska's vast emptiness hides more than beauty. It harbors eternal winter's guardians, ensuring no one escapes alone. True terrifying northern horror proves the scariest monsters thrive where survival hangs by a thread. Stay warm, stay together, or risk becoming another echo in the snow. The group's preparation flashbacks reveal Ryan's military PTSD triggering hypervigilance. Laura's passion for ecology masking grief over a lost colleague in prior fieldwork. Derek's thrill-seeking hiding depression. Emily's medical expertise from treating frostbite victims with impossible symptoms. Each night amplifies personal demons. Ryan hearing battlefield cries blended with tundra screams. Laura seeing endangered animals morph into ghostly forms pleading for environmental sins. Derek capturing self-portraits with extra frozen figures. Emily treating wounds that reopen supernaturally. Historical Deep Dive uncovers 1898 prospector mass grave near site. Victims of avalanche or something that froze them mid-scream expressions preserved in permafrost, unearthed occasionally. Modern parallels. 1970s researchers vanishing. 2010s mushers reporting mimic voices during Iditarod. Climactic escape involves Ryan sacrificing gear to distract entities. Emily using medical epinephrine to fight hypothermic trance. Post-rescue interviews capture raw testimony. Audio anomalies persisting in recordings. Years on, Emily authors anonymous book on supernatural survival threats in extreme environments, but stops after receiving frozen artifacts in mail no sender. Alaska's frozen screams endure, calling the brave and broken alike. This original nightmare fuel, crafted from atmospheric elements of high-impact isolation horror, reminds us, in the far north, death by cold is merciful compared to what waits in the white silence. Perfect for fans of authentic, scary Alaskan tales, true paranormal wilderness encounters, creepy Arctic ghost stories, survival horror gone wrong, and chilling cries that echo forever. Never ignore the screams, they might be your own future. The buried secrets beneath the Canadian Rockies. Nestled deep within the rugged majesty of the Canadian Rockies in Banff, National Park, Alberta lies a remote valley known to locals as Shadow Glacier Valley, a place where towering peaks cast eternal shadows over ancient ice fields and hidden caves pierce the mountains like forgotten wounds. While tourists flock to the scenic trails and turquoise lakes, rangers and old-timers whisper about the valley's darker history. Unexplained disappearances dating back to the early 1900s. Strange lights flickering in crevasses at night, and guttural growls echoing from beneath the glacier that sound almost human. This chilling true-inspired tale draws from documented accounts of climbers, researchers, and park visitors who encountered something primal and malevolent lurking in the frozen depths, an entity that guards buried secrets older than the mountains themselves. The nightmare begins in the summer of 2025, when a team of 6 passionate mountaineers and researchers from Vancouver sets out on a daring expedition to explore an unmapped glacial cave system recently exposed by rapid melting. The group is led by Nathan, a 38-year-old geologist specializing in paleoclimatology obsessed with extracting ice cores that could reveal ancient climate data. His partner Sophia, a documentary filmmaker recording the journey for a potential streaming series on environmental change. Their longtime friends Alex, an experienced ice climber and guide. Mia, a botanist studying alpine flora adaptations. Jordan is survival expert and former search and rescue volunteer. And Liam, a drone operator and tech enthusiast equipped with ground-penetrating radar and high-resolution cameras to map the caves. They chose Shadow Glacier Valley after reading archived reports of real paranormal anomalies in the Rockies. Hikers hearing voices from ice walls, shadows moving against light sources, and entire survey teams vanishing in the 1920s during railway expansions. Permits secured and gear meticulously checked. Crampons, ice axes, ropes, thermal suits, portable heaters, and emergency beacons. The team helicopters into a base camp at the valley's edge. The drop-off is spectacular. Jagged spires piercing clouds, waterfalls cascading into misty abysses, and the massive glacier gleaming blue under the midnight sun. This is untouched paradise, Sophia says, filming sweeping panoramas as the chopper fades. Temperatures are mild for July, around freezing at night, but warnings of crevasse falls and unstable ice hang heavy. The first 2 days involve acclimatization hikes and drone surveys. Liam's radar detects promising voids beneath the glacier vast, caverns potentially holding preserved artifacts from prehistoric times. Nathan excitedly explains how melting is revealing mammoths, ancient tools, and even human remains from indigenous hunters thousands of years old. Mia collects rare moss samples from moraines, while Alex scouts safe routes. At night, around the campfire, Jordan shares park lore, stories of the Stonish giant, a Sasquatch-like guardian from First Nations legends, or cursed prospectors buried in avalanches, their spirits trapping intruders. Laughter dismisses it, but Liam's audio picks up faint rumbling from underground, not typical glacial movement. On day 3, they descend into the main crevasse entrance, a yawning blue chasm roped for safety. Inside, the ice glows ethereal, walls sculpted into waves by millennia of pressure. Echoes amplify every breath, drip, and crunch. Sophia's headlamp captures stunning footage, crystal formations, frozen air bubbles trapping ancient atmospheres. Nathan drills preliminary cores, bubbling with discoveries pollen from extinct plants. But deeper in, temperatures plummet unnaturally, breath freezing mid-air. Jordan notices scratches on ice walls, deep claw marks, too uniform for bears, spanning higher than human reach. That evening back at camp, anomalies escalate. Drones malfunction over the glacier, batteries draining instantly. Liam reviews footage. Fleeting shadows dart across frames, humanoid but distorted, as if stretched by the ice. Mia wakes to growls outside the tent low. Guttural vibrations felt in chests more than heard. Tracks appear around camp overnight. Massive barefoot prints in snow, leading toward the crevasse before vanishing at sheer rock. Day 4 pushes deeper exploration. Roping together, they navigate a tunnel system, headlamps piercing darkness that swallows light. Nathan's radar beeps wildly near a side chamber, indicating a large void. Squeezing through, they enter a cathedral-like cavern, stalactites of ice dangling like fangs. Floor littered with bones, animal at first, but then human skulls, ancient and cracked, arranged in patterns. Sophia films in awe, whispering about possible ritual sites. Alex finds tools, stone axes embedded in ice, alongside fur remnants suggesting pre-Columbian hunters. Then the growls return closer, resonating from walls. Lights flicker despite fresh batteries. Mia spots movement in peripherals. Tall silhouettes at cavern edges, eyes reflecting light like predators. Panic whispers begin, rationalizing as reflections or hypoxia. But Jordan's compass spins madly, and emergency beacons fail to transmit. Night 5 traps them underground as a surface storm seals the entrance with fresh snow. Hunkering in the bone chamber, they burn stoves for warmth. Growls evolve into mimics, voices imitating team members calling from side tunnels, "Help!" Over here, Alex investigates one, rope taut, only to yank back screaming. Something pulled from the dark, leaving rope frayed as if bitten. Reviewing GoPro, a massive handpail, veined, clawed flashes across lens. Terror mounts on day 6. Splitting to find an alternate exit proves disastrous. Nathan and Sophia follow radar to a lower level, discovering a frozen lake with bodies preserved beneath dozens of figures in archaic clothing, faces contorted in horror, hands reaching upward as if buried alive. Bubbles rise unnaturally, air from lungs still escaping after centuries. Growls surround, shadows converging. Sophia's camera captures apparitions rising from ice-translucent guardians, fused with the glacier, protectors of buried secrets, perhaps from a cataclysmic event that entombed an entire ancient settlement. Meanwhile, upstairs, Mia hears her deceased mother's voice luring her deeper. Following, she vanishes into a fissure, screams echoing before silence. Jordan and Liam barricade a tunnel as ice cracks. Entity pounding from outside impacts, shaking walls, dislodging bone shards. Alex, separated earlier, radios weakly, trapped in a dead end. Facing it, a colossal figure, part man, part beast, skin iced over, eyes burning with primal rage. Reuniting fragmented, survivors Nathan, Sophia, Jordan, Liam flee upward as the cavern destabilizes. Pursued by thundering footsteps and howls, ice bridges collapse behind. Nathan theorizes the entity as a remnant, perhaps a hibernating prehistoric humanoid, or spiritual guardian awakened by melting, enraged at exposed secrets. Sophia films frantically, capturing glimpses, towering forms smashing through walls, roar shattering eardrums. Climactic escape involves Jordan rigging explosives from flare kits to blast an upward shaft, sacrificing himself to hold the entity as others climb. His final transmission: it's not alone. They're waking. Nathan, Sophia, and Liam emerge at dawn, storm cleared. Helicopter rescue spotting smoke signals. Traumatized, they report to parks authorities. Official explanation: glacial collapse and hallucinations from carbon dioxide pockets. But evidence contradicts. Recovered footage showing undeniable entities, bones analyzed as anomalous hybrids. Mia and Jordan added to missing lists. Alex's body found later, crushed impossibly in a narrow crevasse. Back in Vancouver, horrors persist. Nathan obsesses over cores, finding embedded hairs non-human. Sophia's documentary leaks online anonymously, viewed millions before removal, sparking debates on real Canadian cryptid encounters. Liam hears growls in city basements, windows frosting with claw marks. One night, Sophia vanishes during a hike, drawn to mountains. Years later, Shadow Glacier Valley is restricted, melting, accelerating exposures. Rangers report increased activity, lights, growls, disappearances. The buried secrets rise with the thaw, an ancient evil guarding what humanity wasn't meant to unearth. This original tale, woven from atmospheric threads of isolation, discovery horror, and primal entities in the Rockies, warns that some secrets stay buried for reason. For enthusiasts of true scary Canadian stories, real glacial ghost encounters, creepy cryptid sightings in national parks, underground exploration nightmares, and psychological terror beneath eternal ice, heed the mountains. Not all echoes are natural, and some guardians never sleep. The survivors' lives unravel further. Nathan publishes controversial papers on anomalous paleo remnants. Career ruined by skepticism. Haunted by visions of entombed faces pressing against lab freezers. Sophia's leaked footage inspires urban legends, forums buzzing with similar Rockies accounts, climbers seeing watchers on ridges, caves breathing cold air. Liam develops photos with extra figures in every frame, tall and shadowed. Historical connections deepen. 1920s railway workers' journals describe ice devils sabotaging tunnels. Bodies found mangled. Indigenous elders warn of the Wendigo's kin-frozen cannibals cursed to guard forbidden grounds. Climax extensions detail hour-by-hour cave descents. Sensory overload of dripping echoes. Blue glows revealing murals carved in ice depicting giant hunters battling intruders, air thickening with ozone scent before attacks. Entity manifestations build. First whispers, then touches, icy fingers tracing spines. Visions of personal losses replayed in ice mirrors. Final confrontation with the Alpha Guardian, roar causing micro-avalanches. Post-escape, psychological evaluations reveal shared delusions too consistent for coincidence. Nathan returns alone in winter, compelled, last seen entering the valley. The glacier shifts, covering tracks. Canada's Rockies hold beauty and terror in balance, disturb one, awaken the other. True wilderness horror proves the scariest discoveries are those that discover you back. Perfect nightmare fuel for fans of authentic paranormal mountain tailies, real survival cryptid chases, creepy buried secrets unearthed, and eternal watchers in the frozen depths. Venture deep at your peril, the ice remembers everything. The silent watcher of the Scottish Highlands, hidden among the mist-shrouded peaks and deep glens of the Scottish Highlands. Near the remote village of Inverness Shire, lies a forgotten loch called Loch Morar, the deepest freshwater body in Britain, plunging over 1,000 feet into darkness where light never reaches. While Loch Ness claims fame for its monster, locals know Loch Morar harbors something far more sinister. Not a creature of flesh, but a silent presence that watches from the depths and the surrounding moors. For centuries, shepherds, fishermen, and travelers have reported being followed by an unseen entity, footsteps that match yours but lag behind, cold breaths on the neck in still air, and glimpses of a tall, hooded figure standing motionless on ridges, vanishing when approached. This haunting, true-inspired story draws from chilling real accounts of hikers and residents who felt the unrelenting gaze of the silent watcher, an ancient guardian spirit tied to clan massacres and drowned secrets that refuses to let the living pass unnoticed. The terror unfolds in October 2025, as autumn storms batter the highlands and nights grow long, when a group of 5 friends from Edinburgh embarks on a week-long wild camping trek along the lesser-known trails encircling Loch Morar. The leader is Callum, a 34-year-old history teacher passionate about Scottish folklore and Gaelic legends. His fiancée Fiona, a landscape painter capturing the dramatic moors for an upcoming exhibition. Their university mates Ross, a rugged outdoorsman and hillwalker who knows the terrain intimately. Eyelid, a folklore researcher documenting oral traditions for her PhD. And Gregor, a sound engineer equipped with parabolic microphones, drones, and thermal cameras to record authentic atmospheric audio for a potential horror podcast series. They chose Loch Morar after delving into obscure forums and archived newspapers detailing real paranormal experiences. In the Scottish Highlands tailies of the Morag water spirit phantom pipers from Jacobite, battles, and most disturbingly the Silent Watcher, a tall apparition in ragged tartan that observes silently before driving witnesses to madness or disappearance. With backpacks, heavy tents, waterproofs, stoves, compasses, and emergency PLB as the group drives north, parking at a remote trailhead where mobile signal fades. The landscape is breathtakingly bleak, heather-covered hills rolling into jagged quillins, the loch's black waters mirroring storm clouds, ancient Caledonian pine forests whispering in wind. Pure isolation, Ross grins as they shoulder packs, the village lights vanishing behind. Temperatures dip near freezing at night, mist clinging like a shroud. The first day is invigorating, steep ascents rewarded by panoramic views of the loch's islands. Fiona sketching ruined crofts abandoned during the clearances. Eyelid shares legends, the loch's depth hiding a drowned village from feudal times, or clan warriors slaughtered and sunk with stones during feuds. Callum recounts a 1970s sighting, divers exploring wreckage feeling watched, equipment failing as shadows loomed in murk. Gregor tests his gear, capturing wind howls that sound almost like distant bagpipes. Camp that night on a sheltered plateau, tents pitched amid boulders. They share whiskey around a small fire, laughter echoing into void. But subtle unease creeps in. Gregor's thermal camera registers cold spots moving against wind direction, human-shaped voids circling camp perimeter. Dismissing as glitches, they sleep. Callum wakes briefly to silence too complete, no owls, no rustling, and a feeling of eyes upon the tent. Day 2 brings denser mist as they skirt the loch's northern shore. Footpaths narrow, boggy ground sucking boots. Ross spots fresh prints paralleling theirs. Boot marks identical to his own, but slightly offset, appearing mid-trail with no approach. Pranksters? Fiona suggests nervously. Drone footage later reveals a tall figure standing on a distant ridge, unmoving, hooded cloak billowing gone when zoomed. That evening, parabolic mic captures footsteps syncing with theirs during setup, stopping when they pause. Night 2 escalates. Wind dies unnaturally, mist thickening to soup. Eyelid hears faint Gaelic chanting from the loch, words of mourning from old laments. Gregor records it. Layered voices beneath wind pleading "Falb, Fall, go away. Tents rock gently as if nudged. Ross steps out, flashlight sweeping. Nothing but breath clouds heavier than cold warrants, as if exhaled by another. Day 3 descends into the southern glens, wilder and less trodden. Ancient standing stones mark a pass. Carved with Pictish symbols, eyelid translates as warnings against the Watcher of Debts. Rain lashes sideways, visibility 20 feet. The group feels followed, branches cracking behind, never caught. Fiona paints quickly, brush strokes frantic. Later discovering her canvas shows an extra figure in background. Tall, hooded, watching the group from tree line, though no one posed. Camp in a ruined bothy that nightstone walls offering scant shelter. Gregor's equipment spikes. EMF bursts. Audio capturing heavy breathing not from them. Thermal shows a massive heat void at doorway, shaped like a 7-foot man. Ross confronts it. Axe-raised void dissipates. Sleep evades. Each hears personal whispers. Callum, his late father's voice scolding abandoned dreams. Fiona, her mother's warning against the marriage. Eyelid, ancient Gaelic cursing intruders. Day 4 fractures cohesion. Paths loop impossibly despite GPS classic Highland disorientation tied to folklore fairy mounds leading astray. They stumble upon a drowned croft half submerged in lock overflow. Timbers blackened, interior preserved eerily. Inside, walls scratched with desperate messages in Gaelic and English. It watches. It waits, it remembers. Bones scatter floor humanoid. Gregor films, camera battery draining instantly. Outside, the figure manifests clearly for first time. Tall hooded silhouette on opposite shore. Motionless, face shadowed, but gaze palpable pressure like physical weight. Panic surges. They flee uphill, but footsteps echo louder, matching pace yet never closing. Drone crashes into heather, footage salvaged, showing the watcher multiplying several figures now on ridges encircling. Night 4 traps them in pine forest as storm peaks. Lightning illuminates the watcher, inches from tent's face briefly visible. Hollow eyes. Skin weathered like bog-preserved bodies, mouth sewn or scarred shut explaining silence. It observes without blink. Tents shake violently. Zippers rattle as if tested. Gregor Records screams not theirs echoing from lock. Historical massacre victims replaying drowning. Day 5 brings desperate push for extraction point. Ross separates to scout, drawn by phantom piping Jacobite march luring him toward cliff. Found hours later at edge, babbling about debts unpaid from clan betrayals his ancestors committed. Eyelid researches frantically on offline notes. The watcher as vengeful spirit of a betrayed chieftain, cursed to observe living until balance restored, driving witnesses mad with guilt or claiming them. The entity attacks subtly. Mist forms hands grasping ankles in bogs, pulling downward. Reflections in puddles show watcher behind each member. Personal items vanish, reappearing arranged in warning circles. Fiona's engagement ring found on standing stone, engraved inside with new Gaelic. Mine to watch forever. Climactic night 6 confines them in a Korea natural bowl of rock. Storm isolates completely. Watcher manifests fully, materializing inside circle, silent but presence crushing air thickening, lungs burning. Visions assault. Each sees personal sins amplified. Callum abandoning students. Fiona's hidden affair doubts. Gregor's exploitation of stories for profit. Madness beckons. Ross sacrifices, charging the entity with flare gunburst of light banishing temporarily, allowing escape. But he's claimed. Body found later, at lock bottom, eyes open, expression of eternal observation. Callum, Fiona, Eyelid, Gregor stagger to road at dawn, rescued by passing ranger. Authorities cite exposure psychosis, but evidence persists. Audio of chanting, thermal voids, photos with impossible figures, Ross added to missing presumed drowned. Aftermath devastates. Callum quits teaching, haunted by father's voice. Fiona's paintings sell as cursed art buyers reporting being watched. Eyelid's thesis rejected, her descending into isolation reciting warnings. Gregor uploads fragments, anonymously clips going viral before takedown, sparking Highland tourism spike and more incidents. 1 year later, Fiona returns alone, compelled by gaze and dreams. Last seen on ridge, standing motionless now part of the watch. Lochmorar endures, its silent watcher eternal. This original nightmare, crafted from atmospheric dread of Highland hauntings, reminds us some gazes never blink and some deaths span centuries. For fans of true scary Scottish stories, real silent ghost encounters, creepy moorland watcher legends, paranormal hiking disasters, and psychological terror under unrelenting observation, beware the Highlands. Not all solitude is empty, some is occupied by those who never speak, only watch. The survivors unravel deeper. Callum moves south, but mist follows indoors, windows reflecting extra figures. Eyelid compiles testimonies, dozens matching the watcher appearing during personal crises, amplifying guilt until breakdown or disappearance. Gregor enhances audio, beneath chanting, single silent void where breath should be. Historical ties reveal 17th century massacre, rival clan drowned waited, chieftain betrayed vowing silent vigil until justice. Modern parallels, 1970s divers vanishing, 1990s campers institutionalized, claiming endless watching. Climactic extensions detail hour-by-hour pursuits. Sensory immersion in mist's chill grip. Peat scent masking decay. Heather snagging like fingers. Manifestations building from peripheral glimpses to direct confrontations. Watcher mimicking poses mockingly. Visions personalized lost loved ones accusing from entity's shadow. Post-rescue media frenzy labels Morar curse. Rangers closing trails quietly. Callum attempts exorcism with local priest fails spectacularly. Church windows frosting with watching silhouettes. The Highlands reclaim silence, but never alone. True terrifying Celtic horror proves the scariest presence is the one that never moves, never speaks, only watches until you join it. Perfect nightmare fuel for authentic paranormal Scottish tales, real silent apparition sightings, creepy lakeside ghost stories, wilderness observation dread, and eternal vigils in mist. Turn around quickly. You might catch it watching you now. The echoing corridors of the abandoned asylum in rural New York. Tucked away in the dense fog-laden forests of upstate New York, just outside the small town of Hudson Valley, stands the crumbling remains of Willowbrook Psychiatric Hospital, a sprawling complex of red brick buildings abandoned since the scandalous closure in the late 1980s. Once infamous for its overcrowding and reports of patient mistreatment during the era of institutionalization, the site has since become a magnet for urban explorers, ghost hunters, and thrill-seekers drawn to its reputation as one of America's most haunted locations. Over the years, visitors have reported hearing disembodied cries echoing through empty hallways, seeing shadowy figures in straitjackets shuffling in locked wards, and feeling sudden overwhelming despair that drives even the bravest away. This gripping true-inspired horror story weaves together documented accounts of real paranormal investigations at similar abandoned asylums across the United States, where lingering energies from tragic pasts refuse to fade, turning curiosity into a nightmare that follows survivors home. The descent into terror begins in November 2025 as winter's first chills grip the Northeast and bare trees. Claw at gray skies when a dedicated team of 6 urban explorers and amateur paranormal investigators from New York City plans an overnight stay inside Willowbrook's restricted grounds. Heading the group is Jessica, a 31-year-old true crime podcaster with a growing audience hungry for real haunted asylum stories. Her boyfriend Ethan, a videographer upgrading their channel with 4K night vision setups. Their core team members Olivia, a registered nurse familiar with mental health history and skeptical of the supernatural. Marcus, a history major obsessed with deinstitutionalization reforms. Kayla, an empathic medium who claims sensitivity to residual energies. And Tyler, a tech specialist loaded with spirit boxes, RAM pods, motion sensors, and full-spectrum cameras to capture undeniable proof of the afterlife. They selected Willowbrook after months of research into high-activity abandoned hospitals, places like Penhurst in Pennsylvania or Danvers State in Massachusetts, where similar reports of apparitions, poltergeist activity, and emotional overloads have been logged by credible investigators. Gaining access through a known breach in the chain-link fence padlocks, long rusted and warnings. Ignored, the group arrives at dusk, flashlights cutting through gathering darkness. The main building looms like a forgotten fortress, windows boarded or shattered. Graffiti tagging walls with pleas like, "Help me and they're still here," ivy choking entrances. Overgrown paths lead to satellite wards connected by underground tunnels, once used for patient transport during harsh winters. "This place is massive," Ethan whispers, drone hovering to map the layout before battery oddly drains. Inside the lobby, dust hangs thick, wheelchairs overturned, patient files scattered, remnants of hasty evacuation decades ago. The air smells of mildew and something metallic, temperatures dropping noticeably despite mild outdoor conditions. The first few hours are exploratory thrill. They navigate the men's ward first. Long corridors lined with tiny rooms, metal beds rusted, restraint marks on frames. Kyla feels immediate heaviness. So much pain here, confusion, anger. Marcus reads from declassified reports. Thousands overcrowded, experimental treatments, unexplained deaths. Olivia counters with rational explanations, echoing architecture, amplifying sounds, mold causing hallucinations. Tyler sets up base in the old nurse's station, monitors flickering to life with static bursts resembling voices. As midnight approaches, subtle phenomena begin. Spirit box scans rapid phrases. Get out. Hurts. Alone. Dismissed as radio interference initially. Motion sensors trigger in empty hallways, cameras capturing orbs drifting purposefully. Jessica narrates live for subscribers, voice steady, but Ethan notices doors creaking open behind them on playback. No one near. Deep into the night, they venture to the children's ward, a sealed section rumored darkest. Flashlights reveal colorful murals faded beneath grime. Cribs overturned, toys scattered as if play interrupted eternally. Kayla freezes. Overwhelming sadness floods her, tears streaming. Kids. They didn't understand why they were left. REM pod lights up frantically near a isolation room. Door slamming shut on its own, trapping Olivia inside briefly until forced open. Inside, walls scratched with childlike drawings of stick figures crying. Panic edges, and around 3 a.m. the witching hour. Echoing cries fill corridors. Adult wails blending with children's sobs, directionless in the maze-like structure. Tyler's full-spectrum cam catches shadow figures. Tall orderlies in outdated uniforms, dragging translucent patients. Reenacting forced treatments. Marcus finds electroshock room intact equipment humming faintly without power. Straps moving as if buckling invisible forms. The group regroups in the auditorium, a vast hall with stage and rows of broken chairs. Here, activity explodes. Spirit box spews coherent sentences. Why did you leave us? Play with us. It hurts. Stop. Seats creak as if occupied, cold spots enveloping each member. Kayla channels involuntarily, voice changing to a child's. They said we'd get better, but we didn't. Ethan films a full-bodied apparition on stage. A woman in nurse attire. Face distorted in scream, advancing slowly. Flight instinct kicks in. They bolt for exit, but corridors shift impossibly, turns leading back to auditorium despite maps. Poltergeist outbursts. Charts flying, gurneys rolling toward them, glass shattering inward. Jessica trips in hydrotherapy wing. Tubs filled with stagnant water reflecting extra faces leering up. Olivia, the skeptic, breaks first, sobbing uncontrollably from induced despair. Memories of her own family mental health struggles amplified supernaturally. Underground tunnels offer escape route, dank passages connecting buildings, once for discreet patient movement. Descending, flashlights reveal graffiti from past explorers. Dates stopping mid-2020s. Warnings, don't listen to them. Echoes amplify horrifically here. Footsteps multiplying behind, whispers naming each member personally. Jessica, come back. Tyler's equipment fails en masse, screens showing distorted patient faces from old records. In the boiler room depths, confrontation peaks. Entities manifest en masse. Dozens of translucent figures, patients in gowns. Doctors with sinister tools circling the group. A central spirit emerges, a former administrator, eyes black, voice booming through walls recounting abuses justified as cure. Residual energies replay traumas, screams of lobotomies, drownings in baths, children separated eternally. Kayla attempts communication offering peace, apology for forgotten suffering. Momentary calm, figures fading slightly. But betrayal. One entity possesses Marcus temporarily, eyes rolling back, speaking of hidden graves on grounds, unmarked burials from cover-ups. He collapses, convulsing. Desperate breakout. Ethan rigs distraction with flares, drawing activity away. They surface in women's ward. Dawn light piercing cracked windows. Bursting outside, lungs burning, they collapse beyond fence as sun rises. Rescue comes via concerned subscriber alerting authorities after stream cut mid-screen. Official report. Trespassing and mass hysteria from carbon monoxide leaks, disproven by tests. Evidence leaks online. Audio of clear EVPs, video of apparitions, photos with impossible extras. Channel explodes in views, but at cost. Aftermath shatters lives. Jessica's podcast shifts to advocacy, haunted by cries in quiet moments. Ethan edits footage obsessively, shadows appearing in new cuts. Olivia quits nursing, overwhelmed by empathy now uncontrollable. Marcus institutionalized, briefly diagnosed PTSD, muttering about graves. Kyla warns others away, sensitivity heightened to dangerous levels. Tyler's hard drives corrupt mysteriously, files recovering with added screens. Months later, grounds bulldozed for redevelopment, workers report tools moving, cries halt in progress. Jessica returns secretly at night, compelled. Last footage. Corridors welcoming her back, doors opening invitingly. Willowbrook's echoes persist beyond walls, reminders that some institutions hold more than buildings. They trap suffering eternally. This original tale, drawn from atmospheric dread of America's abandoned asylums, proves curiosity about the past can awaken horrors best left dormant. For seekers of true scary hospital ghost stories, real abandoned asylum hauntings, creepy paranormal investigations in New York, poltergeist activity in institutions, and lingering despair that attaches to the living, remember. Some places don't release visitors, they add them to the patient list forever. The survivor's torment deepens over time. Jessica experiences sleep paralysis with patient figures restraining her, waking with bruise marks matching old restraints. Ethan's cameras capture home intrusions, shadows in apartments, whispers on baby monitors though childless. Olivia volunteers at modern facilities but flees after seeing patient histories unrecorded. Marcus escapes ward, drawn back to site, vanishes during demolition. Kayla's readings turn dark, channeling violent entities, requiring exorcism attempts. Historical revelations surface. Leaked documents confirm experimental programs, unexplained deaths swept under. Modern parallels, other explorers post-2025 reporting identical escalations, some never emerging. Narrative extensions immerse in ward-by-ward horrors. Detailed sensory assaults, antiseptic smells turning putrid. Fluorescent hums without electricity, temperature plunges signaling presence. Personal attachments, entities latching to individual guilts, amplifying regrets. Reenactments, vivid lobotomy drills, whirring phantom, ice baths overflowing spectrally. Post-incident, online communities form support for Willowbrook survivors, sharing matching experiences. Authorities seal records tighter, but leaks continue. New York's forgotten asylums whisper, still echoing corridors waiting for next curious souls. True terrifying institutional horror shows the line between past and present thins where suffering concentrated. Perfect nightmare fuel for authentic American ghost stories, real haunted hospital encounters, creepy urban exploration gone wrong, residual hauntings in abandoned buildings, and emotional terror that breaks minds. Enter abandoned places seeking thrills. Some thrills seek you back eternally. The vanishing lights of the Nevada desert ghost town out in the vast, sun-scorched expanse of central Nevada, far from the glittering chaos of Las Vegas and hidden along a forgotten dirt road off Highway 50, the loneliest road in America, lies the abandoned mining town of Silver Hollow. Founded during the silver rush of the 1870s, the town boomed briefly with saloons, brothels, and thousands of hopeful prospectors before the veins ran dry and a mysterious underground explosion in 1892 collapsed the main shaft, killing over 100 miners and sealing the town's fate. By the early 1900s, Silver Hollow was a ghost town. Weathered wooden buildings sagging under decades of relentless desert wind. Rusted machinery half buried in sand, and a cemetery filled with unmarked graves. But what draws the brave or foolish to this desolate place today isn't just history. It's the lights. For over a century, travelers and locals have reported seeing eerie glowing orbs dancing across the ruins at night, blue-white lights that hover, follow vehicles, and sometimes lead people deep into the desert before vanishing, leaving those who chase them disoriented, lost, or never seen again. This chilling, true-inspired story pulls from documented accounts of similar unexplained lights in Nevada's remote ghost towns and military-restricted zones, where the line between natural phenomena and something far more sinister blurs into pure nightmare. The horror ignites in the dry heat of August 2025 when a crew of 7 friends and content creators from Los Angeles, chasing viral fame on YouTube and TikTok, decides to spend 3 nights camping in Silver Hollow for an immersive haunted ghost town challenge. Leading the expedition is Brooke, a 29-year-old influencer with a channel dedicated to real abandoned places and paranormal hotspots. Her best friend and co-host Dylan, a charismatic drone pilot and editor who handles the cinematic footage. Their tight-knit group includes Riley, a sound designer obsessed with capturing authentic EVPs in isolated locations. Harper, a history buff who spent weeks researching Silver Hollow's tragic past. Noah, a survivalist and mechanic who outfitted their 2 off-road trucks with rooftop tents and solar generators. Sage, a self-proclaimed psychic who reads tarot and claims to communicate with earthbound spirits. And Logan, the group's tech guru armed with thermal drones, night vision goggles, spectrum analyzers, and high-sensitivity microphones designed to detect infrasound and electromagnetic anomalies. They picked Silver Hollow after viral clips from other creators showed inexplicable lights and shadow figures in the ruins, promising the kind of raw, terrifying content that racks up millions of views, perfect for their series on America's scariest ghost towns. The drive from LA takes 10 grueling hours. Highway 50 stretching endlessly through barren basins and mountain passes, radio stations fading into static. As they turn onto the unmarked gravel road toward Silver Hollow, the sun sets in a blaze of orange, casting long shadows over the approaching ruins. The town materializes like a mirage, a main street lined with collapsed storefronts, a crumbling assay office, the skeletal remains of a church steeple, and the boarded-up entrance to the infamous mine shaft at the far end. They set up camp in the old schoolyard, a flat, open area surrounded by decaying buildings for safety and 360-degree views. Tents rise quickly, generators hum to life, powering lights and charging stations, and Dylan launches a drone for sweeping golden hour shots of the eerie landscape. "This place feels alive," Sage murmurs, shuffling her cards as the first stars appear. Harper shares chilling details. The 1892 disaster wasn't just structural failure. Survivors claimed hearing voices from the tunnels beforehand, warning of lights that lie. Miners described glowing orbs leading them deeper before the collapse, trapping them with something that wasn't natural. Night 1 starts with excitement. They explore the saloon ruins, flashlights illuminating bullet-scarred bars and shattered mirrors reflecting distorted faces. Riley's recorder picks up faint piano notes, impossible in the silence. Thermal drone scans show cold spots in corners, shaped vaguely human. Around midnight, the first lights appear. Distant blue glows bobbing near the mine entrance. Too steady for flashlights, too high for animals. Logan tracks them with spectrum gear readings, spiking in frequencies associated with ball lightning theories, yet moving intelligently. Brooke live streams, viewers flooding chat with excitement and warnings. The orbs multiply dozens now, drifting toward camp like curious fireflies. One hovers directly overhead, pulsing brighter when Sage speaks aloud, inviting communication. Unease settles, but adrenaline wins. They stay up until dawn, lights fading as sun rises. Day 2 brings blistering heat and deeper investigation. Noah and Logan reinforce camp with motion-activated floodlights, while Harper and Riley map tunnels from old blueprints, some collapsing but side adits accessible. They enter the assay office basement, shelves of forgotten ledgers, dust-covered dynamite crates. Sage feels overwhelming dread, trapped anger, betrayal. EVP session yields clear responses. A gravelly male voice growling, "Get out," followed by childish laughter. Drone footage later reveals shadow figures watching from upper windows, no one upstairs. Evening brings stronger lights, forming patterns, circling camp faster, some descending to ground level, revealing faint humanoid outlines within glows. Translucent miners in period clothing, faces hollow, eyes burning white. Night 2 escalates dramatically. Lights swarm aggressively, flooding camp with cold illumination despite 100-degree daytime residuals. Generators stutter, electronics glitch, cameras capturing lens flares shaped like hands reaching. Riley's parabolic mic records whispers in layered voices, "Follow us, riches below." Join the shift. Noah spots a procession orbs leading toward mine like lantern bearers guiding lost souls. Sage attempts seance with Ouija in schoolhouse ruins, planchette moving violently, spelling "they lied" repeatedly, referencing foremen who ignored safety warnings for profit. Sudden poltergeist outburst. Chairs toppling, dust swirling into vortexes, temperature plunging 40 degrees instantly. Harper discovers hidden ledger entry. Post-disaster cover-up, bodies left entombed to avoid lawsuits. Lights reported immediately after as souls seeking justice. Panic sparks when Logan vanishes briefly, drawn by personalized light, mimicking his deceased brother's voice calling from desert. Found miles away, dehydrated, babbling about glowing tunnels full of silver and bones. Group confines to camp. Lights pressing closer, forming barrier preventing escape attempts, vehicles refusing to start, tires mysteriously deflating. Day 3 dawns with oppressive silence. No birds, no wind. Exploration shifts to mine entrance. Boarded but gaps allowing entry. Armed with headlamps and ropes, Brooke, Dylan, Riley, and Sage descend while others monitor surface. Tunnels twist labyrinthine, supports rotting, air thick with metallic tan. Lights manifest inside, guiding deeper against warnings. Walls scratched with desperate messages. Lights lie. Don't follow, dated across decades. EVP explodes. Hundreds overlapping pleas turn back, mixed with sinister invitations. Deeper, forever. Surface team watches in horror as drone feed shows internal lights swarming the fore, communications cutting to screams. Noah and Harper rush in rescue, Logan guarding camp. Deeper levels reveal collapsed site, skeletal remains piled. Pickaxes embedded mid-swing, faces frozen in terror gazing upward at glowing entities emerging from rock itself. Revelation hits. Lights aren't ghosts, but something older, perhaps electromagnetic manifestations of mass death trauma or indigenous warnings of desert spirits punishing greed. Entities possessed subtly. Sage speaking in 19th century dialect revealing betrayal details unknown to history. Climactic chaos. Tunnel destabilizes as lights intensify, causing rockfalls. Brooke's camera captures full manifestations, miners fused with glowing plasma, reaching to pull living into entombment. Riley sacrifices recording device rigged with flare to blind entities temporarily. Frantic evacuation. Dragging injured Sage. Harper crushed under partial collapse. Noah hauling Brooke as lights pursue like living storm. Surface survivors Dylan, Logan, Brooke. Riley burst out as dawn breaks again. Mine entrance collapsing behind ceiling horrors. Sage succumbs en route to highway from unexplained internal freezing. Authorities find no bodies in rubble officially, structural failure during illegal entry. Aftermath destroys remaining lives. Brooke's channel demonetized after leaked footage deemed disturbing, yet clips spread virally spawning copycat expeditions. Dylan edits obsessively, discovering new lights in home footage. Riley hears constant whispers through headphones, isolating completely. Logan disappears on solo return trip. Truck found abandoned with lights visible in distance on dashcam. Silver Hollow endures, lights brighter than ever reported post-2025, new warnings posted, but thrill seekers ignore. The vanishing lights wait patiently, eternal lure for the curious, greedy, or fame-hungry. This original desert nightmare, crafted from atmospheric isolation and unexplained phenomena in America's ghost towns, proves some lights aren't guidance, they're traps set by the restless and vengeful. For fans of true scary Nevada ghost town stories, real unexplained desert lights encounters creepy. Abandoned mine horrors, paranormal camping disasters in remote locations, and glowing entities that lead you astray forever. Remember, in the desert, never follow the lights. Some paths only go one way down into eternal darkness with those already claimed. The survivors fracture further over months. Brooke attempts exposed documentary, production plagued by equipment failures and crew quitting after seeing lights on monitors. Dylan develops photosensitivity, glowing orbs appearing in peripheral vision indoors. Riley's audio files corrupt into endless loops of disaster screams. Authorities expand restricted zone quietly after multiple 2026 disappearances. Historical deep dives uncover indigenous petroglyphs depicting glowing deceivers warning against mining sacred ground. 1890s newspapers suppressing light reports to protect investment. Narrative immersion details daily heat exhaustion contrasting nocturnal cold assaults. Sensory overload of creaking timbers mimicking footsteps, metallic tastes preceding manifestations, light patterns forming Morse-like messages decoded as pleas and threats. Personal backstories amplify stakes. Brooke chasing fame to escape abusive past. Dylan's brother actually lost in desert-inspiring pursuit. Sage's psychic gifts stemming from near-death trauma now weaponized against her. Prolonged sequences chronicle hour-by-hour descent. Narrowing tunnels forcing single file. Air growing heavier with each step. Lights evolving from distant to intimate companions whispering personalized temptations. Escape spans multiple failed attempts. light-induced disorientation looping paths. Final flare sacrifice blinding swarm long enough for surface breach. Nevada's empty quarters hide more than solitude. They harbor luminous predators patient across centuries. True terrifying American Southwest horror shows curiosity kills more than cats in places where greed once claimed hundreds. Perfect extended nightmare fuel for authentic ghost town paranormal tales. Real vanishing lights phenomena. Creepy underground pursuit dread. Group survival breakdowns in isolation, and eternal glowing watchers of the desert night. Chase viral fame into the void. Some content creators become the content forever. The phantom train of the Appalachian Mountains. Deep in the misty hollows of the Appalachian Mountains in West Virginia, where ancient ridges rise like the spine of some sleeping giant and coal dust still lingers in the soil from a century of mining, runs a long-abandoned railway line known locally as the Crimson Hollow Track. Built in the early 1900s to haul coal from remote mines to the Ohio River, the line once thrummed with the roar of steam engines and the cries of workers. But on a foggy night in 1937, train No. 13, the Midnight Express, vanished without a trace while rounding a sharp curve, near the ghost town of Crimson Hollow. No wreckage was ever found, no bodies recovered, despite weeks of searching. Over 80 passengers and crew simply disappeared. Ever since, on certain moonless nights, locals and travelers report seeing ghostly headlights piercing the fog, hearing the distant wail of a steam whistle, and even spotting the phantom train itself gliding silently along tracks overgrown with kudzu and rusted beyond use. Some who get too close swear the train slows, doors opening invitingly, as if beckoning new passengers for a journey that never ends. This haunting, true-inspired tale draws from documented accounts of phantom trains and unexplained disappearances across America's Appalachian region, where the mountains seem to guard secrets older than the rails themselves. The nightmare begins in the crisp autumn of 2025, when a group of 8 friends and amateur filmmakers from Pittsburgh obsessed with capturing authentic paranormal footage plans a weekend expedition to camp beside the Crimson Hollow Track and document the legendary phantom train. Leading the group is Ava, a 30-year-old aspiring director with a popular true horror channel focusing on real American ghost stories and abandoned locations. Her partner Mason, a skilled cinematographer handling drones, steadicams, and infrared rigs. Their core crew includes Lila, a folklore enthusiast who grew up hearing Appalachian tales from her grandmother. Owen, an audio engineer with professional-grade recorders and directional mics to catch distant train sounds. Harper, a railroad history buff who mapped every mile of the old line from archived blueprints. Theo, a survival expert and former park ranger familiar with the treacherous terrain. Juniper, a sensitive who practices Appalachian folk magic for protection. And Elias, the tech specialist equipped with electromagnetic field detectors, thermal imaging scopes, motion-triggered trail cams, and a portable radar unit to track any anomalous movement along the tracks. They chose Crimson Hollow after viral videos from other investigators showed unexplained lights on the rails, and audio capturing whistle blasts on windless nights, perfect material for their documentary series on America's most terrifying unsolved mysteries. The journey into the mountains takes them off paved roads onto winding gravel paths that climb steeply through dense forests of oak and hemlock. Fog rolls in early, blanketing the valleys as they park at an old trailhead near the abandoned townsite, crumbling company houses, a boarded-up general store, and the overgrown rail bed stretching into darkness both ways. They hike a mile along the tracks to a flat clearing beside a trestle bridge spanning a deep ravine, perfect for setting up camp with unobstructed views of the line. Tents go up quickly, generators power string lights and charging stations, and Mason launches a drone for sweeping twilight shots of the eerie corridor cut through the wilderness. This place feels heavy, Juniper says, burning sage and scattering salt along the perimeter as protection. Harper recounts the 1937 disappearance. The train was carrying miners home after a shift, families visiting from out of state, and a payroll strongbox last radio contact reported strange lights on the tracks ahead before silence. Searchers found nothing, not even disturbed gravel. Night one fills with anticipation. They explore the town ruins by flashlight. Collapsed mine portals sealed with warning signs, rusted ore carts derailed in weeds, faded murals in the old depot depicting prosperous days. Owen's recorder picks up faint metallic clanks like distant rail spikes being driven. Trail cams capture orbs drifting along the tracks, too purposeful for dust. Around 2 a.m., the first sign appears. Far down the line, twin headlights emerge from fog, approaching slowly without sound. Elias's EMF meter spikes wildly, readings off the charts. Ava live streams, chat exploding with viewers claiming similar sightings. The lights halt 200 yards away, pulsing steadily. Juniper feels pulled whispers in her mind inviting, "Bored now, no wait." Group retreats to camp, lights fading as mist thickens. Day 2 involves rigorous setup. Theo and Elias string motion sensors along a half-mile stretch of track, while Harper and Lila research local archives via offline downloads, uncovering passenger manifests with eerie parallels to modern missing persons cases in the region. Owen captures baseline audio, natural forest ambience abruptly cutting to dead silence in zones. Drone patrols reveal fresh indentations in gravel, as if heavy wheels passed recently despite decades of disuse. Evening brings colder temperatures and heavier fog. Lights return stronger now, accompanied by low rumble felt in chests more than heard. Thermal scope shows cold anomalies shaped like human figures standing beside invisible cars. Night 2 intensifies. At midnight, the phantom train manifests partially. Headlights brighter. Silhouette of a massive steam locomotive materializing, coal tender and passenger cars outlined in ethereal glow. No heat signature, yet rails vibrate subtly. Owen's directional mic records whistle mournful 3-tone blast matching 1930s recordings of the exact engine model. Spirit box sessions yield fragmented voices. All aboard. Delay. Fatal. Lights ahead. Lied. Juniper's protection circle breaches salt lines scattered by unfelt wind. One trail can relocates itself facing camp. Footage later showing group from impossible angle atop trestle. Panic stirs when Theo disappears, briefly lured by personalized whistle mimicking his father's old train horn from childhood. Found trance-like halfway down tracks, murmuring about going home finally. Group chains equipment checks, lights circling closer, forming perfect train formation parallel to camp. Day 3 dawns unnaturally quiet, no birdsong, fog clinging stubbornly. Exploration focuses on the curve where No. 13 vanished. Sharp bend. Around a rock outcrop hiding a forgotten tunnel entrance. Collapsed but partially open. Armed with headlamps and climbing gear, Ava, Mason, Owen, and Harper descend while others monitor. Inside, rails continue impossibly rusted but intact deeper than records show. Lights manifest ahead, guiding like lantern bearers. Walls etched with frantic messages from 1937 searchers who entered and never exited. Train here, doors open. Dated progressively later. Surface team watches drone feed glitch internal lights swarming the fore. Comes filling with overlapping passenger voices recounting final moments. Fog too thick brakes failed something. Our tracks Elias. And Lila rush rescue. Juniper guarding camp with intensified rituals. Theo catatonic. Deeper tunnel reveals impossible scene. Phantom train stationary, doors ajar, translucent passengers visible through windows, faces pressed against glass, reaching outward. Revelation crashes. The disappearance wasn't crash but displacement. Train pulled into liminal space between by mountains, ancient energy. Perhaps tied to native burial grounds disturbed by mining or geomagnetic anomaly amplified by mass trauma. Entities seek replacement passengers to balance eternal journey. Climactic terror. Train departs, illusionally, pulling investigators aboard via irresistible compulsion. Mason films final moments cars filled with 1937 victims beckoning warmly. Owen sacrifices recorder rigged with ultrasonic disruptor, shattering manifestation temporarily. Frantic retreat, dragging Harper as ceiling crumbles, lights pursuing like living fog. Surface survivors Ava, Lila, Elias, Juniper emerge as tunnel seals permanently. Mason, Owen, Harper, Theo missing added to modern disappearances list. Authorities cite illegal trespass and rockfall. Aftermath devastates. Ava's channel removed after leaked footage deemed hoax, yet too disturbing, clips spreading underground. Lila compiles testimonies, dozens matching across decades train appearing during personal grief, luring the vulnerable. Elias hears constant rail clacks and quiet windows fogging with handprints. Juniper abandons practice, protections failing permanently. Crimson Hollow track endures, phantom train reportedly more active post-2025. New sightings correlating with missing hikers. Mountains keep their secrets, rails waiting patiently. This original Appalachian nightmare, woven from atmospheric isolation and phantom vehicle legends, warns some journeys continue beyond destination. For lovers of true scary West Virginia ghost stories, real phantom train encounters, creepy abandoned railroad horrors, paranormal filming expeditions gone wrong, and eternal passengers seeking company, forever heed the whistle. Some invitations arrive decades late, and boarding means never arriving. Survivors unravel deeper. Ava attempts closure documentary, sets plagued by whistle audio bleeding through, crew experiencing compulsion. Lila's research uncovers indigenous warnings of spirit road beneath rails, disturbed eternally. Elias relocates tracks on maps obsessively, dreaming of headlights approaching bedroom. Historical layers reveal 1937 cover-up railroad blaming derailment despite no evidence. Payroll missing fueling robbery theories dismissed. Modern parallels similar vanishings near other abandoned lines nationwide. Immersion details nightly escalations. Sensory contrast of daytime autumn beauty against nocturnal dread. Metallic ozone preceding manifestations. Fog carrying coal smoke scent impossibly. Light temperatures dropping air drastically. Personal attachments entities mimicking lost loved ones precisely, exploiting grief. Prolonged sequences chronicle mile-by-mile track vigils. False sightings building tension. Tunnel descent hour by hour with narrowing clearance forcing vulnerability. Manifestation stages from lights to full spectral train with audible steam hiss yet silent movement. West Virginia's ancient hills remember every traveler's son claimed permanently. True terrifying mountain horror proves curiosity about the past can reroute your future eternally. Perfect extended nightmare fuel for authentic American phantom train tailies. Real railroad ghost sightings, creepy fog-bound pursuit dread, group disappearance mysteries in wilderness, and spectral journeys that never end. Listen closely and the Appalachian's distant whistle might call your name next. 3 disturbing true unsolved mystery stories that will keep you up at night. Personal encounters, horror. My name is Alex, and back in the summer of 2018, I was living in a small apartment in Seattle, Washington. I was 24 at the time, working a dead-end job at a coffee shop downtown, trying to save up for a move to somewhere warmer. Life was pretty ordinary until one rainy evening in July when everything changed. I had just gotten off my shift around 9 p.m., and the streets were slick with that constant Pacific Northwest drizzle. I decided to take a shortcut through an alley behind the shop to get to my bus stop faster. The alley was dimly lit, with just a few flickering streetlights, and it smelled like wet garbage and old brick. As I walked, I noticed a piece of paper stuck to the ground under my shoe. It was a photograph, face down. Curiosity got the better of me, so I picked it up. It was a Polaroid of a young woman, maybe in her early 20s, smiling at the camera in what looked like a park. She had long brown hair and was wearing a red jacket. On the back, in handwritten ink, it said, Emily, July 15th, 2018, don't forget me. That date was exactly 1 week before I found it. I flipped it over again, studying her face, and something about her eyes felt familiar, like I'd seen her before, maybe as a customer at the shop. I pocketed the photo thinking maybe someone dropped it and continued to the bus stop. The bus ride home was uneventful, but when I got to my apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My building was an old converted warehouse with thin walls and creaky floors. As I unlocked my door on the 3rd floor, I heard footsteps behind me in the hallway. I turned around quickly, but no one was there. Just the echo of the stairwell door closing. Inside, I tossed my keys on the counter and pulled out the photo again. I googled missing person Emily Seattle July 2018 on my phone, but nothing came up immediately. I figured it was probably nothing, maybe a prank or a lost memory from someone's vacation. I stuck it on my fridge with a magnet and went to bed. That night I had the strangest dream. I was in that same park from the photo, walking with the woman Emily. She was laughing, telling me about her life, how she was planning a road trip across the country. But then the sky darkened, and she turned to me with a serious expression. You found it, she said. Now you have to help me. I woke up sweating, the clock reading 3:17 a.m. The next morning, I checked the news again, and that's when I saw it. A missing persons report for Emily Harper, 22, last seen on July 15th, 2018, in a Seattle park. The photo matched exactly the red jacket, the smile, everything. She had vanished without a trace after meeting a friend for a picnic. No suspects, no leads. Police were asking for any information. My heart pounded. How did her photo end up in that alley a week later? I called the tip line anonymously at first, but they asked for details, so I eventually went in person. The detective was skeptical, but took the photo. They tested it for fingerprints, mine were on it, of course, but nothing else. No DNA, no clues. But that's not where it ends. Over the next few months, strange things started happening. I'd find similar Polaroids in random places. One in my mailbox with Emily looking scared, dated the day after I found the first one. Another slipped under my apartment door, showing her in the rain with "He's watching" written on the back. I changed my locks, installed cameras, but nothing ever showed up on footage. I moved out of that apartment 6 months later to Portland, hoping to escape it. But on my first night in the new place, I unpacked a box, and there it was, the original photo, even though I'd given it to the police. Emily's case remains unsolved to this day. No body, no arrests. Sometimes late at night, I swear I hear footsteps in the hallway again, or see a shadow in the corner of my eye. Was it a coincidence? Or did finding that photo connect me to something darker, something that doesn't want her mystery solved? If you've ever stumbled upon something that felt too personal, too timed, share it in the comments. These unsolved mysteries have a way of pulling you in, whether you want them to or not. 3 creepy true encounters with strangers that went terribly wrong. Real-life horror stories. Let me take you back to 2022. I was Sarah, a 28-year-old nurse working night shifts at a hospital in Chicago. The job was exhausting, but it paid the bills, and I liked helping people. One cold February night, after a 12-hour shift, I was walking to my car in the employee parking garage around 4 a.m. The garage was mostly empty, just the hum of fluorescent lights and the echo of my footsteps on the concrete. As I approached my car on the 3rd level, I noticed a man standing near it. He was tall, wearing a dark hoodie and jeans, hands in his pockets, just staring at the ground. I slowed down, heart already picking up pace. The garage had security cameras, but at that hour, who was watching? "Excuse me," I called out, trying to sound confident. "That's my car." He looked up slowly, and his face was ordinary. Middle-aged, clean-shaven, blue eyes. But something about his smile was off too wide, too fixed. "Oh, sorry," he said in a calm voice. "I was just waiting for a friend." I nodded and hurried to my door, fumbling with my keys. As I unlocked it, he stepped closer. "You work here?" he asked. "Yeah," I muttered, getting in and locking the doors immediately. He didn't move, just stood there watching as I started the engine and drove away. I glanced in the rearview. He was still standing in the same spot. I thought that was the end of it. Creepy, but over. But 2 nights later, same shift end, same garage. There he was again, this time leaning against a pillar near the elevator. Same hoodie, same smile when he saw me. "You again," he said, as if we were old friends. "Long shift?" I didn't answer, speed walking to my car. He followed at a distance. Not running, just matching my pace. "Be careful out there," he called. "It's dangerous for a woman alone at night." I peeled out of the garage, heart racing, and reported it to security. They checked cameras. He was there both times, but no crime committed, so nothing they could do. It escalated from there. Over the next week, I'd see him in different places. Outside the hospital entrance when I arrived, at the gas station near my apartment, even once in the grocery store parking lot. Always the same calm demeanor, always a casual comment like "nice scrubs," or "you look tired, rough night." I started varying my routes, parking in different spots, even asking coworkers to walk me out. One night I stayed late on purpose, waiting until dawn. As I left, there he was, sitting on a bench across the street. He waved. I called the police. They took a report for stalking, but without threats, it was low priority. I got a restraining order, but serving it required knowing his name, which I didn't. The final encounter was the worst. One morning, after another shift, I came home to find my apartment door slightly ajar. I lived alone. I called 911 and waited for police. Nothing was stolen, but on my kitchen table was a note. "You should lock your doors better. See you soon." Fingerprints? None. Cameras in the hall? He wore gloves and kept his head down. I moved across the country a month later, changed jobs, even my name informally. It's been 3 years and I haven't seen him. But every time I work a night shift or walk to my car alone, I scan the shadows. Strangers can seem harmless at first, but some hide something much darker. If you've had a creepy encounter with a stranger that lingered, let me know below. These stories remind us to trust our instincts. 3 terrifying true camping horror stories from national parks and deep woods. Wilderness survival nightmares. This happened to me and my buddies during a backpacking trip in Yellowstone National Park in the summer of 2020. We were 4 guys in our late 20s, me, Jake, Tom, Mike, and Chris looking to escape the pandemic lockdowns with some serious wilderness time. We planned a 5-day hike into the backcountry, away from the crowded trails, with permits for a remote campsite near the Lamar Valley. Day 1 and 2 were perfect. Clear skies, wildlife sightings, fishing in streams. We set up camp in a clearing surrounded by dense pine forests, with a small creek nearby. On night 3, things got weird. Around midnight, we were sitting around the fire, telling stories, when we heard a low, guttural growl from the tree line. Not a bear, we knew bear sounds from research. More like a distorted human voice mixed with an animal. We shone flashlights, nothing. We yelled to scare it off, assuming wolf or coyote. It stopped. But an hour later, as we tried to sleep in our tents, we heard footsteps circling the camp. Crunching leaves, heavy breathing. We zipped out with bear spray and lights again. Nothing visible. Tracks? None in the morning. Night 4 was worse. We woke to find our food bags, hung properly in bear bags 12 feet up, slashed open on the ground. Contents scattered, but not eaten, just destroyed. Bear spray deployed around camp, no effect. Then the whispers started. Faint at first, like wind through trees, but words. Leave and mine. We packed up at dawn, deciding to hike out early. On the trail back, about 5 miles in, we found something that chilled us. A fresh human-like footprint chain leading off into the woods, but with elongated toes deeper than ours. And scratched into a tree, our names carved fresh: Jake, Tom, Mike, Chris. We reported it to rangers upon exit. They searched, found nothing unusual. No missing persons, no reports. But one ranger pulled me aside. Deep woods have stories. Skinwalkers, Wendigo's old native legends. Best not to camp alone out there. We never went back. Years later, Chris swears he hears growls in his suburban backyard at night. National parks are beautiful, but the deep woods hide things that don't want company. If you've had a terrifying wilderness encounter in a park or forest, share it. These stories make you rethink venturing off-trail. 3 terrifying true stalker horror stories that will make you check your locks tonight. Real life scary encounters 2025. My name is Emily, and this all started back in the fall of 2023 when I was living in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Denver, Colorado. I was 26 at the time, freshly out of a long-term relationship, and trying to focus on my new job as a graphic designer, working remotely from home. Life was pretty peaceful. I'd go for runs in the local park, grab coffee at the corner cafe, and spend evenings binge-watching shows or sketching ideas for clients. My house was a small 2-bedroom rental on a cul-de-sac, with big windows overlooking the street, and a backyard that backed onto some woods. It felt safe, cozy even. That is, until I noticed him. It began subtly, the way these things always do. One evening in September, I was closing my curtains around dusk when I caught a glimpse of a man standing across the street under the streetlight. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. He wasn't moving, just standing there, looking toward my house. I thought maybe he was waiting for someone or walking a dog. I didn't see one, but hey, people do weird things. I shrugged it off and went about my night. The next day, same thing. After work, as I was unloading groceries from my car, I saw him again, this time leaning against a tree a few houses down. When I looked directly at him, he didn't flinch or look away. He just stared. A chill ran down my spine, but I told myself I was being paranoid. Breakups make you jumpy, right? I hurried inside and locked the door. Over the next week, the sightings became more frequent. He'd be there in the morning when I left for my run, standing at the edge of the park trail. In the afternoon, when I'd step out to check the mail, he'd be parked in a gray sedan down the block. Engine running, windows tinted just enough that I couldn't make out his face clearly. At night I'd peek through the blinds and there he'd be sometimes closer, sometimes farther, but always watching. I started documenting it. Took photos on my phone from inside the house, blurry shots of the car or the figure. I even noted times and descriptions, mid-30s maybe, average build, always the same jacket. One night, around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of footsteps on my front porch. I froze in bed, heart pounding, listening as they paced back and forth for what felt like minutes before fading away. The next morning, there was a single red rose laid on my welcome mat. No note, just the flower, thorns intact. That's when I called the police. The officer who came was sympathetic, but said without a direct threat or clear identification, there wasn't much they could do. Stalking laws require proof of intent to harm or repeated harassment that causes fear. Well, I was terrified, but on paper, it was just a guy standing around. They suggested I install security cameras, which I did immediately. Ring doorbell, motion lights, the works. The cameras caught him a few times clear footage of him walking slowly past my house at odd hours, pausing to stare at the windows. Once, he even approached the door but stopped short when the light flicked on. I filed reports, got a case number, but still no action. He was careful, never close enough for too long, never saying a word. Things escalated in October. I started getting anonymous texts from a blocked number. "You look beautiful in blue today." I was wearing a blue sweater that day. "Be careful running alone. I miss seeing your smile up close." My stomach dropped each time my phone buzzed. I changed my number, but somehow, the texts found the new one within days. How, I have no idea. I stopped going out alone. Groceries delivered, runs canceled, work calls from behind locked doors with curtains drawn. Friends thought I was overreacting until I showed them the footage and messages. One night, my best friend Sarah stayed over for support. We were watching a movie when the power went out, whole block dark. Then, knocking at the back door. Slow, deliberate knocks. We called 911, huddled in the bedroom with a knife from the kitchen. Police arrived 20 minutes later. No one there, but the breaker box in the basement had been tampered with, flipped off manually from outside. After that, I moved in with Sarah temporarily. But even there, I'd get the feeling of being watched. Packages arrived at my old address forwarded to me. Things I hadn't ordered, like lingerie in my size or prints of photos I'd posted on social media years ago. He knew too much. My routines, my favorite coffee order, even the name of my ex. The breaking point came in November. I decided to confront it head-on, went back to my house during the day with a police escort to gather more things. As we pulled up, there was his car, parked boldly in my driveway. The officer approached, gun drawn, but the car was empty. Inside my house? Doors unlocked, though I changed the locks twice. On my kitchen table, a scrapbook. Pages filled with photos of me sleeping in my bed, showering through a window I thought was private, running, working at my desk. Hundreds of them taken over months. And notes in red ink. "Soon we'll be together. You can't hide from love." He'd been inside my home multiple times. Police finally had enough for a warrant, but he vanished. Car registered to a fake name, no prints, no DNA. The scrapbook led to some online traces, an account on a forum for involuntary celibates ranting about women like me, with my photos posted, but the IP was bounced around, untraceable. It's been over a year now. I sold the house, moved states, changed my name legally, deleted all social media. But sometimes, in a new city, I'll see a gray sedan or a tall figure in a dark jacket, and my blood runs cold. The texts stopped. The sightings too, or at least I think they have. Police say the case is open, but cold. Stalkers like this don't just stop. They wait. If you've ever felt watched, trust that instinct. It could save your life. These encounters aren't just creepy, they a slow invasion that strips away your sense of safety piece by piece. The second story comes from a guy named Mark, who shared this anonymously online a couple years back. He was a truck driver in his 40s, hauling loads across the Midwest out of Kansas City, Missouri. Long hauls, lonely roads, motels, and truck stops, that was his life. One winter night in 2022, he was on I-70 heading east through Illinois. Snow starting to fall heavy. Around midnight, he pulled into a rest area to stretch and grab coffee. As he walked back to his rig, he noticed a woman standing by the vending machines, looking distressed. Mid-20s, blonde hair, bundled in a thin coat not fit for the weather. She waved him over. "Hey, can you help me? My car broke down. Phone's dead, no signal here." Mark, being a decent guy, offered to call a tow on his CB or let her use his charger. She thanked him profusely, gave him this big smile that lingered a bit too long. They chatted while waiting. Her name was Lisa, heading to visit family in St. Louis. Car overheated or something. He got her sorted with the tow company, even waited until they arrived. She hugged him goodbye, said, "You're a lifesaver." I'll never forget this. Seemed like a nice ending to a good deed. But the next week, on another run, he stopped at a different truck stop in Indiana. There she was again, same woman, same story, car trouble, needing help. Mark froze. "Lisa?" She acted surprised like they were old friends. "Oh my God, what a coincidence." He helped again, but now wary. Over the following months, she'd pop up randomly at diners, rest stops, even once at a motel where he was staying. Always by chance. Always needing something small. A ride to the next exit, borrow his phone, directions. It got creepier. She texted him, How'd she get his number? Saw you on the road today. Look tired. Be safe. Photos of his truck from behind while driving. Gifts left on his windshield. Snacks. Notes saying, thinking of you. Mark blocked numbers, changed routes, but she'd find him. Once, he woke in his sleeper cab to tapping on the window, her face pressed against the glass, smiling in the dark. Just checking on you. He reported it to state troopers multiple times. Showed the messages, but she was always gone by the time they checked. No threats, just friendly persistence. His company installed GPS trackers, but she seemed to know his schedules. The worst was when he found her hiding in his trailer during a load inspection, curled up among the cargo, whispering his name when he opened the doors. Police finally arrested her for trespassing. Turns out she had a history, obsessed with truckers, multiple restraining orders. Diagnosed with erotomania, believing people were in love with her. She's institutionalized now, but Mark quit long-haul driving. Says he still scans every rest stop, every face in the mirrors. One act of kindness turned into a nightmare that followed him for miles. And the third one hits close to home for anyone who's ever used dating apps. This happened to a woman named Jenna in Austin, Texas last year. Jenna was 29, recently single, dipping her toes into online dating. She matched with a guy named Ryan, good-looking, charming profile. Software engineer, loved hiking, dog dad. They chatted for weeks. Flirty, but normal. Met for coffee, first date went great, laughs, common interests. Second date, dinner and a walk. He was attentive, almost too much, remembering every detail she mentioned. Sending good morning texts, playlists of songs she liked. Red flags started small. He'd coincidentally be at the same gym or coffee shop. Small world, he'd say. Then, friends requests from accounts with no photos, liking old posts. She mentioned feeling watched once. He laughed it off. After a few dates, Jenna wanted to slow things down, work was busy. Ryan didn't take it well. Texts flooded. Why are you ignoring me? I know you're home, saw your car. We're perfect together, don't throw this away. She blocked him. But the messages came from new numbers, emails, even Instagram DMs from fake profiles. Photos of her apartment building, her at work through windows. A delivery of flowers to her office with a card. Couldn't wait to see you again. Jenna went to police cyberstalking unit. They traced some accounts to him. Issued a warning. He denied everything, played victim. She's crazy, harassing me. It stopped for a week. Then, her tires slashed. Home Wi-Fi hacked. Smart lights flickering messages like, I'm here. Deepfakes online videos of her face on explicit content. Sent to her boss and family. The finale. Jenna came home one evening to find him in her living room, sitting on the couch like he belonged. We need to talk. How'd he get in? Spare key she'd hidden outside. He'd watched her once. She ran, called 911 from a neighbor's. He was arrested, burglary, stalking, harassment charges. Court revealed he'd done this before. Created elaborate profiles to infiltrate lives. Convinced himself the women loved him back. Jenna moved, got therapy. Advocates for better app verification now. But the damage lingers, trust shattered, always looking over her shoulder. These stories remind us, obsession hides behind normal faces. Trust your gut. Document everything, and never ignore the signs. Stay safe out there. If you've experienced something similar, share below. You're not alone. 5 terrifying true sleep paralysis horror stories that feel too real. Disturbing nightmare experiences. 2025. Let me tell you about the first time it happened to me. My name is Jordan, and this started when I was 22, living in a cramped studio apartment in Boston, Massachusetts. Back in the winter of 2021. College had just gone fully online because of the lingering pandemic effects, and my sleep schedule was completely destroyed. I'd stay up until 4 or 5 a.m. studying or scrolling through social media, then crash for a few hours before virtual classes. Stress was high, finals, family issues, the usual young adult chaos. One night in December, after pulling an all-nighter on a paper, I finally collapsed into bed around dawn. The room was cold. The old radiator clanked occasionally, and snow was tapping against the window from a light flurry outside. I drifted off quickly, exhausted. Then I woke up, or at least I thought I did. My eyes opened, and I was staring at the ceiling, the familiar crack in the plaster that looked like a lightning bolt. But I couldn't move. Not a finger, not my head, nothing. My body felt like it was made of lead, pinned to the mattress by an invisible weight pressing down on my chest. Panic set in immediately. I tried to scream, but no sound came out, just a strangled gasp in my mind. That's when I heard it. Breathing. Not mind slow, ragged breathing coming from the corner of the room near the closet. The room was dim, lit only by the streetlight filtering through the blinds, casting long shadows. I strained my eyes to look without moving my head. There, in the corner, was a shape. Tall, humanoid, but wrong. Its outline was blurry at the edges, like smoke, but solid enough to block the light. It was crouched, head tilted, watching me. I told myself it was a dream, a hallucination from sleep deprivation. But it felt so real. The pressure on my chest intensified, like hands pushing down, making it hard to breathe even in my paralyzed state. The figure started to move slowly, unfolding, standing up to what must have been 7 or 8 feet tall, its limbs too long, joints bending oddly. It took a step closer to the bed. In my head I was screaming, thrashing, begging for it to stop. But outwardly, nothing. It leaned over me, and I could feel its presence like cold air, a void sucking the warmth from the room. Its face. God, I don't want to describe it, but it had no features at first. Just black voids where eyes should be, then suddenly, red glowing pinpoints appeared, staring right into mine. It whispered something, but not with a voice directly into my thoughts. You're mine now. I don't know how long it lasted, minutes? Hours? Eventually, with a jolt, I could move again. I shot up in bed, gasping, sweating, lights flipped on immediately. The corner was empty, no figure, no breathing. Just my messy room. Clothes on the floor, laptop on the desk, snow still falling outside. I chalked it up to sleep paralysis. I'd read about it online before. Hypnagogic hallucinations, the brain stuck between sleep and wakefulness, often causing visions of demons or intruders. Common, especially with poor sleep habits. I promised myself to fix my schedule, took some melatonin, and tried to forget it. But it happened again a week later. Same setup, late night, stress from exams. Woke paralyzed, pressure on chest. This time the figure was at the foot of the bed from the start. It didn't move at first, just stared. Then it crawled onto the bed slowly, knees bending backward, hands with elongated fingers reaching toward my face. The whispers returned, "Stay still." "Let me in," I fought mentally, trying to wiggle a toe, anything to break the paralysis. It worked eventually, but not before I felt its hand brush my cheek icy cold, like frostbite in an instant. Over the next few months, it became frequent once or twice a week. Each time, the entity was more detailed, more aggressive. Sometimes it was the tall shadow man. Other times it changed. An old woman with stringy hair hanging over her face, sitting on my chest, cackling silently. Or a childlike figure at the side of the bed, giggling as it poked at my paralyzed limbs. I researched everything. Doctors said classic sleep paralysis, recommended better sleep hygiene, therapy for anxiety. I tried it all. No screens before bed, exercise, even meditation apps. It helped a little the episodes spaced out, but they never stopped completely. The worst one was in March 2022. ID just had a fight with my girlfriend over the phone. She thought I was distant, depressed. I went to bed angry, tears still drying. Paralyzed again, but this time there were multiple figures. The tall one in the corner, the old woman on my chest, and something new, a dark mass on the ceiling, dripping down like tar, forming tendrils reaching for me. The pressure was unbearable. I genuinely thought I was dying, heart attack or something. The whispers overlapped. Join us. No escape. We've always been here. One tendril touched my forehead, and I swear I felt knowledge flood in flashes of other people in similar states throughout history, cultures calling them night hags, demons, incubi. I broke free that time by sheer will, screaming out loud finally. My neighbor banged on the wall, asking if I was okay. I moved out of that apartment a month later, back home with parents in a different state. It's been years now, and episodes are rare, maybe once a year, triggered by extreme stress or jet lag. But when it happens, the figures are waiting, familiar now, like old enemies. Sleep experts say it's all brain chemistry, REM sleep intrusion. But part of me wonders if something else is there, in that vulnerable state between worlds. If you've experienced sleep paralysis with terrifying visions, you're not alone. Share your story below. These nightmare experiences can feel isolating, but hearing others helps. Now, the second story is from a woman named Taylor, who posted about this anonymously on a forum a couple years ago. She was a nurse in Los Angeles, California, working night shifts at a busy ER during 2023. Shift work wrecks sleep patterns, as anyone in healthcare knows, days and nights flipping constantly. Taylor would come home at 7 a.m., crash until afternoon, then prep for another shift. One morning in June, after a particularly grueling 12-hour shift with multiple codes, she got home exhausted. Her apartment was on the second floor of an old building in Hollywood, with creaky wooden floors and thin walls. She fell asleep on the couch instead of the bed, still in scrubs. Woke up paralyzed, classic chest pressure, couldn't move or call out. But her eyes were fixed on the hallway leading to the bedroom. Standing there was a figure of a man, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, like from the 1920s. Suit, hat tilted low. He was translucent at the edges, flickering like bad TV reception. He didn't approach at first, just stood, arms at sides, head cocked. Then he glided forward, footsteps stopping at the edge of the couch. Up close, his face was pale, eyes black pits, mouth sewn shut with crude stitches. He raised a hand pointing at her, and she felt an overwhelming sense of accusation, like she'd done something wrong. In her mind, she pleaded, "What do you want?" The response wasn't words, but emotions: rage, betrayal, loneliness. Flashes of images: a woman in vintage dress, arguing, a fall downstairs. Taylor had heard rumors about her building built in the golden age of Hollywood, supposedly haunted by a starlet who died suspiciously. But she dismissed it as urban legend. The figure leaned in, face inches from hers, and she felt breath cold, smelling of decay. The stitches on his mouth ripped open slowly, thread by thread, revealing sharp teeth. He opened wide, as if to bite or scream. She broke paralysis by focusing on breathing deeply, a technique she'd read about, jolted awake, fell off the couch. No figure, but her scrub's top had red marks on the chest, like fingerprints faded by morning. It happened repeatedly over weeks. Always the same man, progressing. First hallway, then closer, then touching cold hands on her throat, not squeezing but holding. Whispers evolved to audible. "You see me. Help me." Taylor researched the building's history, found old articles about a director who murdered his mistress in the 1930s, staged as accident, then hanged himself in guilt. Photos matched the figure's clothes. She moved out, switched to day shifts. Episodes stopped mostly, but during rare night floats, she feels watched. Sleep paralysis or real entity using the state to appear? She doesn't know, but advises, if it happens, don't engage, fight to wake. The third story comes from a guy named Alex in rural Michigan, 2024. He was 35, living alone on a farm inherited from his grandparents' big old house, acres of woods, isolated. Alex had insomnia issues, often napping in the afternoon after farm work. One fall day, after harvesting, he dozed in the recliner by the fireplace. Paralysis hit hard, body locked, eyes open to the living room. Shadows danced from the fire, but one didn't. A small figure, child-sized, standing by the stairs. Hooded cloak, face hidden, but glowing green eyes peeking out. It skipped closer, unnaturally fast, stopping at his feet. Tiny hands reached up, climbing onto his lap despite the pressure. Weight added, crushing. The hood fell back. Face of a decayed child, skin peeling, mouth full of needles. It spoke telepathically, "Play with me." Flashes of buried memories, not his. But the houses, children playing in the attic long ago, an accident, hidden bodies. Alex's family history had dark spots: great-grandfather accused of abuses, but never proven. The child thing dug nails into his arms, real pain, blood when he woke. It tried to pull him down, like into the floor. He escaped by humming a lullaby in his mind, odd. But it worked. Figure recoiled. Happened nightly for a month. He sage-smudged, prayed, even had a priest bless the house. Found old newspaper clippings in the attic. Missing kids from the 1950s, farm searched, nothing found. Alex sold the property, moved to the city. Paralysis rare now, but when it hits, he hears childish laughter. The fourth one is from Sarah, a college student in New York City, 2022. Dorm life, tiny room, bunk bed, roommate off and out. Late night studying led to crashes at odd hours. One night, paralyzed on top bunk. Roommate gone. Figure, classic hat, man tall, wide-brimmed hat, trench coat, no face, just shadow. Stood at the ladder, climbing slowly. Each rung creak wheel, reached the top, loomed over. Felt violation, like it was feeding on fear. Whispers, "I own the night." Sarah, atheist before, started praying, broke it. Repeated visits, hat man evolving companions. Spiders crawling from under hat, covering her. Therapy helped, but she believes it's interdimensional. Last story. Mike, military vet in Texas, PTSD triggered episodes. Post-deployment, nightmares bled into paralysis. Figures, fallen comrades, accusing him of surviving. Or demonic soldiers dragging him to hell. Therapy, meds reduced, but vivid still. These experiences blur reality and dream, leaving lasting terror. If you've had sleep paralysis, demons, or entities, comment. Let's discuss techniques to cope. 5 chilling true haunted house horror stories that actually happened. Real paranormal encounters in homes 2025. My name is Lauren, and what I'm about to tell you started in the summer of 2022 when I moved into an old Victorian house in Salem, Oregon. I was 28 at the time, excited for a fresh start after a messy divorce. The house was a steel built in 1892, 3 stories, wraparound porch. Original hardwood floors, stained glass windows, the whole historic charm. The realtor mentioned it had been on the market a while. Previous owners moved suddenly, but I figured it was just the economy or needed updates. I loved restoring old places, so I signed the papers without a second thought. The first few weeks were normal. I painted walls, unpacked boxes, adopted a rescue cat named Shadow for company. The house had a basement that smelled musty, an attic full of dusty trunks, and bedrooms with fireplaces that didn't work. At night, it creaked like any old house settling, I told myself. Then the small things began. Doors would close on their own, gently, like someone was politely shutting them. I'd be in the kitchen making coffee and hear footsteps overhead in the empty second floor. Shadow would stare at walls, ears perked, tail puffed, tracking something invisible moving across the room. I'd laugh it off: old houses, drafts, cat imagination. One night in August, around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of a woman crying. Soft sobs coming from the hallway outside my bedroom on the second floor. I froze, listening. It was heartbreaking, like deep grief. I grabbed my phone for light, opened the door, nothing. Hallway empty, cold air though it was summer. The crying stopped the moment I stepped out. I checked every room, locked doors, even the basement. No one. Back in bed, heart racing. I googled hearing crying in house at night. Came up with everything from plumbing to ghosts. I chose plumbing. But it happened again and again. Always the same time, same hallway, same woman's voice. Sometimes words mixed in. Why? Or my baby. Shadow refused to go upstairs after dark, hissing at the stairs. I started researching the house history. County records showed it belonged to the Harrington family in the early 1900s. Elias Harrington, a wealthy mill owner, his wife Clara, and their 3 children. Tragedy in 1918 Spanish flu hit hard. Clara and the 2 youngest died within days of each other. The oldest daughter, Abigail, 16, survived but vanished months later. Rumors she ran away or worse. Elias sold the house in 1920 and drank himself to death soon after. Photos online matched. Clara was beautiful, long dark hair, sad eyes even in portraits. The crying voice sounded like what I imagined hers would. Things escalated in September. Objects moved. My keys on the hook one minute, on the dining table the next. Books fell off shelves when no one was near. Cold spots in certain rooms. The nursery that I'd turned into an office was freezing year-round. One evening, I was on a video call with my sister, showing her the renovations. Mid-sentence, behind me on camera, a rocking chair in the corner started rocking violently. No window open, no draft. My sister screamed, "What was that?" I turned chair still. But on replay, clear as day, it rocked for 10 seconds. I invited a friend over who was into paranormal stuff. We did an EVP session in the nursery with a recorder. Ask questions. Is anyone here? What do you want? Playback later, faint responses. A woman's voice. Help him. And a child's whisper. Mama hurts. That night was the worst so far. I woke paralyzed, not sleep paralysis, because I could move my eyes freely, but my body wouldn't respond. Standing at the foot of my bed was a woman in a white nightgown, long hair covering her face. She was translucent, moonlight passing through. Slowly she lifted her head, face pale, eyes black voids, mouth open in a silent scream. She reached out, and I felt ice on my ankle, like a grip. Then she vanished. I screamed finally, body unfroze, lights on, bruises on my ankle, 5 fingerprints. I sage cleansed, prayed, played worship music 24/7. It quieted for a week. Then the activity exploded. Doors slammed. Footsteps ran up and down stairs. Shadow bolted one day, never came back, found him days later hiding in a neighbor's garage, terrified. The attic became unbearable. I'd go up for storage and feel watched, pushed even. Once, the pull-down stairs slammed shut behind me, trapping me in darkness until I forced them open. I called a local paranormal team. They investigated with EMF meters, thermal cameras. Spikes in the nursery, hallway, attic. Photos showed orbs, shadows. Audio caught clear voices. Clara calling for Abigail. A man yelling, angrily, maybe Elias. They suggested Clara was trapped in grief, searching for her lost daughter. The child spirit playful but scared. Something darker too, perhaps Elias's rage. I couldn't stay. Sold the house at a loss in early 2023, moved to an apartment. New owners? Haven't checked, but Zillow shows it back on market again. Years later, I still hear faint crying in quiet moments. Haunted houses aren't just stories, they change you. The second story comes from a family in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, the Johnsons, who shared this in 2024. They bought a Civil War-era farmhouse just outside town in 2021, drawn to the history. Battlefields nearby, the house used as a field hospital in 1863. At first, charming, original stone walls, wide plank floors, huge fireplace. But nights brought sounds, moans of pain, soldiers calling for help, boots marching in the yard. Their kids saw apparitions. Confederate soldiers in the basement, a nurse in blood-stained apron tending invisible wounded. Worst was the bedroom, waking to figures standing over beds, faces gaunt, eyes pleading. One night, the dad felt hands pressing on his chest, a soldier whispering water. They researched, dozens died in the house, amputations on the kitchen table. Artifacts found in walls, bullets, buttons, a diary from a surgeon full of despair. Medium visit revealed residual energy-trapped echoes of suffering. Cleansing helped some, but they moved anyway. The house now a B&B, guests report same experiences. Third story, Mike and Lisa in Detroit, Michigan, 2023. Bought a foreclosure bungalow, cheap, previous owner elderly. Died alone inside. Activity started mild. Lights flickering, TV turning on. Then aggressive. Cabinets banging at night. Glasses flying off shelves. Lisa saw an old man in overalls glaring from doorways. He'd follow them, breathing heavy behind. Once, pushed Mike downstairs, broke arm. History. Owner Harold, dementia last year's, paranoid, thought people stealing. Died of heart attack, body undiscovered for weeks. Spirits seemed angry at intruders. Exorcism finally, priest blessed, commanded peace. Quiet now, but they sleep with lights on. Fourth, college friends renting a house near Savannah, Georgia, 2022. Known haunted city, but this one off the tourist path. Party house turned nightmare. Shadows and mirrors, whispers naming them personally. One girl possessed briefly spoke an old southern accent, new secrets. Traced to 1800s owner who practiced dark rituals. Friends fled mid-lease. Last, single mom Rachel in rural New England, old colonial. Daughter saw little boy playmate invisible to her. Boy wanted to play forever. Toys moved, laughter at night. Turned sinister, tried luring daughter outside in storms. History, child drowned in well on property 1700s. Blessing sent him on, but Rachel moved for peace. These true haunted house stories show some places hold on to the past too tightly. If you've lived in one, share below, stay safe. 5. Disturbing true glitch in the Matrix stories that will make you question reality. Real Mandela effect and reality shift experiences 2025. Let me start with my own experience, because this one still keeps me up at night thinking about what reality really is. My name is Ryan, and this happened to me over a period of several months in 2024, when I was living in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I was 31, working as a software developer remotely. Pretty normal life, gym in the mornings, coffee runs, weekends hiking with friends. Nothing out of the ordinary until the small things started piling up in ways that didn't make sense. It began innocently enough in January. I have this habit of always buying the same brand of coffee beans from a local roaster downtown. It's called Midnight Blend, Dark Roast, black bag with a silver moon logo. I've been buying it for years. One Saturday morning, I went to the shop like usual. The barista, a guy named Tom I've chatted with plenty of times, handed me the bag and said, "Enjoy the new sunrise blend." I looked down, orange bag, sun logo, lighter roast. I laughed and said, "No man, I want Midnight Blend, the dark one." He looked genuinely confused. "We've never had a Midnight Blend. Sunrise is our darkest." I argued politely. Showed him my loyalty card punches for midnight, but he insisted the shop only ever had sunrise, dawn and noon blends. I left with sunrise, annoyed, thinking maybe they rebranded. But when I got home and checked my pantry, every old bag ID saved for recycling was now orange sunrise blend. Photos on my phone from last year? Orange bags. My Amazon order history? Sunrise. Even a blog post I'd written about coffee had been retroactively changed to mention sunrise. I asked friends who'd come over for coffee nights. They all remembered sunrise. No one recalled midnight blend. I felt insane. Spent hours searching online forums, old reviews, anything. Nothing. It was like that coffee never existed, except in my memory. I tried to shake it off as a weird memory glitch, maybe early sign of something medical. Gotta check up brain scan clean, doctor said stress or false memory. Okay, fine. But then it happened again in March. I was driving to New York for a weekend trip. Same route I've taken dozens of times, I-95 north through New Jersey. There's this specific rest stop I always stop at, about 2 hours in, with a distinctive red barn-shaped building and a huge statue of a cow out front. I pull in, stretch, grab snacks. Except, the rest stop was gone. Completely. The exit was there, but it led to a wooded area with a small gas station I'd never seen before. No barn, no cow statue. I turned around, drove back south, thinking I missed it. Nothing. Pulled over, checked Google Maps. The rest stop I remembered wasn't on the map. Never had been, according to construction records. The current one had been there since 1998, but I had photos from previous trips me standing next to that cow statue, time-stamped 2022, 2021, except when I looked at those photos again, the statue was gone. I was standing in an empty field next to the barn building. Background changed. My friends in the photos remembered the new version. By now I was documenting everything, screenshots, journal entries with dates. I posted anonymously online. People called it Mandela effect, parallel realities slipping, simulation glitches. Some shared similar stories. The biggest one came in July. My grandmother passed away when I was 12. Back in 2005, she lived in Florida, and I have vivid memories of flying down for the funeral, seeing her in the open casket, wearing her favorite blue dress with pearl buttons, holding a rosary. Family stories always mentioned how peaceful she looked. But at a family reunion in 2024, my aunt pulled out old photo albums to remember her. We flicked to the funeral photos, closed casket. No open viewing. Everyone at the table nodded. Grandma had requested closed casket, Catholic tradition or something. I argued I remembered open, the dress, everything. They looked at me like I was losing it. Showed me the program. Closed casket service. I went home, dug through my childhood boxes. Found my old diary from 2005 entry about the funeral. Saw Grandma today. She looked like she was sleeping in her blue dress. But the ink looked fresher, and when I compared handwriting, subtle differences. Photos from the funeral? Now all closed casket. I confronted my mom privately. She swore it was always closed, but then she paused, got this faraway look. Wait, I think I remember open too. No, that can't be. She shook it off. After that, smaller glitches kept happening. Street signs changing overnight. A coworker swearing we'd never discussed a project detail I distinctly remembered emailing about email gone from sent folder. Time skips driving home, blinking, suddenly 20 minutes further with no memory of the drive. I started testing reality, leaving notes for myself, video diaries. Most stayed consistent, but occasionally something shifted. Once I recorded a video saying, "Today is Tuesday," woke up video said, "Today is Wednesday," and calendar confirmed Wednesday. It's been over a year now. The big shifts stopped, but I question everything. Memories feel unreliable. Am I slipping between timelines? Is this a simulation resetting? Or am I just breaking somehow? If you've experienced reality glitches that no one else remembers, share below. These stories make you wonder what's real. The second story is from a woman named Kayla in Seattle, Washington, 2023. She was a teacher, super organized, life planned out. One day she came home from work to find her husband cooking dinner with their 2 kids running around. Except, they didn't have kids. They'd been married 5 years, actively trying but no luck yet. She froze in the doorway. The kids, a boy about 6 and girl 4, ran up hugging her. "Mommy's home." Her husband smiled. "Rough day at school, babe? Like normal?" Kayla played along, terrified. Checked her phone photos of pregnancies, birthdays, school events. Social media full of family pics. Her body even had stretch marks she didn't remember getting. She excused herself, called her sister. "Hey, quick question, how many kids do I have?" Sister laughed. "Two dummy, Ethan and Lily. You okay?" That night, the kids tucked in. She confronted her husband privately. He thought she was joking or having an episode. Next morning she woke up, kids gone. House back to childless. No photos, no toys, no second bedroom set up as nursery. Husband confused why she was crying about dreaming we had kids. But her body stretch marks remained for weeks, faded slowly. A pregnancy test she took in secret? Faint positive, then negative days later. She saw a therapist, possible psychotic break or vivid delusion. But she swears those 2 days with her children were real. She even remembers their favorite foods, bedtime stories. Now they're trying for kids again. She wonders if that was a glimpse of a parallel life or future bleeding through. Third story. David, a pilot in Chicago, 2024. Commercial flights, thousands of hours. On a routine flight from O'Hare to Denver, cruising altitude, clear skies. He looked out, saw another plane, identical livery, same airline, flying parallel, exact same altitude. Close enough to see the cockpit himself and co-pilot staring back. They waved. The other plane waved back. Then, it vanished. Not turned, not faded, just gone. Air traffic control, no other plane on radar. Co-pilot saw it too, but recordings showed nothing. Later, landing in Denver, ground crew mentioned a flight delay, because their plane had already landed 20 minutes earlier. Same flight number, same crew names. Passengers deboarded from the first plane, confused why there were two. Investigation duplicate manifests, but only one physical plane. The extra passengers vanished after customs. David quit flying commercials. Says reality has layers, and sometimes they overlap. Fourth, college student Mia in Boston, 2023, walking across campus one winter day, snowing lightly. She crossed the same quad daily. But this time the library building, massive central landmark, was gone. Empty lawn where it should be. Students walking through the space like normal. She asked a friend, "Where's the library?" Friend, "What library?" "We use the student center for books." Maps, website, campus tours, all showed no main library building ever existed. Mia had studied there daily, had library card, overdue books. Next day library back. Books on hold for her. No one remembered it missing. She has photos from both realities on her phone, some with library, some without. Last, entire small town in Oregon experienced a time loop day in 2025. Residents woke to same day repeating news headlines identical, conversations looping. Broke when one man, remembering previous loops, changed routine, drove different route. Town now has a memorial plaque, the day that repeated, March 5th, 10th, 2025. These glitch in the Matrix experiences challenge everything we know about reality. Are we in a simulation? Multiverse collisions? Collective consciousness shifting? If you've lived through something impossible that rewrote your world, comment your story. We might be more connected than we think. 5 terrifying true national park horror stories from deep wilderness and rangers. Scary camping and disappearances in U.S. parks 2025. Let me take you deep into the first story, the one that still haunts me every time I even think about going camping again. My name is Ethan, and this happened during a solo backpacking trip in Yosemite National Park, California, in the summer of 2023. I was 29 at the time, an experienced hiker who'd done multi-day treks in the Sierras before. I wanted to get away from everything: breakup, job stress, city noise. I got a wilderness permit for a 5-day loop in the remote northern section, off the main trails, around 40 miles total, with elevation gains that would test anyone. I started from the Tioga Road trailhead early morning, pack heavy with bear canister, tent, water filter, the works. Day 1 and 2 were incredible crystal lakes, meadows full of wildflowers, granite peaks everywhere. I camped at isolated spots, no other hikers for miles. Night skies were unreal, Milky Way bright as paint. On night 3, I set up near a small alpine lake at about 9,000 feet. No fire ban, so I had a small blaze going as dusk fell. That's when I first heard it. Branches snapping in the tree line, deliberate, like something heavy circling the camp. Bears, I thought. I yelled, banged pots, stored food properly, 100 yards away hung high. The sounds stopped. I went to bed in my tent, bear spray inside, knife too. Around 2 a.m., I woke to silence, too much silence. No crickets, no wind, nothing. Then a voice. Human male, calling from the darkness. Help, please. Weak pain. I froze. In wilderness protocol, if someone needs help, you respond but alone at night? Risky. I shone my headlamp out the tent mesh, nothing but trees. Called back. Where are you? Are you hurt? The voice again, closer. Over here. Fell. Can't move. Direction shifted like it was moving around me. I debated. Cell service none. Satellite messenger with me, but battery low. I yelled I'd get help in morning, stay put. The voice pleaded, no now. Bleeding. Then laughter low, mocking. My blood ran cold. Mimic? Animal? Or worse, another person messing with me. I stayed intent, spray ready, didn't sleep. Dawn came, no tracks around camp except mine. Food bag untouched. I packed fast, hiked out to a ranger station 2 days early. Reported it. Rangers Sirius said similar reports over years. Voices luring hikers off trail, especially solo. Some never found. They call them the callers. Linked to missing persons cases, bodies sometimes miles away in impossible terrain. I thought that was the end. But months later, back in the city, I got an anonymous email. Photo of my exact campsite, taken from the tree line, timestamped that night. No one else there. Subject line, you should have helped. I never went back to Yosemite. National parks are vast millions of acres unmapped really. Things hide there. The second story comes from a former park ranger named Chris, who worked in Great Smoky Mountains National Park, Tennessee-North Carolina border, from 2018 to 2024. He shared this after retiring, saying rangers don't talk publicly but swap stories off record. One autumn in 2021, search and rescue for a missing hiker, a 19-year-old college kid named Tyler. Day hike off Klingman's Dome, never returned. Weather turned bad, fog thick as milk, rain, tongue dropping. Chris was on the team. They grid-searched trails, called his name for days. On day 4, deep off-trail in dense rhododendron hills, they found his backpack contents scattered, but no blood, no struggle signs. Phone inside, battery dead. Last photo. Selfie smiling, timestamp hours before he vanished. But weirdest, his shoes neatly placed side by side on a rock, socks folded inside. Like he'd taken them off to wade, but no water nearby. Tracks led away barefoot, then stopped abruptly after 20 feet, like lifted up. Search continued, weeks, dogs, helicopters, volunteers, nothing. Case went cold. Years later, 2023, another missing woman in same area. During search, a rookie ranger heard stairs. Wooden creaking stairs in the middle of wilderness. Followed sound, found an old stone foundation, overgrown, remnants of a pre-park cabin from 1800s. In the basement area, hidden under leaves, Tyler's body. Mummified naturally, posed sitting against wall, shoes back on feet. But impossible area searched multiple times with dogs. Body fresh enough, no major decum for years missing. Coroner puzzled. Chris says the Smokies have pockets, places where people go in, don't come out same way. Feral people rumors, old Cherokee warnings about lands best avoided. Stair sounds common in reports, luring deeper. He quit after that. Parks hold secrets older than us. Third story. Group of 4 friends backpacking in Olympic National Park, Washington. Summer 2024. Rainforest section Hoh River Trail extended into remote valleys. They were experienced 2 couples, late 20s. Planned 7 days, enchanted forests, moss everywhere, Roosevelt elk. Night 4, camped near a river. Woke to find 1 tent empty, Jake missing. Sleeping bag unzipped, gear inside, but he gone. No struggle. They searched nearby, yelled, fired signal flares. Nothing. Reported via satellite device. Rangers arrived next day, helicopters, K9. Found Jake 2 days later, 10 miles away in terrain no one could cover that fast, especially at night. Alive but catatonic. Staring, muttering about the village. When he recovered weeks later, story. Woke needing to pee, stepped out tent. Saw lights in distance, campfire? Followed thinking other hikers. Lights moved away, leading deeper. Hours later, stumbled into a clearing. Old cabins, people in outdated clothes, silent, watching. They didn't speak, just stared with blank eyes. He ran, got lost, until rangers found him. No village on maps. Area checked, nothing but wilderness. Jake refuses to camp again, says sometimes sees those faces in trees. Olympic has dense areas barely explored, Bigfoot sightings, strange disappearances clustered. Fourth, Family camping in Yellowstone, 2022. Parents, 2 kids, established campground but hiked off trail. Daughter, 8, wandered briefly, found hours later by lake, hypothermic, saying the man in fur carried her when she fell. Described tall figure covered in hair, gentle but scary eyes. Search for man, nothing, but thermal areas dangerous. She was near a hot spring that could have killed her. Footprints found, huge, human-like but elongated. Rangers hushed it. Cryptid reports common, don't want panic. Last. Ranger patrol in Glacial National Park, Montana, 2023. Night stalking something, following rangers on trail, paralleling in brush. Growls not bear, not wolf. Glimpses of upright figure, fast. They backed out, reported. Area closed temporarily. Native Blackfeet elders consulted said it's a protector spirit, angry at boundary violations. Parks are beautiful but wild. Respect the rules, stay on trail, never follow voices or lights. People vanish every year, some found, some not. The wilderness doesn't always give back what it takes. If you've had a terrifying experience in a national park or deep woods, share below. These stories remind us we're visitors there. 5 chilling true hospital night shift horror stories from nurses and doctors. Real medical horror experiences 2025. The first story I'm going to tell you is my own, and it still makes my skin crawl every time I step into a hospital, even as a visitor. My name is Nicole, and I was a registered nurse working the night shift in the ICU of a large hospital in Cleveland, Ohio, back in 2023. I'd been nursing for 8 years at that point. Seen everything: codes, traumas, end-of-life moments. Night shifts were tough but routine. Dimmed lights, beeping monitors, checking vitals every few hours. The occasional emergency. Our ICU was on the 4th floor of the old wing, built in the 1950s, with long corridors, heavy fire doors, and that sterile smell mixed with age. The new wing was modern, but budget kept us in the historic part. Staff whispered about it being haunted, patients coding for no reason, shadows in empty rooms, call bells from discharged beds. I didn't believe it. Superstition, sleep deprivation, stress. It started small in February. I was assigned to room 412, an isolation room at the end of the hall. Patient was Mr. Harlan, 78, end-stage heart failure, comfort care only. Sweet old man, told stories about his wife who passed years ago. That night, around 2 a.m., his monitor alarmed bradycardia dipping low. I rushed in, adjusted meds, he stabilized. As I charted, he mumbled, half asleep. She's here again, telling me it's time. I asked who. He smiled weakly. My Eleanor, standing right there, pointed to the corner. Empty, of course. I chalked it up to delirium, common in dying patients. But when I left the room, the call bell from 412 rang again, except I'd just been in there, and Mr. Harlan was dozing. I went back, no one pressed it. He didn't wake. Happened 3 more times that shift. Next night, same room, different patient, young woman, post-op complications. She woke terrified at 3 a.m. There's a woman in white at the foot of my bed, crying. Described an older lady in a nurse's uniform from decades ago, cap and all. I comforted her, gave anxiety meds. But checking old staff photos later matched a nurse named Eleanor, who died in that room in 1962, heart attack during a code. Activity ramped up. Lights flickering only in 412. 4 pumps alarming falsely. Footsteps in the hall stopping outside the door. One night, I was in the room alone with a comatose patient when the temperature plunged, breath visible. The privacy curtain moved like someone brushed past. Monitor showed sinus rhythm, but I swear I heard whispering, "Help them." I started avoiding 412 when possible. But in April, we had a critical patient car accident, multi-trauma. No choice. Around midnight, all monitors in the unit flatlined simultaneously, every single one, 12 rooms. Chaos, staff running, crashing carts. But patients were fine, no codes. Systems rebooted normal. Techs found no cause. But security cameras in the hall showed a figure in white walking the corridor at that exact time, glitchy, translucent, heading toward 412. The worst night was in May. I was charge nurse, short-staffed, new admit to 412 elderly man, dementia, agitated. Around 3:33 a.m., I remember the clock. Every call bell in the unit rang at once. Not 1 or 2, all 24 beds. Patients asleep or sedated, none near buttons. I ran to the nurses' station phones ringing too, lines dead air. Then, the fire doors at both ends of the hall slammed shut simultaneously, locked from inside. Alarms blared. We evacuated patients manually, wheelchairs crashing through side doors. Fire department came, no fire. Doors unlocked eventually on their own. After that, the hospital closed the old wing temporarily for renovations. Moved us to new building. But Mr. Harlan? He passed peacefully that week, smiling, saying, "Eleanor's here." I transferred to days, then left bedside nursing. Hospitals save lives, but some hold on to deaths too tightly. Night shifts see things days don't. The second story comes from a doctor named Dr. Marcus, who worked night shifts in a trauma center in Atlanta, Georgia, 2024. Busy urban hospital. Gunshots, wrecks, overdoses constant. One slow night in August brought in a John Doe homeless man, found unresponsive in alley, hypothermia despite summer heat. No ID, estimated 60s, emaciated. Marcus treated him, warmed fluids, labs, stabilized. Put in observation bay. Around 4 a.m., nurse called, patient awake, agitated, speaking Latin. None of the staff understood, but he recited fluently, eyes rolled back. Security footage later, while asleep, he sat up, stared at camera, said directly to it, "They come at night." He coded suddenly, "No cause, full arrest." Team worked him 45 minutes, pronounced, but more called morning, body gone. Vanished from cooler. Cameras showed drawer open, empty gurney wheeled out by... No one visible. Doors locked. Police investigated theft? No. Body never found. Weeks later, similar patients transients brought in muttering same phrases. One survived, said, "The taker visits the dying, claims souls early." Dr. Marcus requested transfer. Says the nights feel like a threshold. Third story, nurse practitioner Amanda in pediatric ward, Children's Hospital in Denver, Colorado, 2023. Heartbreaking unit cancer kids, chronic illnesses. She worked 7P7A. One wing had a playroom rarely used at night. Kids reported the laughing man playing with toys after hours. Amanda dismissed imagination. But one night, checking rounds, heard laughter from playroom childlike, but no patients mobile. Peered in, toys moving on their own. Block stacking, ball rolling. Then a shadow figure, tall, thin top hat silhouette, clapping. She backed out, heart pounding. Next morning, toys neatly put away. History. Hospital built on old orphanage site. Fire in 1920s killed dozens of children. One caretaker, tall man, reportedly locked doors. Perished trying to save them, or worse, rumors. Activity peaked when a terminal patient neared end, laughter louder, as if celebrating or mocking. Amanda advocated for blessing, chaplain did. Quiet since, but she hears faint giggles sometimes. Fourth, security guard turned nurse's aide Tom, in psychiatric ward, State Hospital in rural Pennsylvania, 2024. Locked unit, violent patients, suicides. Nights, eerie screams echoing, shadows long. Tom patrolled halls. One shift, all patients asleep unusually early. Then basement call elevator dinged sublevel, doors open, no one. Basement storage, old electroshock equipment, lobotomy tools from decades past. Down there, heard chanting, multiple voices, old language. Found circle of patient gowns on floor, stained, arranged ritual-like. Upstairs, patients all awake, standing at cell doors, staring silently. Incident report filed, mass psychosis blamed on gas leak, but no leak found. Tom quit, says Asylum's trap pain forever. Last story. Surgical nurse Lisa, OR night call in New Orleans Hospital, 2022. Historic building, Katrina damage repaired. On call for emergencies. One night, trauma stab wound. Team scrubbed, patient under. Mid-procedure, lights flickered. Instruments moved slightly on tray. Surgeon paused, felt breath on neck. Then, reflection in overhead light. Extra person in scrubs, faceless, standing behind. All saw it. Patient flatlined, briefly revived. Post-op, patient woke. The old doctor helped you save me. Described a man in vintage surgical garb, guiding hands. Hospital legend. Renowned surgeon died mid-operation, 1970s. Heart attack. Patient survived anyway. Lisa believes some doctors never clock out. These hospital night shift stories show medicine's thin line between life and death. Things linger in those halls. If you've worked healthcare nights and seen the unexplained, share below. Stay safe out there. 5 disturbing true home invasion horror stories that actually happened. Real intruder encounters and break-in nightmares 2025. The first story is one that still haunts me to this day, and it chests my own experience from back in the fall of 2022, when I was living alone in a quiet suburban house in Charlotte, North Carolina. My name is Brooke, and I was 27 at the time, working as a remote marketing consultant after moving from a busy apartment in the city to this cozy 2-bedroom rental on a tree-lined street. The neighborhood was safe families, dog walkers, kids playing outside. I loved the peace, the big backyard, the way the leaves turned colors in autumn. I had security cameras, deadbolts, even a dog, a golden retriever named Max, who barked at everything. It started on a Thursday night in October. I was up late working on a client project, lights on in the living room, Max asleep at my feet. Around 1 a.m., the motion light in the backyard flicked on. I checked the Ring app, nothing but a raccoon rummaging near the fence. False alarm, common. I went to bed around 2, Max in his crate downstairs. I woke suddenly at 3:47 a.m. Don't ask how I remember the exact time, but the clock glowed red. Max was growling low in his throat from downstairs, not barking, just that deep warning rumble. I froze, listening. Then a soft thump from the kitchen, like a cabinet closing gently. My heart slammed. I grabbed my phone, dialed 911, but didn't hit call yet. Maybe Max knocked something over. I crept to the stairs, whispered for him. No response. Usually he'd come running. Flashlight on phone, I went down slowly. Living room normal. Kitchen back door wide open. Cold air pouring in. I know I'd locked it. Double-checked like always. Max was in the corner, hackles up, staring at the pantry door. It was cracked open. I called police, then whispered possible break-in. They said stay upstairs, lock bedroom, officer en route. But I couldn't leave Max. I grabbed a knife from the block, approached the pantry, pulled the door empty. Just food shelves. But on the floor, muddy footprints, men's size, leading in from the back door and stopping at the pantry. No exit prints. Police arrived 12 minutes later, searched house, attic, crawl space, yard. Nothing. No forced entry door unlocked from inside somehow. Footprints ended like the person vanished. Max refused to enter the kitchen for days. I changed locks, added bars. Thought it was over a prank, homeless person scared off. But it wasn't. Over the next weeks, small things. Drawers opened slightly, my coffee mug moved from counter to table overnight. Once, woke to find my bedroom door open, I always close it. Max sleeping on the floor instead of his bed like guarding. The second incident was worse. Mid-November, rainy night. I came home from a rare dinner out with friends around 10 p.m. House dark, Max greeting me excitedly. As I locked up, I noticed the basement door ajar. Basement was unfinished. Storage only, I never went down at night. I thought wind or something. Closed it, latched. Went to bed. Woke at 4 a.m. to scratching sounds from below, like nails on wood. Max whining at the bedroom door. I'd barricaded it with a dresser, called police again. Officers searched basement. Nothing but a sleeping bag unrolled in the far corner. Candy wrappers. My missing hoodie from the laundry. Someone had been living down there. Heating vent from upstairs let them hear everything. No idea how long. They dusted for prints, none. No DNA. Person gone, perhaps out a small window too tiny for average adult. I moved out a week later, broke lease. But the final straw came after. New apartment, months later package delivered. Photos of me sleeping in the old house, taken from inside the room. Postmarked locally, no return. Police investigated stalker case, open but cold. I got a restraining order on unknown person, therapy, concealed carry. Home isn't always safe. Lock everything, trust your dog, get cameras inside too. If something feels off, it probably is. The second story comes from a guy named Tyler in Seattle, Washington. 2023. He lived in a ground floor apartment in Capitol Hill. Urban area, bars on windows already from previous tenants. Tyler worked from home, gamer setup, late nights. One December evening, snowing rare for Seattle, he ordered pizza. Doorbell rang, looked through peephole, pizza guy. Open chain lock, paid. Later that night, watching streams, heard faint knocking, not door, but inside wall. Shared with neighbor, but soft, rhythmic. Ignored it first. Then, closet door in bedroom creaked open slowly while he was in bed. He jumped up empty, but clothes disturbed like rummaged. Installed indoor cams. Caught it nights later, 2 a.m. Figure crawling out from under bed, thin man. masked, emerging like been there hours. Watched Tyler sleep minutes, then back under. Tyler screamed, figure bolted out window. Police intruder accessed via loose vent from crawl space, hid under bed waiting for chance. He'd been there multiple times, stole small items, ate food, showered once. Tyler moved cross-country. Says he checks under bed still. Third story. Family in suburban Dallas, Texas, 2024. Mom, dad, 2 teens, nice house, alarm system. Kids home alone one afternoon, parents at work. Son heard garage door open, thought parents early, went down no car. But garage side door ajar. Upstairs, sister screamed man in hall, ski mask, knife. Kids locked in bathroom, called 911. Intruders, 2 men ransacked house quick. Took electronics, jewelry. Fled before police. But twist, 1 left phone behind. Traced local guys, targeted house thinking empty. Family installed better security. But daughter swears she saw the masked man weeks later watching from street. Coincidence or obsession? Police arrested them, eventually multiple invasions. Fourth, elderly woman in rural Ohio, 2022. Lived alone on farm, widow. Woke one night to man standing over bed, whispered, "Don't scream, just need money." Took purse, tied her loosely, left. She freed self, called sheriff. But man knew house layout hid in barn days prior, watched routines. Caught via fingerprints, ex-con, targeted isolated homes. She moved to assisted living. Says kindness to strangers backfired once he'd asked for water days before. Last story, couple in Portland, Oregon, 2025. Woke to noises downstairs. Husband investigated, found 3 intruders loading TV. Fight broke, husband stabbed. Wife hid, called police. Intruders fled with little. Husband survived, but trauma deep. Home felt violated forever. They advocate self-defense training, alarms that call instantly. These true home invasion stories show it can happen anywhere, anytime. Be vigilant, lights on, timers, dogs, neighbors watching, strong doors. If someone's inside, priority is survival, not confrontation. Stay safe out there. If you survived something similar, share below. Your story could help others. 5 creepy true stalker horror stories that will make you look over your shoulder. Real life obsession encounters 2025. The first story I'm sharing is my own, and even now, 2 years later, it still affects how I live my daily life. My name is Mia, and this began in early 2023 when I was 25, living in a small apartment in Austin, Texas. I had just started a new job as a barista at a busy downtown coffee shop, pulling mostly morning shifts. Life was good, friends, dating apps here and there, yoga classes, exploring the live music scene. I posted regularly on Instagram, stories of my lattes, hikes at Barton Creek, outfits for nights out. Nothing too personal, or so I thought. It started innocently enough in February. One regular customer, a guy in his early 30s, always ordered a black coffee, sat in the corner with his laptop. Clean cut, polite, tipped well. We'd chat briefly, weather, music recommendations. His name was Evan. One day, he commented on my Instagram story, "That trail looks awesome. Been there lately?" I thought nothing of it. Public profile, lots of locals followed. Then the comments increased. Every story, every post. Love that dress. You make the best cappuccino. Saw a band last night you'd like. Fine, flattering even, but then he started showing up outside work. I'd finish a shift, walk to my car, and there he'd be across the street, waving like coincidence. "Hey Mia, fancy seeing you here? First time, okay? Second, weird." Third, I varied my exit times, took different routes. I blocked him on socials. Comments stopped. Relief. But the sightings didn't. He'd be at the grocery store I shopped at, same aisle. At the yoga studio in the parking lot. At a concert I posted about attending, standing a few rows back, smiling when I turned. I documented. Photos from afar, times, locations. Told friends, they said confront or police. One night in April, after a late event with coworkers, I got home around midnight. Apartment, 2nd floor, secure building. As I unlocked my door, an envelope slid out from under it. Inside, printed photos of me at work, hiking, even one through my apartment window changing clothes. Note handwritten, "You shouldn't block people who care. I miss our chats." I called police immediately. Filed report, stalking, invasion of privacy, showed evidence. They visited his known address, empty, he'd moved. No priors, but warning issued if found. I deleted all socials, went private everywhere. Changed routines. Got a pillbox, new phone number. It quieted for a month. Then gifts started arriving at work, unsigned. Flowers, my favorite candy, a necklace I'd admired, and a post months ago. Security cameras I installed caught him once hooed up, placing a package at my door 3 a.m. Blurry face, but build matched. Police said a trap staked out. He didn't show. Escalation in June. Text from burner numbers. I know you changed your locks. Smart. Be careful driving at night. We're meant to be together, Mia. How he got the new number? Unknown. I moved in July, new city across state, San Antonio, unlisted address. No forwarding. But in September, at new job, a regular started. Black coffee, corner table. Not him, but similar. Then note in my tip jar. You can't run forever. Was it him? Copycat? Paranoia? Case still open. I live carefully now, no public posts, varied routes, self-defense classes. Stalkers don't always threaten, they erode your safety slowly. Trust instincts. The second story is from a teacher named Lauren in Portland, Oregon. 2024. High school English. Beloved by students. One parent, father of a senior, started emailing about his son's grades normal. Then compliments on her lessons, appearance. Emails turned personal. You seem lonely. I'd love to take you to dinner. She reported to admin professional boundaries. He showed up at school events, sat near her. Then parent-teacher night lingered, asked for coffee after. Blocked email. He created new ones. Then at her home, new address from public records. Letters in mailbox, love poems, photos of her at school. Carved heart with initials on her car door. Police involved, restraining order. He violated, waited outside grocery, followed home. Arrested, finally obsession disorder, therapy ordered. Loren changed schools, cities, says parents can hide darkness. Third, college student Alex in Boston, 2023. Campus dorm. Matched on app with girl dates, good chemistry. After third, she got intense. Constant texts, jealousy over friends. He ended it. Then bombardment. Hundreds messages, calls, showing up at classes, dorm. Fake accounts harassing his friends. One night, woke to her in room, used spare key from lost and found somehow. Screamed. Security came. No contact order, but she transferred, same university, different campus. Alex graduated early, moved west. Checks locks obsessively. Fourth, truck driver Sam, long haul Midwest, 2024. Helped woman at rest stop, flat tire. She thanked, asked number in case. Texts started innocent, turned flirty, then demanding. Showed up at truck stops on his route, new schedule how. Left notes on windshield. Gifts in cab when parked. Once, hidden sleeper berth. Police multiple states, complicated. Sam changed companies, routes. She found again. Quit over road, local now. One kindness spiraled. Lust. Remote worker Jenna in Denver suburbs. 2025. Neighbor new friendly waves. Then notes. You work hard. Deserve company. Watched from window, timed walks with hers. Broke into home while away, moved things, left dinner cooked. Cameras caught, confronted, denied. Moved, but package at new place. Home sweet home. Ongoing investigation. These real stalker stories show obsession starts small, grows unchecked. Document everything, tell others, involve authorities early, you're not overreacting. If you've dealt with a stalker, share below, you're not alone. Stay aware, stay safe. 5 terrifying true skinwalker and cryptid horror stories from U.S. wilderness and reservations. Real supernatural creature encounters 2025. The first story is one that changed my life forever, and it's my own experience from the summer of 2024 when I was driving cross-country alone. My name is Caleb, and I was 28, taking a road trip from California to visit family in Colorado. I'd planned a route through northern Arizona to see some sights, including a detour near the Navajo reservation, nothing on the reservation itself, just the public highways around it. I'd heard the legends growing up, skinwalkers, creatures that mimic voices, wear skins of animals or people, bad medicine. But I figured stories, folklore, nothing real. I left Flagstaff late afternoon, aiming to camp overnight in a dispersed spot off a forest road in the Kaibab National Forest, north of the Grand Canyon. Sunset was beautiful, reds and oranges over the plateaus. Found a pull-off, set up my tent, small fire, ramen dinner. Night fell fast, stars incredible, no light pollution. Around midnight, I was in my sleeping bag, scrolling phone, weak signal, when I heard a voice calling my name. Caleb. Hey, Caleb! Clear, human, male, like a friend. But I was alone, miles from anyone. I sat up, shone flashlight out, tent nothing but pines and darkness. Called out, "Who's there?" Silence. Then again, closer. "Over here, man. Need help." Sounded distressed. Heart pounding, I grabbed bear spray. Knife. Protocol. Don't follow voices in wilderness, could be lost hiker or worse. But curiosity worry. The voice shifted now, my dad's voice. "Son, come quick, accident." Exact tone. That's when I knew something wrong. Dad in Colorado. No way here. I stayed in tents, zipped tight. Then animal sounds, howls, not coyote, deeper, mixed with human laughter. Footsteps circling camp, fast, bipedal. Something scratched tent, sidelong nails, deliberate. I didn't sleep. At dawn, packed fast. Tracks around camp, human bare feet, but elongated, next to huge canine prints, impossible overlap. Drove out, stopped at a ranger station. Told story ranger Navajo serious. Stay off back roads at night. Those things mimicked to lure. You did right not following, but it followed me. Next night, motel in Page, Arizona, heard scratching at window, voice as my ex-girlfriend pleading. Left early, drove straight through. Months later, back home, heard howls in suburbs sometimes. Skinwalkers don't stay confined. If you're in southwest wilderness, heed warnings, don't answer calls of loved ones at night. The second story comes from a rancher named Tom in rural Utah, near Skinwalker Ranch area, not on it. 2023, family land generations, cattle operation. Started with livestock mutilations, cows found drained blood, organs removed surgically, no tracks. Then sightings. Tall figure on ridge, antlers by human body, watching herd. Dogs refused to go out nights, cowering. One evening, Tom out checking fences, heard wife calling from house. "Dinner's ready!" But wife in town shopping, he knew. Voice led him toward canyon, snapped out, ran back. Found fresh prints, human to deer to nothing. Family blessed land by medicine man. Activity lessened, but cattle cans catch glimpses still. Tom sold ranch 2024. Says land cursed. Third, group of friends off-roading in Nevada desert, Black Rock area, 2024. Camped remote dry lake bed. Night fire going beers. Heard child crying distant. Searched no one. Crying turned to laughter, multiple voices circling. Saw figures pale, no clothes, crawling fast on all fours, heads twisted wrong. Vehicles wouldn't start, batteries drained. Waited till dawn, ran. One friend scratched deep 3 lines, infected strangely. Doctors baffled. They believe crawlers, cryptids guarding desert. Never off-road remote again. Fourth, hiker in Alaska wilderness, Denali backcountry, 2025. Solo trek, experienced. Night in tent, heard massive footsteps, bipedal, heavy, circling. Then voices park ranger, evacuate, bear attack nearby, but no bears reported. Peeked out huge figure, fur covered, face obscured, mimicking radio static. Fled trail morning. Reported rangers know giant mimics. Tied to Wendigo legends, though not native land exactly. Alaska Bigfoot variants said to speak. Fifth, hunter in Appalachian mountains, West Virginia, 2024. Deer stand pre-dawn. Heard buddy's voice below. Got one down here. Climbed down, nothing. Then growl behind, turn to see upright wolf man, eyes glowing yellow, wearing deer skin like cloak. Shot warning figure, vanished into brush. Laughing human. Found stand destroyed later. Locals call them skinwalkers, 2 Appalachian version, shapeshifters from old curses. Hunter quit, became guide, warns clients. These true cryptid encounters show wilderness holds more than animals. Respect lands, especially sacred or remote. Don't mimic back, don't follow voices. Some things wear skins not their own. If you've seen a skinwalker, Wendigo, crawler, or unknown creature, share below. Stories connect us. Warn others. 5 disturbing true missing persons horror stories from national parks and wilderness. Real cold cases and unsolved disappearances 2025. The first story I'm going to tell you is one that hits close to home for anyone who has ever hiked alone. And it's based on what happened to my cousin, Dennis, in the summer of 2021. Dennis was 32, an avid outdoorsman from Portland, Oregon, who lived for the backcountry. He was the kind of guy who could navigate with a map and compass better than most people use GPS, always prepared with the 10 essentials, filed detailed trip plans with family. That July, he decided on a solo 5-day trek in the Yosemite National Park backcountry starting from Tuolumne Meadows, looping through the northern wilderness, camping off-trail near remote lakes. He texted me the night before. Heading into the void tomorrow. No service for days. Back by the 18th. Love you all. He never came back. Day 1 and 2, everything normal. He'd left his itinerary with rangers and us, specific campsites, mileage. When he missed his exit date by 24 hours, we weren't panicked, yet delays happen, weather, injury. But by day 3, search and rescue launched. Helicopters, ground teams, dogs, hundreds of volunteers. Yosemite's vast, over 1,100 square miles, much of it rugged granite, dense forest, cliffs. They found his campsite from night 2 tent set up perfectly, gear organized, food hung properly. Journal entry that morning, beautiful sunrise over the lake. Heading to Cathedral Range today. Feeling great. Tracks led out toward the pass, then nothing. No sign of struggle, no blood, no scattered gear like a bear attack. His footprints just stopped mid-trail, as if he stepped off the planet. Search lasted weeks, thermal imaging, drones, divers, and lakes. Found 1 boot miles away, down a ravine, no foot inside, no damage. His backpack never located. Phone pings? Last one night 2, then dead. Rangers classified it involuntary disappearance. No suicide note, no reason to vanish. Dennis had a good job, girlfriend, plans to propose. Family flew in, searched ourselves. I walked those trails calling his name until my voice gave out. Strange reports came in during search, other hikers hearing a man yelling for help in areas already cleared multiple times. One volunteer swore he saw a figure matching Dennis's description standing on a distant ridge, waving, but when teams hiked, they're gone. Case still open, one of thousands missing in national parks. Some say Paradox's pockets where people slip through. Others point to falls, exposure, animals dragging bodies. But no trace. I visit Yosemite every year on his birthday, leave a small stone at the trailhead. The wilderness took him without a sound. The second story is about a little boy named Christopher, age 6, who vanished from a crowded campground in Great Smoky Mountains National Park, Tennessee in June 2023. Family vacation parents, older sister, grandparents, tents at Cades Cove. Busy site, hundreds of people, deer wandering through. Christopher was playing near the edge of the field with his sister, chasing fireflies around dusk. Sister turned for a second to talk to mom, gone. No scream, no stranger seen, just vanished in minutes. Search massive, largest in park history. FBI, bloodhounds, infrared. Found nothing. Not a shoe, toy, footprint leading away. Witnesses conflicting. One camper said saw a boy matching description walking toward woods holding a man's hand. But man looked wrong, too tall, smile too wide. Description didn't match any registered visitors. Another oddity. Dogs refused to track past a certain point in the tree line, whining, tails tucked. Christopher loved dinosaurs. His last words reportedly, going to find a big one in the woods. Case unsolved. Park has clusters of child disappearances over decades, many within sight of others. Mother still searches, posts age-progressed photos. Some believe abduction, others something older in those ancient mountains. Third. Group of 4 friends, early 20s, hiking the Narrows in Zion National Park, Utah. September 2024. Flash flood season over. Permits obtained, experienced. Top-down route 16 miles. Wading Virgin River through slot canyons. Stunning walls thousands feet high, narrow as shoulders. Midday 2, they stopped for photos at a wider section. One friend, Sarah, lacked taking pictures. Others rounded a bend 50 yards ahead, called back. No answer. Turned Sarah gone. Gear there, phone on rock, recording video that cut off mid-sentence. Guys, wait, there's a static. Search immediate canyons closed. Rapid walls, divers, dogs. Found her water shoes downstream miles away, nothing else. Impossible to climb out walls sheer. No side canyons there. Friends traumatized, one swears heard her calling from above. Impossible height. Zion known for vanishings, narrow places people disappear without echo. Fourth, elderly couple, retired, RV camping in Big Bend National Park, Texas. Winter 2022, remote site, desert solitude. Husband went for short morning hike on marked trail, wife stayed reading. Hour passed, normal. 2 hours, no return. Wife alerted rangers. Trail easy, visible from camp. Footprints went out none back. Found his hat halfway, placed neatly on rock. Water bottle beside full. No health issues, no disorientation history. Search extensive border patrol too, thinking crossed into Mexico unknowingly. Nothing. Wife said he mentioned hearing music from desert night before flutes, drums, like native ceremony, but no tribes nearby. Big Bend vast isolated, many unsolved. Last. Teen runner on trail in Rocky Mountain National Park, Colorado 2025. Cross-country teen training run, group of 8. Lagged behind briefly, teammates ahead 100 yards, looked back gone from open meadow. Search found nothing, invisible 360 degrees. No cover. His watch uploaded partial data, heart rate spiked suddenly, then stopped. Park has staircases, rumors metal stairs appearing in woods, leading nowhere. One searcher claimed saw one near site, gone next day. These missing person stories from national parks show how quickly someone can vanish, even in sight. File plans, hike with others, carry beacons. Wilderness doesn't always return what it takes. If you know a missing case or have theories, share below. Awareness might bring answers. 5 terrifying true road trip and truck driver horror stories from American highways. Real-life scary encounters on the road 2025. The first story I'm about to tell you is my own, and it has the reason I haven't taken a long solo road trip since that nightmare summer of 2023. My name is Hannah, and I was 26 at the time. Freshly graduated from college in Michigan, with a job offer waiting in Seattle, Washington. Instead of flying, I decided to drive my old Honda Civic cross-country, see the Badlands, Mount Rushmore, Yellowstone, the Rockies. Classic American road trip. I planned it meticulously. Route mapped, hotels and campsites booked, emergency kit, roadside assistance, shared location with family. I left in late June, excited, playlists ready, cooler full of snacks. Days 1 through 4 were perfect. South Dakota sunsets, Wyoming prairies, stopping at quirky roadside attractions. Night 5, I was driving I-80 west through Nebraska flat, endless cornfields, sparse traffic after dark. Around 11 p.m., tired but pushing to reach a motel in North Platte, I noticed headlights behind me. Same distance for miles, not passing, not falling back, annoying but common. I sped up a little, they matched. Slowed down, they did too. Okay, creepy. I took the next exit for a gas station, bright lights, hoping to lose them. Pulled up to a pump. The vehicle, a dark older pickup truck, slowed on the ramp, then continued on the highway. Relief. Filled up, grabbed coffee. Back on I-80. 10 minutes later, headlights again, same distance. Heart racing now. I called my dad on Bluetooth, told him. He said vary speed, take another exit. I did random small town exit, no services. Truck followed off ramp, but I turned left. It went right. Lost them. Drove back roads a bit, rejoined interstate farther west. No truck. Got to motel around 1 a.m., exhausted, double-locked door, parked under light. Slept hard. Morning tires slashed. All 4 deep cuts, not punctures. No cameras at that motel. Police report filed vandalism. No suspects. I got tires replaced, continued, shaken but determined. Night 7, Montana, I-90 near Billings. Again, headlights pacing. Same truck? Hard to tell, but dark pickup. This time I didn't exit, called state trooper non-emergency, gave location. Trooper met me at next rest area. Truck passed slowly as we talked, tinted windows, no plate visible from front. Trooper tried to follow, lost in traffic. He escorted me to hotel. Advised change route, avoid nights. I did took secondary highways, days only, longer but safer. But the truck found me again. Wyoming, daytime now, US 191 toward Jackson. Pulled into scenic overlook, truck parked 2 spots away. Driver inside, hood up, staring in mirror. I snapped photo of plate, quick blurry, sent to police. Plate registered stolen weeks prior. Final night, Idaho, remote stretch of US 95 toward Boise. Rainy, foggy. Headlights appeared, closer this time. Flashing high beams. I floored it, Civic, no match for truck. It pulled beside, window down, man yelling something lost in rain. I took a sudden exit, Forest Service road, bumpy, praying. Truck followed, closer, branches scraping, mud flying. Phone no service. Drove miles deep, lights off, hid behind trees. Truck passed slow, stopped, idled. Engine revved, then left. I waited hours. Dawn, drove out opposite direction. Made it to civilization. Reported everything. Investigation truck found abandoned. Wiped clean. No prints, no DNA. Driver never identified. I finished the trip with a friend flying out to ride with me. Sold the Civic in Seattle. Highways are lonely. If someone paces, don't ignore. Exit lights, people. Trust your gut. The second story is from a long-haul trucker named Rake, out of Dallas, Texas, 2024. 20 years on road, seen everything, or thought. One winter run, hauling from Texas to Oregon, I-84 through Idaho. Snowstorm hit hard near Twin Falls. Pulled into crowded truck, stop-only spot left back row, dark, parked, sleeper berth, curtains drawn. Around 3 a.m., tapping on door, light persistent. Looked out, woman, 20s, soaked, distressed. Help, my car broke down, phone dead. Rick, cautious, lot lizards, scams common. But she looked genuine, freezing, cracked door, chain on. She asked use phone call tow. He handed burner. She dialed, talked, thanked, said tow coming, left. He watched her walk toward cars, vanished in snow. Morning checked lot. No broken car. No footprints from his rig. Later that week, same stop on return, heard tapping again. Same woman. This time didn't open. She whispered through door. You didn't help last time. Peered face, pressed glass, eyes black, smile wrong. Radioed other drivers, several saw her over years. Ghost hitchhiker, lures drivers out, robs or worse. Rick avoids that stop now. Says some lost souls ride forever. Third, couple road tripping Route 66, Arizona to California, 2023. Classic convertible, motels, diners. Night outside Flagstaff, stopped at isolated historic gas station, closed but lit for photos. Car wouldn't start after. Dead battery? Man appeared from shadows, older, mechanic clothes, offered jump. Helped. Car started. Thanked, offered cash, refused. Just be careful on these roads. Drove off. Hour later, car died, again alternator. Called tow, waited. Mechanic arrived. Strange, lady at shop said same thing happened to another couple last week. Man helped them too. Showed photo of ghost mechanic, died 1950s at that station. Helping motorists till end. Locals say he still does. Fourth, family RV trip, Florida to Maine, I-95 2024. Night in South Carolina rest area. Kids asleep, parents dozing. Woke to rocking someone trying door. Dad yelled, lights on, figure ran. Morning deep scratches around handles, like tried prying. Checked cameras, masked person. Methodical. Later stops, same scratches appeared overnight, different states. Police linked to ring targeting RVs. Caught eventually via camera footage. Family sold RV, traumatized, last. Solo driver, young woman, Midwest to California. 2025. Picked up hitchhiker against advice, but seemed harmless. Hours in, he got quiet, staring. Asked to stop for bathroom remote area. She refused, sped up. He lunged for wheel fight, crash minor. She escaped, flagged help. He vanished into fields. Described as escaped convict matched. She survived, advocates no hitchhikers. These road trip and trucker stories prove highways aren't safe at night. Travel days, stop populated, cameras, never alone if possible. If followed, police immediately. Share your scary road encounter below. Stay safe on the road. 5 chilling true urban exploration horror stories from abandoned places and hidden tunnels. Real urbex encounters in US cities 2025. The first story I'm going to share is my own. And it's just the reason I swore off urban exploration forever after that terrifying night in 2024. My name is Dylan, and I was 24 at the time, living in Detroit, Michigan, with a small group of friends who were deep into urbex, exploring abandoned factories, hospitals, schools, anything decaying and forgotten. We'd done dozens of spots. Packard plant, old theaters, even underground steam tunnels. Always careful, masks for mold, flashlights, no vandalism, in and out quiet. That spring, we heard about an abandoned asylum on the outskirts of the city, Northville Regional Psychiatric Hospital. Closed since the late 90s, massive complex of buildings overgrown with vines, windows boarded or shattered. Most sections demolished over years, but a few outbuildings and underground tunnels remained, connecting patient wards to staff areas, morgue, even a rumored isolation wing. Access was chained, patrolled occasionally, but there was a known entry through a drainage culvert. 4 of us went one Friday night in May. Me, my best friend Kyle, his girlfriend Jess, and our usual photographer Mia. Full moon, clear skies, Tong mild. We'd parked a mile away, hiked in with backpacks. Headlamps, GoPros, gloves, extra batteries. Crawled through the culvert wet, muddy, smelled like rust and earth. Emerged in the basement of the main admin building. Place was eerie, beautiful peeling paint, old filing cabinets, spilled papers, patient records scattered. We never took anything. Echoes everywhere, wind through broken windows. Explored floors, day rooms with rusted beds, hydrotherapy tubs cracked, lobotomy tools in a drawer that made us shudder. Then we found the tunnel entrance steel door ajar in the basement. Stairs down into darkness. Concrete corridor, pipes overhead dripping, graffiti from past explorers dating back decades. Walked single file, lights bobbing. Half mile in, tunnel branched. We took left toward what maps called Ward F isolation for violent patients. Air colder, heavier. Heard distant dripping, then footsteps? Behind us, faint, matching our pace, then stopping when we did. We laughed nervously, echoes, right? Kept going. Reached Ward F cells with padded walls torn, restraints on beds, scratch marks deep indoors. Mia filming, Kyle joking to ease tension. Then lights flickered, all headlamps dimmed simultaneously. Batteries we'd checked fresh. Darkness total. Panic fumbled spares, got two working. In the dim, Jess whispered, "Guys, look." Shadow in a cell doorway, tall figure, patient gown hanging loose, head down. We shone, lights gone. Empty cell. Heart pounding, decided out. Turned back, footsteps again, now ahead. Faster. Ran. Tunnel seemed longer, branches we didn't remember. GoPro battery died. One flashlight failed. Finally saw moonlight exit culvert. Burst out, gasping, muddy. But Kyle realized Mia's backpack left behind in panic. We waited dawn, went police trespassing, but reported lost property. They searched day, found backpack in Ward F, but contents rearranged, photos on her camera deleted except one. Blurry shot of us from behind, taken in tunnel, time stop when we were all ahead. No one else there. Mia quit Urbex, moved states. I still hear footsteps in quiet moments. Asylums hold echoes of suffering, some don't want visitors. The second story comes from a group of explorers in Cincinnati, Ohio, 2023, the abandoned subway system. Never completed, tunnels built 100 years ago under the city. Team of 6 entered through a manhole in a park at night. Miles of brick arches, tracks laid but no trains ever ran. Beautiful decay stalactites, graffiti art, old station platforms. Deep in, found a sealed section door forced years ago. Inside, makeshift camp, recent cans, sleeping bags, candles. Heard voices chanting low, rhythmic. Followed sound to a chamber. Circle of people in hoods, faces hidden, around a fire barrel. Symbols painted, walls occult. Group backed out quiet, but one stepped on glass. Crunch loud. Chanting stopped. Figures turned, stood silent. Explorers ran, heard pursuit. Multiple feet. Manhole ladder climbed frantic. Last one felt hand grab ankle. Pulled off rung. Fell back. Others escaped. Called police from street. Rescue came, found friend unconscious. Bruises like fingerprints on ankle. Cultists gone, camp cleared. He recovered, no memory. Police classified transient gathering, but symbols matched known dangerous group. Tunnels sealed, tighter now. Never explore alone or deep. Third, solo explorer in Los Angeles storm drains. 2024, massive flood control system. Underground rivers, graffiti heavens. Entered near river mouth, miles in. Concrete channels, side rooms. Found hidden door metal, rusted open. Behind, old speakeasy from Prohibition. Bottles intact. Bar stools. Sut filmed atmosphere. Heard piano music faint, old jazz tune. No power, no speakers. Music grew louder. Turned corner figure at dusty piano. Back turned, playing invisible keys in rhythm. Like shown man in 1920s suit, translucent, fingers moving. He stopped, turned face, decayed, eyes missing, smiled. Explorer fled, music followed, echo miles. Exited shaken. Posted video, piano notes audible on audio. Comments. Legend of bootlegger murdered there. Plays for company. He deleted channel. Drains have history below surface. Fourth, 2 friends in Buffalo, New York grain silos, 2023. Towering concrete giants, abandoned decades. Climbed exterior ladders to top views incredible city lights. Inside catwalks rusted, drops hundreds feet. Heard crying below child? Descended levels found small figure in shadows, huddled. Approached child turned, face wrong, adult proportions, eyes adult. Spoke deep voice. You shouldn't be here. Friends ran up ladders, shook like pursued. Outside safe, but one's camera caught reflection in silo window. Extra person behind them whole time. Police checked no access, but theirs. Silos demolished later. Workers reported tools moved, whispers. Last. Explorer in Seattle underground, old city buried after fire. 2024. Tours exist, but off-limits sections. Snuck into sealed area old storefronts, sidewalks below modern streets. Found opium den preserved pipes, beds. Lay down joke photo. Felt weight paralysis, figure above in old Chinese attire. Angry. Broke free, ran. Guide later. Area known for restless spirits from exploited workers era. He had scratches Chinese characters, translated thief. Urban exploration thrills, but forgotten places remember inhabitants. Some guard secrets. Go with respect or not at all. If you've had a terrifying urbex experience in abandoned asylums, tunnels, factories, share below. These stories warn us decay hides more than dust. 5 terrifying true 911 operator horror stories from emergency dispatchers. Real disturbing calls and police dispatcher experiences 2025. The first story I'm going to tell you comes from my own time as a 911 dispatcher. And it's the one that made me leave the job after only 3 years. My name is Kayla, and I worked nights in a mid-sized city in Ohio, Columbus back in 2023. The call center was a secure building downtown, windowless rooms, rows of consoles with multiple screens, headsets always on. We handled police, fire, EMS hundreds of calls per shift. Most were routine. Domestic disputes, car accidents, medical emergencies, drunks. You learn to stay calm, gather info fast, dispatch units, but some calls, they get under your skin. It started on a quiet Tuesday night in October, around 2:30 a.m. Slow shift, sipping coffee, when a call came in landline, address traced to an older suburban neighborhood. Female caller whispering, "There's someone in my house. Please send help." Standard intruder call. I followed protocol. "Ma'am, stay on the line, tell me where you are." She was in the upstairs bedroom closet. Door locked, heard footsteps downstairs. Alone, husband out of town. I dispatched officers ETA 8 minutes, kept her talking low. Description, weapons, etc. Then she gasped, "He's coming up the stairs." Slow. Footsteps audible over phone creaking, deliberate. I coached breathing, hide phone light off. Officers arrived, lights, sirens off, for stealth. Breached doorhouse empty. No forced entry, alarms armed. Found the woman in closet, terrified but unharmed. Searched attic to basement, nothing. No footprints, no items missing. She swore she heard him. Officers chalked it up to house settling, paranoia, maybe prowler scared off. But the call recording, when enhanced later background footsteps clear, male breathing close to phone downstairs at one point. No explanation. She moved weeks later. That wasn't the end for me. Similar calls trickled in over months, same neighborhood. Women alone, whispers of intruder, footsteps. Units respond, always nothing. Then one night, call from empty house on the block foreclosure, no power. Open line, breathing heavy, then child's voice. "She's hiding. Come find her." Traced vacant. Officers checked doors locked. Dust undisturbed. But on my console, caller ID showed the first woman's old number. I requested transfer to days. Some calls feel like something listening back. The second story is from a veteran dispatcher named Mark in Los Angeles County, California, 2024. High volume center, gang violence, homelessness crises. One midnight shift, call from payphone downtown rare. Most removed. Male caller, calm, I just killed my family. Send someone to clean up, gave address suburban home. Mark kept him talking. Why? Details for trace, but payphone instant. Dispatched units priority. Caller described scene graphic. Wife, 2 kids, knife. Units arrived, house empty, family out of town, confirmed via neighbor. No blood, no bodies. Caller laughed. Wrong house. Try again. Hung up. Trace payphone vandalized. No prints. Week later, same voice, different payphone, another murder, address. Again, false empty or residence safe. Pattern. Addresses of families matching caller's description, but he never struck. Psych Evil requested believed hoaxer with inside info, perhaps hacked records. Last call. Tonight's the real one. Gave Mark's home address, his wife. Kids asleep. SWAT escorted family safe house. Hoaxer never found. Mark retired early PTSD. Says the voice knew too much, like listening to dispatches. Third, dispatcher Sarah in rural Florida County, 2023. Small center, covers swamps, farms. Call late night elderly woman. My husband's back. But he died last year. Confused, Sarah asked details. Woman insistent. Husband standing in kitchen, same clothes from funeral, staring. Sarah dispatched deputy for welfare check possible dementia. Intruder. Deputy arrived, woman alone, distraught. No one else. But pointed to kitchen, muddy footprints fresh across tile, men's size, leading to back door open. Tracked outside prints to swamp edge, vanished at water. Husband drowned in that swamp year prior. Body recovered. Woman moved to assisted living. Footprints unexplained rainless week. Sarah hears splashes on quiet nights. Fourth, night dispatcher in Chicago, Illinois, 2024. Busy urban. Call from child about 10. Daddy's hurting mommy. Please come. Address high-rise apartment. Kept kid on line hiding in bathroom. Dispatched immediate. Heard screams, thuds over phone. Units breached apartment empty, staged like family lived there. Photos, toys, but records showed vacant months. No blood, no struggle signs. Child's voice on recording clear, terrified. But building security cams, no one entered, exited that floor. Caller ID spoofed. Similar calls plagued apartment ghost domestics from vacant units. One traced to old tenant murdered there years ago. Center installed new tracing calls stopped. Dispatcher quit, says lines carry echoes. Last, dispatcher in Seattle, Washington, 2025, rainy night shift. Call, static heavy, then breathing, whisper, help, trapped. No location trace, bouncing, cell tower issues. Kept talking, voicemail, weak, in the walls. Can't get out. Background scratching, knocking inside hollow space. Dispatched search based on tower abandoned building downtown renovation site. Crews searched, found man in wall cavity, dehydrated, days trapped after fall through floor during homeless sheltering. Saved him barely. He swore called from phone, but no phone found on him. Signal impossible from inside concrete. He recovered, no memory of calling. Dispatcher believes instinct or something helped. These 911 operator stories show the Job's dark side, hearing terror firsthand, powerless sometimes. Calls linger long after hang up. If you've worked dispatch or received a chilling call, share below. Respect to those answering when we need most. 5 terrifying true babysitter horror stories that actually happened. Real, alone, at home, and nanny. Scary experiences 2025. The first story I am going to tell you is one that still makes me triple check every lock in my house. And it's just from my own experience as a babysitter back in the summer of 2022. My name is Sophia, and I was 19 at the time. A college freshman home in suburban Minneapolis, Minnesota, picking up babysitting gigs through an app to make extra money. I've been sitting for years, neighbors' kids, family friends, always responsible, references glowing. This family was new, the Harrisons, nice upper-middle-class home in a gated community. 2 kids, Emma, 8, and little brother Liam, 5. Parents going to a gala, out late, good pay, house with security system. I arrived at 6 p.m., met the parents, dad in tux, mom in gown, kids excited for movie night. They showed me around, big open-plan house, playroom downstairs, kids' bedrooms upstairs, master on main. Alarm code, emergency numbers, fridge stocked. Kids in bed by 9, help yourself to anything, we'll be back around 1 a.m. They left, I settled in, pizza. Disney movies, games. Kids were angels. Tucked them in at 9:15, read stories, lights out. Emma whispered, if you hear noises, it's just the house. It talks sometimes. I laughed, old houses creak. Kissed foreheads, went downstairs to living room couch, phone scrolling, TV low. Around 10:30, first weird thing. Baby monitor on counter, crackled, parents left it for Liam, who still used pacifier sometimes. Static, then faint whispering. I turned up, sounded like a woman's voice. They're asleep now. Clear, but no one upstairs awake. I checked monitor camera in Liam's room, showed him sleeping. Hallway cam empty. Figured interference, turned off. 11 p.m., backdoor motion light flicked on, checked app. Nothing but leaves blowing. Windy night, 11:30. Upstairs toilet flushed. Slow, like someone careful. Kids asleep when I tucked them. I tiptoed up, checked doors, both closed, kids out cold, bathroom empty. Texted parents casual. All good, kids sleeping great. Mom replied quick. Thanks. Having fun. Midnight, sitting on couch, heard footsteps overhead soft, padding across hall from kids' rooms to master. Clear pattern, pause at each door. I froze, listened, stopped. Went up again, quiet, nothing moved, doors same. Called friend to stay calm, talked low. 12:15 a.m. Landline rang, house phone on kitchen wall. Unusual late. Answered professional. Harrison residence. Male voice muffled. Are the kids okay? I said yes. Who is this? Just checking. Be careful with them. Hung up. Heart racing, wrong number. Called parents' voicemail. Texted. Got a weird call, everything fine? No reply yet. 12:30. Power flickered, whole house dark seconds. Generator kicked in partial. Security panel beeped, door ajar alert. Basement. Basement unfinished, storage, laundry. I never went down. Panel showed open. Grabbed flashlight, knife from kitchen, stupid, but scared. Stood at top stairs, called, who's there? Echo only. Closed door, rearmed. 1 a.m. parents still not back. Doorbell cam, motion, front porch empty. Then Emma appeared at top stairs, rubbing eyes. Sophia, there's a man in my closet. He says you're next. I rushed up, closet empty. Emma half asleep, thought nightmare. Tucked her back, sat in hall between rooms. 1:15, scratching inside walls slow, nails dragging. 1:30, parents texted. Running late, traffic, home by 2. I brought kids downstairs, camped on couch together safer. 2 a.m., garage door open, parents home finally. Told them everything. They pale-checked house cams. Cams glitched, midnight 2 a.m., static only. Basement door found open, latch broken from inside. Police called, searched, nothing. But in basement, muddy handprints on wall, small, like child's, but kids upstairs with me. Parents fired alarm company, installed new. Never called me back. I quit babysitting strangers. Some houses have uninvited guests. The second story is from a nanny named Olivia in San Francisco, California, 2024. Living for wealthy family, infant and toddler, penthouse high-rise. Parents traveled often, Olivia alone weeks. Started with baby monitor. Shadow over crib nights, moving when she watched. Then toys rearranged, toddler talking to friend no one saw. One night, parents away Europe. Storm raging. Elevator dinged, private floor impossible without key. Door camera, empty hall. But inside, footprints wet across marble from elevator to nursery. Olivia barricaded nursery, called security building, empty floor access. Footprints child-sized but cold, leading to window 40 stories up. Security found roof door, forced homeless, but no entry that high. Toddler next morning, the climber came to play. Olivia quit, family moved. Building history. Construction fall decades ago. Worker's child waited, elevator vein. Third, teen babysitter in rural Georgia, 2023. Farmhouse isolated, 3 kids. Parents date night. Power out, storm candles. Heard knocking barn. Kids said, the chain man, outside sometimes old slave quarters legend, knocking closer back door. Looked, chain dragging ground, no figure, locked tighter. Morning, chain found wrapped porch railing rusted, antique. Parents, chain from attic, stored years. No explanation, move. She never sat rural again. Fourth, college sitter in New York City apartment, 2024. Twin 10-year-olds, parents theater. Kids asleep, sitter studying. Intercom buzz, doorman. Package for you. No package ordered, down lobby, nothing. Backup apartment door ajar. Inside, kids' toys formed circle, living room, no crayon. Play with us forever. Kids asleep whole time. Doorman cam. No delivery. Building old child suicide, 1950s, lonely. Sitter left early, parents found note, handwriting, not kids. Fifth, weekend sitter, lakeside cabin, Wisconsin, 2025. Family reunion, sitter watch 4 cousins. Night, kids heard splashing, dock, no moon. Uncle drowned here, story, family legend years ago. Splashing closer, wet footsteps on deck. Looked, water dripping porch, no one. Kids woke screaming, man wet at windows, beckoning. Morning, footprints lake to house vanished midway. Family closed cabin. Legend true drowned uncle searches kids. These true babysitter horror stories show responsibility turns terror alone with kids. Always know house history, trust instincts, have escape plan. If you've babysat and experienced scary, share below. You're not alone. 5 disturbing true neighbor horror stories that will make you never trust the people next door. Real life creepy neighbor encounters 2025. The first story I'm going to tell you is one that completely shattered my sense of security in my own home, and it's my own experience from the fall of 2023 when I moved into a quiet duplex in Nashville, Tennessee. My name is Ava, and I was 28 at the time, starting a new chapter after a breakup, new city, new job as a remote content creator, renting the left side of a charming older duplex in a historic neighborhood. Tree-lined streets, porches, everyone waving. The right side was occupied by an older man named Mr. Harlan, late 60s, retired. Lived alone, kept to himself. He introduced himself the day I moved in. Brought over cookies, welcomed me, seemed sweet, a little lonely. "Call me Ed," he said. "If you need anything, just knock." At first, everything was normal. I'd see him mowing his lawn, watering plants, sitting on his porch with coffee. We'd chat over the fence, weather, local spots, my job. He mentioned his wife passed years ago, no kids nearby. I felt bad, invited him for coffee once. He declined politely. Then small things started. One morning, my trash cans perfectly lined up at the curb the night before were moved to his side. I figured wind, but it happened again. Then my porch plants rearranged taller ones in back, like he'd organized better. I laughed it off, nosy neighbor. October, cooler nights. I worked late often, windows open for breeze. One evening, around 11 p.m., watching TV, I heard tapping soft, rhythmic on the shared wall. Like knocking from his side. Stopped when I paused the show. Happened a few nights. I knocked back once, polite, "Everything okay?" No answer. Then gifts appeared. Package on my porch, no label, inside my favorite tea brand I'd mentioned in passing conversation. Note: thought you'd like this. Ed, sweet, but unasked. Thanked him next day, he smiled. Glad you like it. Escalation in November. Came home from grocery, my spare key, hidden under fake rock, gone. Searched, found it on his porch table, like misplaced. Confronted gently, "Hey, found my key over here?" He apologized profusely, must have picked up by mistake when sweeping. Changed hiding spot. But cameras I installed caught more. Motion alerts nights. Ed on my porch. Just standing, staring at door minutes, then back inside. Or peering through side window toward my living room. Showed footage to friend, advised police report. Filed non-emergency harassment potential. Officer visited him, warning, stay on property. Activity stopped week. Then worse. Thanksgiving, family visiting, sister stayed over. Woke morning to all my outdoor cameras, disabled, wires cut clean. Inside, kitchen drawer open, knives rearranged, sharpest out. Sister freaked. Called police again. Search his side with warrant, basement. Wall covered photos of me, hundreds. Through windows, from street, some inside house while I slept. Journal detailing my routines, what I ate, who visited. Ed arrested, stalking, burglary. He had duplicate key made. Trial revealed history similar with previous female tenants. One moved suddenly. He's incarcerated now. I broke lease, moved states. Neighbors seem friendly, but some watch too close. The second story is from a family in a small town outside Phoenix, Arizona, 2024. New build subdivision, young couple with newborn. Next door, older couple, quiet, but wife always watching from window. Started with notes in mailbox. Your baby cries too much. Keep dog inside. Anonymous but obvious. Then sabotage, sprinklers turned on, flooding their yard. Blamed accident. Baby monitor hacked, voice whispering lullabies, not theirs, nights. Cameras caught wife in yard, staring nursery window hours. Husband confronted, denied. Escalation. Dead animals on porch, rats, birds, notes, quiet the baby. Police, animal cruelty, harassment. Warrant. Wife shed, full taxidermy, baby clothes, stolen laundry. Mental health hold. Husband moved. Family installed fences, security. Never felt safe. Third, apartment dweller in Chicago, high-rise, 2023. Neighbor across hall, middle-aged man, friendly elevators. Started borrowing. Sugar, tools, always returning late. Then keys accidentally duplicated, caught on cam letting self in while away. Inside, moved furniture slightly, ate food, lay on bed. Confronted, gaslighted, you invited me, management evicted him. but followed to new building notes under door. Restraining order. Finally stopped. She therapy for violation feeling. 4th. Rural Property, Oregon, 2025. Neighbor disputed boundary trees, fence. Started passive. Signs trespassers shot. Spotlights on house nights. Then active. Guns fired near property scare. Livestock poisoned. Cameras. Neighbor cutting fence, entering barn. Sheriff ongoing feud charges. Neighbor claimed landmine. Family armed, sold eventually. Country neighbors worse sometimes. Last Townhouse Community, Atlanta, 2024. Shared walls neighbor below partier. Noise complaints. Retaliation. Banging walls, anonymous HOA reports false violations. Then smells rotting fish fence. Plumber. Dead fish, stuffed ducks from below access. Police vandalism. Neighbor caught cam. Evicted. But threats online anonymous. Community divided. These true neighbor horror stories prove closest people dangerous sometimes. Document everything. Cameras inside out. Involve authorities early. Trust gut. If you've had creepy neighbor, share below. You're not paranoid. 5 chilling true haunted schools and dorm room horror stories that actually happened. Real paranormal encounters on campus 2025. The first story I am going to tell you is one that still gives me chills every time I walk past an old school building. And it's just my own experience from when I was a junior in college at a small liberal arts school in Salem, Massachusetts, back in the fall of 2023. My name is Riley, and I was 20 at the time, living in one of the oldest dorms on campus. Hawthorne Hall, built in 1898, a creepy, Gothic-style brick building with narrow hallways, creaky wooden floors, high ceilings, and radiators that hissed like they were alive. The dorm was co-ed by floor, but my wing on the 3rd floor was all girls, small rooms, shared bathrooms at the end of the hall. Legend had it the building was originally a convent school, and during the witch trials era, it housed accused women. Temporarily dark history the college downplayed, but everyone whispered about. I moved in August, excited for the year-new roommate named Becca. Classes starting, parties. First few weeks normal. Late-night study sessions, laundry runs, floor meetings. But by September, strange things started. It began with the lights. Hallway fluorescence flickered constantly, even after maintenance changed bulbs multiple times. My room light would dim randomly, like someone turning a dimmer switch I didn't have. Becca laughed at off old wiring. Then doors. Hours would slam shut when no window open, or swing open slowly in dead air. We'd find it ajar mornings, even locked night before. One night in October, around 2 a.m., cramming for midterms, I heard crying soft, muffled from the bathroom. Thought someone upset, went to check empty stalls, sinks dry. Crying stopped when I entered. Told Becca morning she'd heard it too, thought me. Activity ramped up Halloween week. Floor prank war, but one night. All our doors decorated with old newspaper clippings about witch trials, accusations, hangings, names of women held in the hall. No one admitted. Cameras none in dorm. Then the whispers. Studying alone, heard female voice behind. Help me. Turned empty. Becca heard same in class, like in her ear. November, worst night. Becca out weekend, I alone. Midnight, radiator banged loud, then stopped. Room cold sudden, breath visible. Mirror fogged, words appeared scratched. They lied. I ran to her floor below, stayed there. Morning backroom trashed selectively. Books open, witch trial pages. Clothes folded neat but inside out. Reported campus security vandalism, but no entry signs. Finals week, group study lounge, empty building. Heard children laughing upstairs, building locked nights. Went up 4th floor, attic access, supposedly sealed. Door open. Inside, old desks, chalkboard with writing fresh. Names from clippings. Date current. Photo snapped, writing gone next day. I moved off campus spring. Hawthorne renovated summer 2024 activity report stopped, but students say whispers linger. Schools hold history, some classes never end. The second story is from a high school teacher in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, 2024. Old building near battlefields. Used hospital, Civil War. Janitor nights reported soldiers walking halls, moaning. Teacher stayed late grading, heard marching boots corridor. Looked empty, but cold spots, smell gunpowder. Classroom blackboard, messages help wounded, chalk, no one there. Students saw nurse ghost tending invisible patients. Principal investigated history, dozens died building. Blessing done quiet now, but lights flicker July anniversary. Teacher transferred. 3rd. College dorm University of Georgia, Athens, 2023. Sorority house turned dorm. Suicide 1950s girl hung attic. Residents heard swinging creak nights, footsteps overhead. One resident woke strangled feeling marks next morning. Attic. Noose rope still hung, dust undisturbed but swung when watched. Exorcism campus chaplain rope removed, activity ceased. Girls sleep lights on still. 4th. Boarding school New England, 2025. Prep Academy Old Chapel basement dorms. Boys reported monk figures praying bedsides, Latin chants. One boy possessed briefly spoke archaic language, knew sins others. Priest called entity former monk punished misconduct centuries ago. Ritual banished. School closed wing. 5th. Public Elementary California, 2024. Built old orphanage site. Fire killed children 1920s. Teachers heard playground laughter, weekends empty. Kids drew friends, not in class burned faces. Janitor found toys moved circle basement. Medium. Children trapped, want play. Playground blessed. Toys buried proper. Quiet but swings move windless days. These true haunted school and dorm stories show education buildings echo past tragedies. History lessons sometimes literal. If you've experienced paranormal on campus or school, share below. Old walls remember.